there has been consistent documentation about these abuses. So for us, it's really about this coordinated approach from the diplomatic circles, but also from UN bodies, UN entities, UN actors, and civil society. And I think that's exactly what our organizations have been doing. International Service for Human Rights, together with World Congress and other international human rights organizations, we have been consistently pushing for this approach over the last few years. And I think it's also really important to preserve the evidence. And some of our organizations are also doing that. UTJD presented yesterday about the work that they're doing with data, and I think that's really important because yes, it's about statistics, and I think statistics are important, especially in the context where the Chinese government is trying to erase those numbers and statistics. So it's really important to document and preserve. You mentioned the OHCHR report from 2022, and we're 4 years in. There's been this great report, strong report with strong recommendations from the highest UN body, yet we have not seen tangible action. We've seen what happened at the Human Rights Council in October 2022 when the draft resolution failed. So for us, it's not about repeating or documenting again, but it's about follow-up action, and that's something that we are failing to see right now. Again, it also means cooperation. Cooperation with UN Special Procedures Office, and that's something that, again, we're failing to see from the Chinese government side, because they're really instrumentalizing the UN system as a whole. They're saying they're cooperating with the system, but it's only on their own terms. So this is not real cooperation. I want to also reiterate that accountability is not only about punishment. It's also, like you said, about prevention and non-reoccurrence. And there are specific bodies within the UN, for example, the Office of Genocide Prevention and Responsibility to Protect, that has failed its own mission. I know there are ongoing issues, especially at the height of the liquidity crisis at the UN, but I think this office had a lot of work, but then they didn't address the Uyghur issue, especially after all this documented patterns. Last thing is that victims, in this approach, accountability, seeking for accountability, I think victims and families must be centered, because it is their right to be recognized. Their truth need to be recognized. Their voices need to be heard. They have a right to family reunification. They have a right to seek for information. All of us here, Uyghurs, we're sitting here with no information about our family members. I myself have over 30 of my relatives in those camps that have disappeared since 2017. I have no idea where they are. I don't know what crimes they have committed except for being Uyghur. And then last thing is that something that the Chinese government often says is, this is an internal matter. This is a Chinese internal domestic issue. It is not, because these are crimes that are beyond internal. This is there's systematic violation of human rights when we're talking about enforced disappearances at the scale that we're experiencing. So the international system cannot claim to defend human rights while allowing these crimes of this scale to happen and to continue as well.
Thank you so much. This is an excellent way of setting the scene, and I think that there's a lot of important points that you said, from how can the UN contribute, from, as you say, prevention to platforming of victims to giving them a voice, accountability, documentation, always with a focus on the need to be responsive ultimately to the needs of the affected individuals and groups. So yeah, thank you so much for that. I'll now move to Professor John Packer. Professor John Packer is an associate professor of law at the University of Ottawa and a specialist in human rights, minority rights, and conflict resolution, who has also previously served in senior roles with the United Nations and has experience there, as well as the OSCE, the Organization for the Security and Cooperation in Europe, including as the first director of the OSCE High Commissioner on National Minorities Office. Welcome, John. So moving a little bit to you, a range of UN committees and special rapporteurs have documented the destruction of mosques, the restrictions to Uyghur language education, and a range of other cultural rights violations that we discussed also throughout this IUF, framing them very often as forced assimilation. So from your perspective, how can the Human Rights Council and other UN bodies better address this question of the preservation and the transmission of religious, cultural, and linguistic heritage?
Well, thank you very much. To contribute to this panel. First of all, let me respond by saying I would not focus so much on the Human Rights Council. So I think that's a mistake. There's a tendency to, I'm not even sure I would focus so much on the UN, to be blunt. But definitely not the Human Rights Council. I would think about the UN system or the UN family, and I would think about other organizations. I would do, first of all, an analysis of what impacts or actually would yield some kind of a result that would be effective. And my view is it's not just the politics of the UN that is becoming problematical, but frankly the confidence and attention to the United Nations is diminishing significantly. So with due respect to those who are working very hard and diligently on it, I think that's just a hard fact. Now, if you're concerned specifically about I don't like the word preservation, the maintenance and development and the dynamic of a community, of a group, of a people, then I think you have to look at what are the elements that sustain that group. And a lot of those exist, of course, not only in the overt cultural domain, so immediately one would think about things like UNESCO as places which perhaps have more accessibility, more affinity, more possibilities, including investigative mechanisms, by the way, just we don't pay attention to them, but they exist. But I would also think about other elements and communities of persons who would have interest in it. So scientists, researchers, social anthropologists, and many, many others. And there's a whole world of professional associations and others with whom there would be interest, in my view. And by being able to mobilize and working in those, I think there would be chances to not only sustain, but potentially find interesting ways to bring new perspectives rather than this kind of linear. And I would also take even an exception with the word about accountability. I was very glad that Zumratai just already mentioned, not to think about accountability as punishment. I think that's a wrong perspective. But specifically if we're talking about this topic. One doesn't punish people into preserving an ethnic identity. You have to create facilities. You have to create opportunities. Within the UN, though, to go back to to the so-called charter mechanisms, there is a host of special procedures. Of course, there isn't, and there's not going to be a country mandate on China. So that's just political reality. That's not going to happen. With due respect, don't waste your time on that. But there's already a host of thematic mechanisms which are available, which would be receptive. And I think you need a strategy, not only to furnish them with sufficient information, but perhaps to mobilize or to find ways, which has happened and is increasingly happening, for them to collaborate. We could go through a lot of them. There are, of course, rapporteurs on minority issues, on contemporary slavery, on culture, and so forth. There's not religion, of course. So that's something that has been done. But I would again look at other institutions within, or organizations within the family, the UN family, such as the International Labour Organization, and a lot of for example, labor-based groups, global union movements, and so forth, which have direct interests. Maybe not interests in the Uyghurs, but they have interests in the principles and interests, for example, in the abuse of labor, which undermines the cultural coherence and community of the society. So you have interests in their interests. So you have to think in collaborative terms. And there are many forums. I know that the Uyghur representation does take place, the Forum on Minority Issues, for example, and so forth. So all of that I would encourage. I would suggest that it may be in the current situation necessary to think a bit longer term. That might not feel very good because there's urgency in the Uyghur situation. I appreciate that. And for family members right now. However, I would say a sober assessment of the situation might suggest that you invest heavily in long-term cultural survival. And that means archives. That means engaging with museology and other such professional associations. You know, other groups you could look at. Kurds, for many, many years, were very successful. It was wonderful. I'm not sure it still exists. Maybe someone here could tell me. But the Kurdish Institute in Paris, for many, many years, was a really stellar place. And it helped under facing serious oppression against Kurds in Syria, Iraq, Turkey, Iran. I mean, there was almost no free Kurds in the world for decades. And the Kurdish Institute in Paris was the antennae, but also the kind of center through cultural engagement. I think these kind of examples, now we have technology that makes it easier, cheaper, so I would maybe suggest younger Uyghur community could focus on those things rather than, I'm sorry to be frank again, but spinning your wheels on certain accountability mechanisms that are unlikely to deliver results. So I'll stop there. There's much I could say more about how to do this. I will just say, since you mentioned the Office on Prevention of Genocide, which is an institution I helped, I was a principal advisor in creating it. I'm very critical of it, and I'm especially disappointed, not only in its failure to take up particularly the Uyghur case, but some other cases, but I'm also not very happy about its methodology. And for example, even its definition with regard to genocide, which is very narrow and orthodox and not really actual. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Don't put your microphone back up yet, because actually I just have a very quick follow-up question to you. I think that's very important, this point on archiving. And I was just curious, and thanks again for mentioning this kind of like ecosystem of actors that you know, of course, lead to change, part of which the UN is, but not exclusively. What role do you see for UN bodies in this in archiving? Do you see particular bodies that have a role to play in that regard, and in particular in cooperation with all those actors that you've mentioned?
So, I mean, what the human rights movement has done for years and years, and essentially is to document. I mean, that's a principal methodology of human rights work, is basically to bear witness, but also to record and usually to publish. What I think is very problematical about the UN, and particularly the Council, is this plethora of commissions of inquiry and so forth, and I would say almost a usurpation of criminal law as a core element of human rights law. That's not how it used to be, and I don't think it's very helpful, and maybe I'll talk about that a little later. I don't think it's very fruitful. Because it's also extremely expensive, and it focuses on very high standards, for example, beyond a reasonable doubt with regard to criminal conviction, the preservation of a quality of information linked to judicial processes, for example. I think that's not a wise approach. If you're talking about the community, the group culture to survive, it's a much broader and much easier thing to do. So, you know, you want to keep track of the literature, for example. The literature might not help you in a judicial case, but it might help the group survive.
Thank you so much. Yes. Just before we move to Dr. Katarina Schwartz, I'd just like to ask for us to screen a video of remarks that were sent by Ana Lorena Delgadillo Perez, who is a member of the UN Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but still was kind enough to send some remarks. So if our colleagues can display the video, please.
Since 1980, the Working Group on Enforced or Involuntary Disappearances have been documenting cases of enforced disappearances in China and also committed against the Uyghur community. We have to say that the patterns that we see is that these people are put in prisons or in the so-called educational centers, in forced labor, health institutions, and in secret detention. We have seen that these victims are isolated from outside the world. They don't have any possibility to communicate with their family. many of the times their family don't know where they are, so they are with no protection of the law. In this situation, we have to say that we have seen that the government of China has been putting a lot of obstacles for the working group to try to have the information that we need to bring to the family the information about the fate and whereabouts of the people that have been disappeared. The impact that we see of these cases of enforced disappearances are not only impacts against the direct people that have been disappeared, but also to families and to the community in general. Many times we see that families and the community are suffer psychological distress, social stigma. Many of them have a high impact on their economy because they lose their work and it's impossible for them to have any support from the government. Many of them also suffer surveillance, intimidation, and reprisals. So the government limits all the possibility for the families to present a case of enforced disappearances and to seek for justice, not only inside of the country, but also outside of the country and when they approach the international system. We have to say that we have been documenting that also Uyghur diaspora suffer some of these violations. Sometimes they suffer surveillance or threats from the China government when they are in some other countries. And we see that it is very hard for them to speak against all the violations that are happening against the Uyghur people. And that is what is very important, that the special procedure, like the working group on enforced disappearance, is close to this movement and is close to all of these people that have been suffering enforced disappearances, among other crimes. So when we think about crimes against humanity, what we say is that when enforced disappearances are occurring in a widespread or systematic way, they can lead to crimes against humanity. It is very important that we have all the information to document that. And that's why we encourage all the people to send us the cases when you have a case of enforced disappearance. Please approach us. And in some occasions, for example, we know that the people are afraid to present a case because they don't want to put the name of the victim and they don't want to suffer any threats or any consequences for presenting a case. In those situations, we invite you to present a report where you document all the context that is happening around the enforced disappearances. And that is another way that to document how all the public policies around enforced disappearances in China are now helping the families to try to seek for the loved ones or try to get justice, and how the system many times turns against them when they are trying to seek for justice. We are there to support you. Please approach us, and we consider that all the people that are fighting for the Uyghur community are very brave, because we know all the consequences that they are facing, and we want you to know that we are there for you. Please approach us when you need.
Thank you. Yes, reminding the importance of the mandate of the Working Group on Enforced Disappearances, who is the only special procedure, as we call them, that has the ability to have a confidential channel of communication with the government, precisely with the aim of clarifying the whereabouts of those disappeared with the relatives. So now I'll move to our third speaker, Dr. Katharina Schwarz, who was introduced yesterday, but again, I would like to reintroduce in particular in emphasizing her capacity now as UN Special Rapporteur on Contemporary Forms of Slavery and on Trafficking in Persons, who has just been appointed recently to this role. So welcome and congratulations on this appointment. Katharina is also an Associate Professor in Anti-Slavery Law and Policy at the University of Nottingham, and Associate Director of the Rights Lab, focusing her research precisely on slavery, forced labor, trafficking, and anti-slavery governance. Katharina, your predecessor determined in September 2022 in a report to the Human Rights Council that was raised yesterday in another panel that some instances of state-imposed forced labor may amount to enslavement as a crime against humanity. And he reiterated this actually earlier this year Do you see, so what are the implications of this legal determination that it may amount to crime against humanity? And do you see any gaps in documentation in the field of Uyghur forced labor at the UN?
Thanks for having me as a slide. By my colleagues here. Zamratai mentioned the framing of these issues as an internal matter. Yes, and that has always been an issue in the international system because, of course, the entire international order is premised on ideas of state sovereignty and non-interference with territorial integrity, and the system works because states consent to it. And yet there are specific aspects of this system that are understood to be so significant and so meaningful that they stop becoming an internal matter by dint of the fact that we reach a certain threshold of severity because they shock the conscience of humanity. And the issue of slavery is one of these such issues. And so as soon as we recognize a situation as either enslavement as a crime against humanity or slavery more broadly, we recognize that we have a situation in the interests of every single state in the entire system, regardless of which treaties they have or have not signed up to, and that it is every state's obligation to cooperate to bring that situation to an end. I mentioned this yesterday, that's what we call obligations erga omnes in international law, and the implication of characterizing a situation as slavery and not only forced labor is that you engage that specific kind of responsibility of other states to become involved in the situation and to cooperate and bring it to an end. And that is also critical, of course, because the situation doesn't only touch on activities occurring within the borders of a single state. The international trade flows in this context touch on many states around the world, and that creates then obligations also on those states who become involved in or complicit in the violations by nature of those connections. So the definitional characterization might feel abstract and academic, but in fact it has real implications for the legal system. Picking up on your point about documentation, I want to first acknowledge the absolutely critical work that has been done by many of the colleagues here in this room to document the situation, to bring it to the attention of the international community and of UN actors, to the extent that many UN bodies have recognized the situation and acknowledged the violations that are taking place. And that is, of course, absolutely critical. And yet, again, as our colleague also shared, there are still gaps in documentation, and particularly we're concerned about the changing situation on the ground. Already we're receiving reports of the changing strategies being used to conceal the violations taking place and make them more difficult to trace, because as our response begins to build systems to track and document violations, of course, those responsible for violations change their modus operandi and shift the patterns of behavior. In the anti-trafficking space, we often say that somehow traffickers are always 2 years ahead of the anti-trafficking response. And I think we're in that moment here with these violations, that as the violations adapt, it is so critical that our documentation and publicization of those violations continues so that we continue to be able to respond to the evolving situation on the ground. So that documentation is critical, and bringing that documentation to the attention of the international community, of, as we have said, the special procedures mandates, is really critical for our ability to also step in and help champion the issue. The last thing I want to pick up is this point about archiving, and I absolutely agree that it's really critical. And I will say academics aren't always good for much, but one thing they are good for is caring about archives and caring about records. So that might also be an opportunity for greater collaboration with researchers and with academics to build really sustainable and robust archives and documentation for the future and get around some of the bureaucracies of various other systems.
Thank you so much. And it is true that I think a lot of the work that academics and NGOs do is precisely documentation, and very often we struggle to mobilize governments on the basis of what we do. But the second that, we get, a rapporteur to pick up on it with the same information, it starts, states start picking up on this. And maybe that's this kind of like chain of change, a pathway of change that is also helpful to conceive. Getting back to you, John, and building on this question on on crimes against humanity. A question to you would be, how can we leverage this framework of crime against humanity? So, the rights violations of Uyghurs framed in the context of crimes against humanity or genocide, although the UN has not yet, determined the possibility of genocide, but to mobilize action at the UN from the perspective of state responsibility. And I should say, you mentioned the Office on Genocide Prevention and Responsibility to Protect. I imagine that you're going to pick up on this now, but a reminder that the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination has, in a very rare move that seldom happens at the UN 3 years ago, and we worked very hard for this, has referred the situation in the Uyghur region to the attention of the Special Advisor of the Secretary General on the responsibility to protect. Unfortunately, we've seen no action since, but I'm curious about your thought in that regard.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts about that. So first of all, I want to take a slightly different approach. So look, if we're talking about crimes, we're talking about a very narrow category of international law. And principally, we're talking about individual responsibility. So that means you need to identify natural persons, individuals. And I want to just draw your attention that in cases like the repression of the Uyghurs or others, Rohingyas and others, there may not literally be a natural person responsible. I'll give you an example, not of Uyghurs, but for example, the Rohingya, one of the principal bases of persecution and repression of the Rohingya, it was their rendering into de jure stateless position. Their nationality was removed. Their nationality was not removed by any individual human being. It was an act of the Myanmar parliament implemented by the government. So you can't proceed in any criminal recourse against Myanmar, the state. That's not how international law works. We don't take the state to a court. The state does not actually have criminal culpability. So the law of state responsibility is different and is the principal basis of public international law, by the way, which is actually that the state has duties, and if it is in breach or if it violates, then it's committing a wrong. That wrong is against other states. Bilaterally, it would be against, in a trade relationship, the bilateral state in that trade relationship. But what we're talking about here are multilateral treaties. So the wrong is not only against those who suffer injury in another state, but against the community as a whole, is the terminology. And that gives rise to the possibilities of acting against the state that does wrong in a host of different ways. Now, there's very important reasons why, in my view, it's important to focus on state responsibility. And some of you may know that I was the principal advisor on the New Lines report some years ago about genocide by China in the case of the Uyghurs. And I was asked at that time by Dr. Azim Ibrahim to look at what we could do with the International Criminal Court and so forth. The short answer, I won't waste your time, but the shorter answer is nothing you could do. They're not a party, there's no way anyone's going to be arrested, it's not going to happen. And even if they would, so you get one person, you maybe try them, and what happens? They go to jail. That does not have any effect for the Uyghurs, very frankly. So state responsibility is the critical thing. And let me just give you a quick rundown of why this matters, and I'll give you the different characteristics. So in individual responsibility versus state responsibility, the state not only holds duties, but the state can be held responsible by other states in a host of countermeasures. There's no judicial determination. The standard for a wrong is not beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not a criminal bar. So in other words, less exact information that is attributable to the state and consequences constitutes a breach of the obligation, that is sufficient to establish state responsibility. So you don't need to jump these hurdles or invest all this money and time in a not productive thing. But let me give you a few more impactful reasons why they approach in state responsibility. If you are able to identify the responsibility of a state, then you may seek reparations, because the duty of the state which has committed a wrong is not only to cease the wrong, but is to commit not to repeat it, but to repair the wrong. And that reparation is unlimited in quantity or value. It could be enormous. They could be not only subject to the reestablishment of a situation, a previous situation, but they could be subjected to, for example, penalties, material penalties that could be unlimited. I mean, in the billions of dollars or even far excess. So, for example, the destruction of Uyghur material centers, places of worship, and all the rest of it, that would have a material calculable value that would have to be repaired. But it could be even in excess of that. You will get nothing like that through individual responsibility. That's just a wrong-headed approach. There's no individual, no, maybe Elon Musk today, but there's no individual in the world who can repair that kind of damage. So I think it's really important to pursue this. The other thing I'll just say about some of the recourses. It is increasingly possible within states to seek recourses at the domestic level on a civil law basis against corporate actors. So don't think about universal jurisdiction to find some individual who then has an impossibly high bar of culpability to establish. But think about all the companies that are working with, trading with, engaged in the production and so forth of goods that may implicate themselves in wrongs. It's possible. For example, in my own country of Canada now, you don't need to be even you just need a very narrow nexus with Canada. So for example, about 70 to 80% of all mining companies in the world are either owned or registered in Canada. That means if you can find a mining company that's possibly doing something with Uyghurs in Western China, or East Turkestan, I should say, then you might consider bringing a case. And such cases have been brought in Canada. And you can win that case, and you can win it with reparations in that case. That can have very significant and ripple effects on many other actors. So that's a doable recourse, and I would suggest this is a different approach that needs to be pursued. Thank you.
Pick up. Thank you. I just want to pick up a couple of technicalities around these exact mechanisms as well, just to have them on the table. When we're thinking about state responsibility, the important thing to bear in mind is that you then need a state to bring the claim on behalf of the population experiencing the violation. So you need to find a state that has standing to bring those specific violations. And that may be the case because there are populations living in that country with tangible connections. Or it may be the case that the obligations erga omnes, that is, once you bring a slavery violation, that any state can step in and bring that responsibility, and that's really critical. If you want to engage a mechanism like the International Court of Justice, that is possible and is done through a state mechanism. And on the corporations, just encouraged to think about the specific connection and evidencing a connection between the violations and that company. And we have seen many recent cases on exactly these issues. Transnationally, for instance, a lawsuit just recently settled against Dyson for violations occurring in Malaysia. So I want to echo that those mechanisms are possible. It's possible to get standing in a court to try those cases.
I have to respond. So technically, so that's a reference for judicial recourses at an international level, and that's not what I'm talking about. There is no, China is not going to become before the International Court of Justice. For example, with regard to the Genocide Convention, China is a party, but China has a reservation not only about reference, Article 9, to the ICJ. It even has an interpretive declaration. It does not respect even an advisory opinion of the court with regard to interpretation. So just forget the ICJ on this matter. But let me just make another remark. In the last 100 years, there has not been more than, there's been less than 200 interstate cases in the last century. This is not going to happen. This is not the approach. But if you read, for example, Article 2 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, it not only the multilateral treaty binds states to duties, but it binds states to cooperate in the implementation of those duties and to the maximum of their available resources. Now, that doesn't work through states bringing cases. It actually works through NGOs and others, bringing to the Committee on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights and to the discussions in the penumbra of the committee's work, in, together with its rapporteurs, with individual members and so forth, with the public bodies. So the state responsibility is the duty owed to other states, but you can hold them to that, not by having to get a state as your agent. You do it yourself. And that's how the human rights system actually works. There is a preoccupation about judicial mechanisms which is simply not effective and will be less effective, in my view, in the contemporary international order. Thank you.
I also don't want to overshadow the next conversation after this panel that is going to focus a little bit on that. But I think that this was a very good segue into the politics of it in the end. And kind of like actually to bring us a little bit back to the Human Rights Council and actually say, and this is of course a personal note, that I would not be as pessimistic as to the feasibility and achievability in the future of political action via the council or in mobilizing a state to bring an interstate complaint. But to bring us a little bit back to the Human Rights Council, as we know, and I think we all agree that so far it has failed to address, it has failed the Uyghurs, to put it more simply. A range of governments have abandoned the practice of delivering joint statements on the situation in the Uyghur region for a few years now. We had them for a range of years, and it's been almost 2 years, 2 to 3, that we don't have them either in the General Assembly or the Human Rights Council. And of course, we come back to this shameful 2022 vote on the resolution on the Uyghur region, where we had countries like Brazil, Argentina, Mexico, Malaysia, and Gambia, who are more moderate global South democracies that have abstained instead of supporting the initiative, and very shocking also a position by countries by Muslim majority countries like Senegal, Qatar, and Indonesia. So we've been discussing actually this since 2022, Zomretai, and I think that we all agree that the context has greatly deteriorated. So a question to you is, in this context of growing attacks to the multilateral system and the UN in particular by the second Trump administration, who has been very bluntly defunding completely the United Nations, how can we remobilize and re-energize governments, in particular in the Global South, to take really a principled approach on the issue?
I think we need to start by making sure that the Uyghur issue is not just a Western issue or like a democratic countries like priority. This has to be the priority of the international community, and I think this is why the multilateral system was created, is to prevent, to protect victims of atrocity crimes. And I think it's really dangerous. It's a slippery slope when you start thinking about this issue as a U.S. Issue, which is the narrative that the Chinese government is really pushing forward. And we see it at the Human Rights Council, where the Chinese mission is very active and promoting this narrative that this is a CIA-backed issue, a US government issue, but it's not. It should be the concern of all countries. And I think, speaking from experience, because I've traveled the world, including to Muslim majority countries, to Global South countries, to raise this issue with governments, with parliaments, with civil society actors, with media, and we've done some of it together. In 2023, when we traveled to Latin America for the first time, we went to Argentina, Chile, Costa Rica, and Brazil to really speak in person, and I think that really makes a difference. And I think when you start actually, if you want Global South countries to be allies, you have to also understand their own political realities, their own history of oppression, of their own systems of reconciliations. And I think that's exactly what we did. And I think once we understood the colonial history, the oppression, and why the Western countries were seen as not in a positive way in those countries, we understood how we could approach them more efficiently, more strategically, and build long-term alliances. And I think that really sets the tone for advocacy as well. So for example, when we were in Chile, Argentina, or Brazil, we went to those museums, human rights museums, to understand how they actually reconstructed their societies after years of dictatorship. I remember going to, for example, example, ESMA Museum in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, and really looking at the enforced disappearance cases, how people were tortured. And it's exactly the same methods of torture that the Chinese government is employing against Uyghur detainees right now. So once we went to the government and actually spoke from heart and from a place where we understood their own realities, they were much more receptive. And I think this is exactly the strategy. And I think it's also the other thing is, like, not every government is capable to support strict measures, whether it's sanctions or it's genocide determinations. You cannot go to Indonesia or Malaysia and ask them to determine genocide because the Chinese pressure is immense. So it's something to think about. But they might support other accountability efforts. For example, they might support monitoring mechanisms. They might support victims' testimonies. They might, support follow-ups. And I think it's also a chance and opportunity for civil society or the Uyghur communities to offer governments a low-risk entry point. So, for example, you could ask even a smaller middle-power government, middle-sized government to support a side event, a joint statement at the Human Rights Council, or you can even ask them to mention individual cases. So we know, for example, the case of Dr. Gülşen Abbas, Hushdar Isa, Yalqın Isa, Ilham Tohti. Those cases can be mentioned, and especially the cases that have been highlighted by UN special rapporteurs in the last few years. And then it could also look like, from global South countries, they could support non-refoulement as well of Uyghur refugees. As we know, there's going to be a roundtable discussion this afternoon, which I urge everyone to attend, is that Uyghur refugees and asylum seekers are experiencing extremely vulnerable situations, especially as we've seen last year when Thailand deported 40 Uyghur refugees to China, and they've disappeared since. So countries in the global South can actually be allies by refusing that pressure, by not refouling Uyghur refugees and asylum seekers, so it could look like refugee protection. We've seen the example, for example, in 2015 when there was a wave of refugee crisis after political repression started in East Turkestan, where, for example, there were many Uyghurs, hundreds of Uyghurs who went through Thailand, Cambodia, and Southeast Asia, and they were all strained. They were about to be deported, but then Turkey stepped in, for example, and accepted over 100 Uyghur refugees and gave them asylum. So this could look like this. Turkey is not the strongest when it comes to political statements or joint statements, but they do support more behind the door, behind closed doors initiatives. So I think this is another, strategy. And then we should also make the argument that this is about the integrity of the UN system as a whole. We see, for example, I know from experience as well, working with some governments in Latin America, is that they're very strong on various thematic issues. For example, during China's UPR in 2024, we worked with a lot of governments, briefed them about the situation, gave them recommendations on for the UPR, and we had a lot of strong recommendations from GRULAC members, for example, Mexico, that mentioned forced sterilization of Uyghur women, or forced labor from other states that were mentioned as well. So it can also look like this.
Thank you so much, Sumritai. And I would continue this conversation so much, but just I think one point that is really important, and this is the Brazilian and me speaking, but meeting countries halfway and investing in those long-term efforts of global solidarity, it is hard because it is long-term and we'll only see the fruits of this in a longer period. But this is, at least from my perspective, the way forward. I know we're coming to an end, so I actually will conclude with one question to Dr. Schwartz on the role of special procedures. And sorry if we have used a lot of UN jargon. Special procedures refers to the UN special rapporteurs and working groups, so independent experts that are appointed by the Human Rights Council and who have been at the forefront of documentation of violations. And on 3 occasions, over 40 of those experts have called publicly for the establishment of a monitoring and reporting mechanism on China in light of political action of other countries, and including High Commissioner for Human Rights, if I should say. So what role do you see for, now also that you're an incoming mandate holder, what role do you see for special procedures in documenting and mobilizing global action?
I think the valuable thing for folks to remember about the special procedures mandate holders is that they exist within the UN system and face into that UN system, but we're all independent experts within that system. And that means that none of the special procedures mandate holders are beholden to specific political interests, and we have a very specific obligation, in fact, to be impartial and not to be swayed by political forces. And that means that often special procedures can speak with a level of, let's say, frankness that others within the UN system may not be able to, and stand up for issues and against violations that member states and other UN agencies may not be able to because of the political forces to which they are subject. So I think it's important to have that as the framing for engaging special procedures. And then, of course, we can handle individual communications, bring those to the attention of member states, interface with member states on behalf of people experiencing violations within scope of our respective mandates, and in some instances act as a screen between people experiencing the violations and the publicity of those violations and of engagement of the state. We all know this is a space where people are subject to significant reprisals and risks, not only to themselves but also to their families. And in that sense, I would encourage you to think of engagement with special procedures as people who can speak on behalf of communities without necessarily those communities and individuals having to be visible in the same way, and be a screen for some of those reprisals and some of those retaliatory measures that we absolutely do see in relation to those violations. I believe there are currently 86 active mandate holders across something like 47 mandates, and covering a wide range of thematic issues, many of which touch on the violations being experienced that we're discussing here. So I think absolutely encourage everyone to be thinking of special procedures as a tool that you are able to engage, and also to help speak with authority, both into the UN system, but also with authority out to the public, and to hold space for recognizing, acknowledging, and publicizing violations that are taking place.
Thank you. And I'm told by the organizers that I'm allowed one very short last question, so I'm going to use that privilege to get back to Zumretai and actually look a little bit over the next few months and well, I would say year. China has upcoming reviews by the Committee Against Torture and by the Committee on the Rights of the Child. Actually, the first stage of the review will start as early as October this year. So I actually wanted to ask you, what can we look forward to, or what can we expect, and what kind of opportunity does that represent for the Uyghur community?
I think that represents a huge opportunity because the last treaty body reviews were in 2023, both by the Committee on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights and the Committee on Elimination of Committee Against Violence Against Women, where we actually submitted reports, parallel reports, and engage in that process as well of review. It's really important because these are not as, it's really critical to engage during these reviews because compared to the UPR, which is a very political process where states are kind of involved in that process, in the treaty body review, states are not really involved. It's really for the NGOs to engage and to engage with the committee members, brief them. And I think these two treaty body reviews are important because we're seeing more and more documentation on boarding schools, for example, in East Turkestan, which Dr. Adrian Zandis also has done a lot of excellent research on. And then for Committee Against Torture, while there is a lot of evidence, we have camp survivors in the room. We have the former police officer who's testifying today, later this afternoon as well, about evidence of torture used both in detention and outside of detention. So I think for us, it's a moment to gather, reflect, and how can we meaningfully engage with these treaty bodies, and how can we support support them. And then it's also about thinking about reprisals, because last time when we did engage during these treaty body reviews, we experienced a lot of reprisals. We had even Chinese mission diplomats followed us, within the UN premise. So it's something to definitely think about. But I think it's a good opportunity to regain momentum. And then also utilize some of that information provided by UN special procedure mandate holders as well.
Thank you. This was my last question, unfortunately. But I wanted to thank all our panelists for this really rich discussion, and I hope that this event gave you a realistic but also hopeful assessment of how we can be collectively acting at the United Nations. So thank you so much for your attention, and please stay in the room for the next panel, which is going to be equally exciting. Thank you.
From Sir Geoffrey Nice, who's a distinguished jurist and derived some fame, I would say, from his work at the International Criminal Tribunal. And in particular, I should say the Uyghur Tribunal, for you would know him as the president of that tribunal some years ago. I won't read out, in fact, I won't read out any of the bios of any of the speakers of this panel. They are each distinguished and have long personal bios, and you can read them. But I think we'll just turn directly to hear from Sir Geoffrey and his initial remarks. Please go ahead, Sir Geoffrey.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me. I regret that I have not been able to follow any of the proceedings. It's obviously a great pleasure to be introduced by John Packer in the course of the Uyghur Tribunal. He alone, amongst several experts at the time, willing to express in writing opinions about what had happened to the Uyghurs, he alone, with a colleague, were the only ones prepared to turn up and give evidence. And their evidence, although we did not accept their approach, was extremely valuable to us. And it was a demonstration of the need, as John has shown again this morning, to be able to think widely and in unconventional ways. So a privilege to be with John. I only have a few observations to make, and to some extent they're focused on my ignorance of whether in your conference you've referred at all to the objective of having an independent East Turkestan. I tried to find out by an email message, but got no answer from Hamid Sabi whether it's been touched on. So I assume, unless advised, that it hasn't been touched on much. But before coming to that, and just as a matter of historical interest, although you can find a full account of this in something called An Account, right at the beginning of the published version of the Uyghur Tribunal judgment. The Uyghur Tribunal came into being through chance. It's actually rooted in the determination of Iranian diaspora in Sweden to create a kind of tribunal, namely a people's tribunal. That led through a couple of other steps to the creation first of the China Tribunal, and from that the Uyghur Tribunal. So this was an interesting example of how chance brings things about that might not otherwise have happened at all. And it's also, I think, interesting to lodge in your minds that the decision by the World Uyghur Congress to have the Uyghur Tribunal came at a time when the destruction of the world international order, which we will see as but a short-term aberration, was underway but not complete. So the decision, the very sensible decision as it may have turned out to be, by the World Uyghur Congress, was made sensibly, independently, and without seeking to achieve through the formal processes what probably it recognized might not have been successful. And to reflect on things that John Packer has said this morning, being realistic about what you can achieve is vital to success. If you try something that's bound to fail, what's it going to do for your momentum, for your purpose, for your sense of purpose? It's going to do it a whole lot of harm. What's going to happen if you do something that may have success, or does have partial success? Well, absolutely the reverse. And when I deal with the destruction and elimination of the world international legal order, of course, a certain amount of it is left, and what's left is really important. But it's utterly essential for those of you, and there are many, those of us maybe, who wish to see what the law might achieve, but doesn't. it's vital for us to understand how entirely reasonable it is that the world international legal order, as it existed for a decade or so, is an aberration. Think of that wretched empire, the British Empire, largest empire in the world, and conceive of the possibility that before the first Geneva Convention in the 19th century, there had been some kind of world legal order, which would have subjected the British Empire to assessment by judges from small countries, little countries, Sweden, New Zealand, would have subjected what the British Empire did to assessment by the judges of small countries. Do you think the British Empire would have put up with that? Of course it wouldn't. And so what America and Russia and China are doing in disregarding what they know of the world legal order and what Israel through Netanyahu and so on, as fully supported by powerful countries, also does by way of disregarding the order, is entirely to be expected. And fight it though you may on moral grounds, they aren't going to succeed. And John Packer is entirely right about that. Which means that you have to look elsewhere. And this is where you're at risk of being gloomy about prospects, as opposed to finding cause for optimism. And there are causes for optimism, and I think some of them have already been mentioned, although I don't know to what extent. And in respect of your real ambition, which is an independent East Turkestan, they've been mentioned at all. Obviously, at the moment, the most important cause for optimism, in a practical sense, lies in commercial actions, or something similar to commercial actions, which is where the interested parties can attack governments. For example, as an interest group tried to attack, in the event unsuccessfully, the British government over its supply of spare parts for F-35 bombers, on the basis that those parts in the bombers may have made the bombers effective, and the bombers may then have committed genocide against Gaza. So this was a pot. It didn't actually work out. It had huge consequences in one way for some of us in Great Britain, but it was something that might have succeeded. Similarly, of course, and with much more examples, there are commercial cases which have been brought on the basis of the law and would attack companies where it hurts them, which is in their bank balance and pocket, and thereby forces them to dissociate themselves and disengage with governments that are breaking the law. So there are two causes of optimism. I heard a little this morning and was pleased to hear about the resilience of cultures and languages, I think, to destruction at the hands of those who are their enemies. And although it's possible to be very concerned about the loss of Uyghur culture because it's being maintained by diaspora, and the children of diaspora become children of the nation state in which they live, and it's very hard to preserve that. There's plenty of examples around the world of languages and cultures that have been maintained, so that's good news against what your real objective is. What I think we have not heard about yet, and maybe I'm wrong, and maybe it's been mentioned, and I dare say Zumrata and all her colleagues have already thought of this, is what's been successful sometimes, to an extent, in the past, that places no reliance on the law, or indeed on the United Nations. And then ask, might things be different today? Because the environment in which we live today is completely different from the environment, say, of the Vietnam War. Now, the Vietnam War, which lasted a long time, drew civilian protest around the world, which I think it is generally accepted, had some effect, eventually, on the ending of that dreadful conflict, in which, of course, America committed numerous war crimes of many kinds, as maybe did the Viet Cong. Have you asked the question how, with the advantage of the internet and of AI, artificial intelligence, a successful human campaign, lightly connected around the globe, would have been different and even more powerful if it had today's extraordinary tools of communication? Where we are today means that there is no need to fight today's battles according to and limited by yesterday's mechanisms. And so, this may be unrealistic, but I hope not. It may have been touched on, if so I'm sorry for have repeated myself. But for outsiders, what you really want is an East Turkestan, independent. You may well be entitled to that morally. You're not going to get it by the UN or by the ICJ or the ICC. But have you thought about it? Whether you could use modern techniques, building on the experience of earlier campaigns, South Africa's another campaign, which you could look at again and say, the apartheid campaign, which benefited from international resistance and protest. Have you looked about how they would have been different and then applied those differences to today? I look forward to hearing the other speakers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Sir Geoffrey, for, I think, those sage and sober remarks. So I invite now the other speakers to join the panel. I'll just move over here. I don't know if Sir Geoffrey's going to remain with us. I hope he might.
Yes.
Okay.
Can't get rid of you.
Thank you. So what we're going to do now is ask the speakers on the panel. Again, I'm not going to introduce them. I'll invite them one by one. You have the program before you, and you have their bios, each of them very distinguished and eminent in their own fields. So I'll just go in the order of the speakers. And the first person, I'll ask each of them just a few remarks, possibly in reaction to Sir Geoffrey's opening remarks, or any initial remarks they'd like to say. So we'll start with Monse Monnier.
Can you hear me now? Yes? Good. Start for thanking the organizers for having this marvelous gathering. Thank you also the community for keeping the fight going. Thanks to the experts for joining. And thank you very much all the experts in this panel for their contributions. I will just mention that I'm not a lawyer and I don't pretend to be, so I will not speak much about law. And I will just bring a personal perspective, and a personal perspective that has much more questions than answers. So hearing a lot of what Sir Geoffrey said, but also a lot of panels, and looking also at the title of this panel, I have very quick reactions. So why law is not enough? I think there is two answers here. There is one standard answer that we hear repeatedly is that, well, the current geopolitics and how it's affecting the UN, the lack of political will or the enforcement gap, right? But I have been asking myself a deeper ask, and I think that is also a matter of architecture. So as mentioned, I'm not a lawyer, so I work from the outside of the court law. And I'm asking a little bit myself how multilateral bodies and how law has been set, who has built these spaces for who, and who was and continued to be excluded from the building of these multilateral spaces and the law, and what this exclusion produces, right? And international law produces two things that are very interesting. In one hand, the multilateral system, and which is a multilateral system that was built after the Second World War, has a very state building, right? It is a world ordered around a state, which poses a lot of problems to the peoples. It produces law, it produces norms that the communities we can invoke, that we can name, and the panel before has been mentioning that, but also it gives the perpetrators, the states, and a structural role to determine wherever this accountability happens, right? So somehow there is this ceiling that we see now because the current geopolitics is making it more visible. So we are seeing it now, but it has been there since the beginning. And here I want to just react also on the idea of if we should just keep engaging with the different mechanisms and with the system and not look beyond that, or if maybe we can try to be more creative, right? I do think, and I agree with a lot of the experts, that we need to continue engaging with the different UN mechanisms, but I also agree with the experts that we need to be very clear and clever on what we can expect. So again, it's a system that is built by a state for states, and peoples have not been involved in the building, right? And keep being excluded of the building. And I really think it is a very interesting moment that I agree that there is a lot of hope, because there's things that are shaking now, and it's a moment in which I think we should not be scared of being much more creative, trying to see how we can mobilize not only the UN, but also other spaces, other allies, and how we can fundamentally challenge the system. It is not either we engage or either we don't have nothing. I think we can engage, but also we need to conceptually challenge strongly the system and ask the right questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Monse, for those initial remarks. So the second speaker I have is Hamid Sabi, who, if I'm not mistaken, was also an advisor on the Uyghur Tribunal a few years ago.
Thank you. For Uyghurs, unfortunately, as Professor Packer mentioned, the ones that we know, the International Court of Justice, the Human Rights Commission, and the others, they are not really that effective for Uyghur purpose. They all had the judgment of the tribunal, and nothing has been done by international community, and it will not be done. So we, as Professor Packer mentioned, we should be realistic about these issues. And there are so many sufferings in the community, and it becomes more and more feeling of hopelessness that there is no organization. There is nothing, no justice system. Take the case of Dr. Gulshan Abbas, Roshan's sister, disappeared 8 years ago. There is nothing that Roshan has not done for her sisters. She made a documentary, she demonstrated, she wrote, she approached every organization. What the result has been a lot of knowledge and information among us, but not outside this community, and nothing has happened. What do you do? But one thing she hasn't done, and I mentioned to her, she has not sued the Chinese government in a civil case. We have been discussing this burden of proof and whether we prove beyond reasonable doubt, but in civil cases, you do not have the heavy burden of proof. If Roshan sues in her own name, Chinese government, after seizing an asset of, commercial asset of China in either the state of British Columbia, where you're there residing, or wherever you're residing, or anywhere else in the United States, you establish jurisdiction. China would go under Sovereign Immunity Act to say that they are protected, but there are exceptions to Sovereign Immunity Act. Primarily, you're asking, where's my sister? And if they don't answer, you ask the court to punish them for $1 billion. I mean, just put it high. If a multitude of these actions are started against China, then slowly, slowly you see the effect of it. I've been asking my Iranian, I don't say clients, but those who suffered from the regime to do this, to go rights. They don't care about these niceties. But one thing they care more than anything else is their pocket. So if you hit their pocket, I think you have put a lot more pressure. Even if you don't succeed, you create the irritation, as we were discussing yesterday. Not being a child, but being irritating the Chinese government by civil action. I think that would generate sufficient reaction from the other side. Thank you.
I'll just add to that, as a Canadian, that you're probably aware that Canadian law some years ago changed, and so this prospect is more real than it used to be. And even if one would not succeed in a ward, it would probably cause an alienating or business associates of China to eschew their relations and possibly lead to other concrete effects. So I think it is an avenue to pursue. The third person that I have the honor to invite to speak now is Michael van Walt, who I will describe as a visionary, because I met him long time ago, when not so many people were even thinking about some of these things, and he made some initiatives. So I will just tip my hat because he's still here and he's still going. Michael, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'll be around for a while. Yeah. There's been a fair amount of, by different speakers, of the use of the idea of being optimistic or pessimistic, etc. I'm not going to go there. And I've said this many times, the only thing that we're certain of is that everything changes. And we do not know when it changes or why it changes. But we also have agency to make changes happen. And I'm not suggesting that any one of us, or even as a group, we can force change when other conditions are not there to make it happen. But these other conditions do occur. And they occur in unexpected ways. They occur at unexpected times, and we've all witnessed that in different places in the world if we've worked on these kinds of issues. And we are now at a very at a very opportune time, if you like, in the sense that things are really changing in an accelerated way around the world. And I'm not suggesting that these changes are particularly positive, because we're all facing pretty negative developments. But they are change, and therefore they may create opportunities that need to be taken as soon as they occur, or even just before they do. And therefore preparedness for these things is extremely important. And one of the things that my colleague and I, Mick Boltjes and I, are working on now is particularly to help different movements be strategically prepared for those opportunities. Okay, so that's why I'm not talking about optimism or pessimism, but about being prepared to do what is possible when it is possible, and not missing the opportunity when it is there. Getting back to what is happening. What is essential is that whatever your the legal route that you follow, or what you want to do with the law, needs to be part of a strategy. On its own, it may achieve something, it may achieve nothing, but it's not going to serve the ultimate goal that you pursue, whatever that goal may be, unless it is part of a well thought out strategy. And so the most important part is developing that strategy, and if there are legal routes that can be followed to support it, to achieve some aspects of it, that's very good. And they then need to be used, but not as individual activities not related to your strategy. And this simply has to do with the effectiveness or ineffectiveness of strategy. Strategy is only effective if if once the strategy has been developed, it is prioritized, and everything you do goes towards the same strategic objective. As soon as you deviate from that, you weaken that strategy. That's one thing. The other thing is also we need to learn from others in terms of how do you deal with in an asymmetric situation that is so pronounced, as in your case, and the Tibetan case, and the Hong Kongers case, with a superpower versus peoples that are under their grip, solid grip. And I think that we need to look at some precedents and study them carefully and see how different movements have used the vulnerabilities of their opponents, of their oppressors. And also look at very different, I mean, I'm now going to go really a little bit out there, but just to get us thinking out of the box. We are all witnessing now this war in the Middle East, or multiple wars in the Middle East, one of them being the United States and Iran. And I'm not a fan of Iran and the Iran regime. Please don't misinterpret this. But Iran has found a way to attack the vulnerability of the United States and of much of the world, in fact, in a way that should have been perhaps expected, but was not expected by many. And therefore, what even a superpower thinks they can impose is proving to be extremely difficult because of a strategy that touches on vulnerability, a strategy that touches on the purse, which we've talked about, a strategy that involves persistence despite the obvious costs. Now, in other words, the strategic overlay of anything, I think, is particularly important. Another aspect that has been brought forward by a number of speakers, and I think Amy Shoup in particular mentioned educating people, educating the international community, also educating journalists and specialists and diplomats on the situation of the Uyghurs on East Turkestan. Obviously important. But that also involves correcting details. And we all too often think that's not that important because we're trying to convey a particular message, and we don't want to upset people because they're using terminology which we think is wrong. And I think it is extremely important to correct them on accuracy of terminology. What do you call the Uyghurs? Are they an ethnic group? Are they a minority? What is their status? The Uyghurs are a people. The East Turkestani are a people. And that comes with certain rights, certain framing of the context of the issue. And the same is true of talking about them having been part of China, or using the word Xinjiang as if there was no other name for East Turkestan. All these things, I think, require persistent correction, and it may not be accepted, but at some point, people who don't quite believe what you're saying. They may not say so, but they will doubt other things that you assert because they don't believe your position on the history or on your rights. And so I think that is also a very important point that has been made, and that I would urge. And then finally, this point of that again has been so well explained today about by Katrina in particular in the last panel, or yes, I think it was the last panel on erga omnes. My colleague and I, Mick Boltjes, and I are finishing a book on East Turkestan, on its history, its historical status, the rights of the East Turkestani, and the obligations of the international community towards East Turkestan. And I say that because of the remarks that you made about erga omnes and the wrong that is committed and the obligations that creates for the international community to make sure the wrong ends, but also to repair what has been done. And hopefully this book will help work towards that end.
Thank you, Michael. So I'll turn now to Lobsang Sangay for your initial remarks.
Thank you. Being the last speaker is always disadvantages because everybody has spoken whatever has to be spoken, you know. And in fact, you spoke in the previous panel saying there's no hope for international law or UN mechanism to address the issue of Tibet or, you know, East Turkestan because China is so powerful. Is it okay? So I'll quickly make Islamic 5 points in 5 minutes. So I'll try to do that. 3 problems, 2 solutions. This is Chinese way, We have passed 3 resolutions at the UN General Assembly, right? Including right of self-determination of Tibetan people. Where do you go with that resolution, And Security Council, China is a member. So whenever we talk about reforming UN mechanism, I think we must have a specific discussion. UN mechanism with Security Council member, like China and Russia and others. How can you reform UN system? I really find it difficult to, suggest. Having said that, now what we can do is, point also, UN is also more or less now, I would say, impacted, if not bought by Chinese government, because they've increased their contribution. They used to be the 3rd largest contributor. Now they are the 2nd largest after the US. And, then you can see they're very, as Michael meant, they're very strategic as to where should they invest. So they invest most of the large portion in the UN peacekeeping, because they are needed for Belt and Road Initiative countries. And the 2nd largest, it's at World Health Organization. Where do we go? So our option is to go to the street. I know we all talk AI and social media. I just feel social media, AI doesn't have emotion. It doesn't connect really, You just, how many, let's face it, how many, 30 seconds or 2 minutes, the TikTok, we watch 100 or so on a daily basis, right? How much do you connect with those issues? Some are very, drastic and very, very emotional, very raw. But after, 10 or 15 episodes, you just forget about it, right? So I think what we can do is, I think we should dominate the street. We should go to the street. Go after those companies where they invest. That I think we should, do it at a larger scale. It really doesn't matter even if you're 3 or 4 or 10 people. We should just continue. The consistency is very, very important. For example, in Boston, since 2008 Summer Olympics, every Wednesday, there are 5 Tibetans or 10 Tibetans or 20 Tibetans. They come out every Wednesday for 1 hour in the evening. People who go to Harvard Square, whether they're Chinese or professor, they all know about them in their own small way, right? Since 2008, they have not failed. So we have many, individuals contributing like that. So on the long run, you might say, oh, it doesn't make any impact, but it does. Now, I'll give you one example. Thermo Fisher Scientific, right? They used to sell DNA kits to the Chinese government, and they collected DNA of Tibetans, some estimate more than 1 million, right? And the Tibetan students, Free Tibet, went outside Thermo Fisher Scientific company right in Cambridge. They protested. After a few weeks, they withdrew. They ceased, selling, DNA kits to the Chinese government. So if you do that, I think also we know that Students Free Tibet, launched this campaign against Confucius Institute. Out of 120 or so in North America, they shut down 40 So because if it's one term, then the expert can act autonomously because they are not seeking re-election. And if it's secret ballot, they can vote their conscience, hopefully. Other than that, I really don't see any of these UN agency where you can go where the country's interest or the personal interest of the person will not, supersede over the, the values or the, or the conscience. Finally, I made this recommendation to Uyghur friends. You should transform whole Uyghur Congress into Uyghur government in exile, like the Tibetan government exile. Because you have to showcase to Uyghur people back home, also in exile, saying we are capable of running a government, a cabinet, a parliament, and then foreign ministry. You have Zumreta as a very good foreign minister, right? And you have a, you have education minister and cultural minister and AI ministers. Showcase to people around the world saying, we are ready. We know how to run. And this is a better alternative than that we have in China, right? We have elections every 3 years or 4 years, That election gives you credibility and also legitimacy because that is the mandate of the people. Whereas the Uyghur government in China doesn't have legitimacy and credibility because they don't have the mandate. Now, that way, you can showcase to the world, say, we will represent Uyghur people, not the Chinese government. Now, we always talk of Uyghurs being deported. And the countries have very good excuse to deport these people because they don't have document to show they are Uyghurs. They say they are Chinese nationals. Chinese embassy will go, they are Chinese nationals, we will deport them back to China. Now, Tibetan government exile, because we've been, in government for 67 years, what we do is we issue a book called Green Book. Now, that Green Book is our freedom tax, also our identity card. We just contribute $96. If you're unemployed, you contribute $56. If you're a student, you contribute around $36, right? That's it. But this document has become a valid document all over the world. If there is a Tibetan in Berlin, he's arrested for asylum purpose, for illegal purposes, they will say, if you say I'm Tibetan, they will say, show your Green Book. And Office of Tibet issues Green Book. Before Chinese embassy gets there, he is a Tibetan, recognized by Tibetan government exile, and they get political asylum. So you can contest all these Uyghurs detained everywhere. When Chinese embassy goes and says, they are our people, you can say, no, they are our people, they have our document. One example. So that's why my recommendation is establish Uyghur government in exile. Thank you.
Thanks. I think also that creative and hopeful, innovative approach in all the changes that are taking place that Michael mentioned creates more possibilities, and we don't know where they go. So we only have 10 minutes, which is less than 2 minutes a speaker. I want to go back to everyone quickly. Monse, just if you could say something about UNPO and the kind of interest and membership that you have now, and specifically something Sir Geoffrey mentioned about the possibilities of contemporary communications. I mean, I think when Michael founded the organization, if I'm not mistaken, the internet was barely existing or non-existing. So now we have, these amazing possibilities. Can you just say something, if I'm not cutting you off from saying something else you imperatively want to say?
Thank you. Yes? No? Okay. So UNPO, for those who don't know, is Unrepresented Nations and People organization. So Michael was one of the visionaries that create the organization, membership organization that gives a platform of solidarity for unrepresented peoples worldwide. Why the limitations we are raising here. But the fact that the UN does that, it doesn't it doesn't limit or doesn't restrict us for imagining other ways of doing things. And Michael did it in '91. And I think we are again in a moment and we need to imagine other options. So they created this alternative UN. What it does, this organization, is that it brings this exchange across underrepresented peoples, so we can, and with further communication means now, what we can do is see what is working in one place, what is not working, exchange across the globe of initiatives, strategies, ideas that may work, may not work. We can work together in advancing our rights. And I think this is very, very important in the current moment, and not only across communities and represented peoples. What is very interesting that we are seeing now is that the current shift of geopolitics is affecting everyone, not only excluded communities. Everyone is feeling somehow left aside. And I think we need to leverage that. I think we need to leverage the experience and the resilience of all of you. I think you have a lot to bring to the table, right? And what other communities can also bring, and establish connections, but also with experts, right? With people that have been visionary, that continues to be visionary, experts, legal experts with experiences that can bring a lot to the table to actually take the legitimacy that people don't want us to ask. You were mentioning about legitimacy. It's very interesting to see that somehow it is presented now that the fact that underrepresented peoples and diaspora, for example, we are not legitimate actors, right, at international level. So somehow we can provide evidence at the UN, we can testify, but we cannot produce or define strategies, initiate proceedings, or hold process accountable. But I think there is a mistake here. So it mistakes a design fact by a natural fact. So I think we need to take ownership of the legitimacy, the capabilities to change things and shake things and be, in a solidarity movement that is larger than only communities, embrace everyone that can and want to be around the table. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. And I will say that we do have lots of examples. A great example, of course, is the revitalization of the Hebrew language, for example, but other languages, the Welsh language, of course, there is Wales, but over in periods when there were not the same technologies as exist today. So diasporas and even representation can be imagined now outside this state system. Hamid, I wanted just to ask, in terms of, for example, transnational legal cooperation in these kind of cases, you were imagining a case being brought in Canada and so forth. Are you finding in your own practice more kind of facility in this, more hopefulness in it?
There has been many cases against, for instance, the Iranian government in US, and some of them had managed to get over this State Immunity Act because they accused government of Iran of terrorism. And of Iran had been seized, and that hurts the Iranian government. The same will apply to Chinese government, which is much richer and has a lot more assets, and it's the commercial assets that you should be going. And I think the American lawyers would be very happy to go on a contingency basis and start these sort of litigations. There is a lot of possibility in the United States, especially for those Uyghurs who are residents in the United States, to pursue these claims individually or later on if they put them together as a class action, which is not a facility that exists in many jurisdictions. So United States is exceptional in these cases, and you have separate judges in states that have jurisdiction and can do these things without the influence from the orange boy in Washington.
Michael, so as you said, and I think the emphasis on preparedness, this is what we can do, is a very important piece of advice. And I would say that, almost nobody saw the end of the Cold War. No one saw the Arab Spring or its denouement. I mean, we don't see these things. We react afterwards. But one thing we can say is that contemporarily, there's much more, geography remains important, but it's also superseded by telecommunications. There's simultaneousness about we may be in one place physically, we're sitting here, but we have relations elsewhere, we have economic dependencies and so forth and so on. So what would you say about this kind of dynamism in your vision, to take a vision? Do you imagine, for example, the idea of a government in exile, the effectiveness? Can we reimagine a kind of post-Westphalian more effectiveness for unrepresented groups that can become more effective? I know it's a challenging question, but
it is a challenging question, and I don't have a good answer to it. I think one of the things that Mercé already mentioned is really one of the ingredients, if you like, is obviously solidarity. It is solidarity, common action, where there can be common action. Obviously, different movements have different objectives, etc. But common action, where there can be common action, can be extremely effective. The difficulty is and Mercé obviously has experience in that, is how to get various leaderships of groups to work together and prioritize certain things together. But I think that is essential in terms of certainly changing some thematic. The way in which people perceive them and their agency in the world. But I mean, just if we realize, for example, there is a fairly striking difference between the legitimacy and Lobsang just mentioned that earlier, the legitimacy of some of the organizations and the leadership of movements like the Uyghur movement, the Tibetan movement, etc., and the majority of governments that are in place today in the world. And I think this needs to be transmitted. This needs to reach the consciousness of the average person, that you realize that you're dealing with small criminal groups or corrupt groups or groups that are in power for their own interests to a large extent, and I'm not saying all governments are that way, but this is a fairly common situation. People who want to stay in power versus movements that have a great degree of legitimacy because they're supported by the people. And I think this kind of consciousness can help bring about change.
Thank you very much. I think that's a right approach with solidarity. Sir Geoffrey, if you're still there, I'm going to come back to you for a final 2 words. But first of all, Lobsang, you mentioned something which is a kind of classic contradiction. The UN system, Article 1 of the UN Charter, references self-determination, the right of self-determination. The preamble, of course, speaks of peoples. But then in this UN system, there is actually no place to bring a self. Even the Article 1 of the 2 covenants is precluded from being treated by the supervisory bodies. So you kind of have to think outside the UN, simply, to realize even the declared aspirations, or at least technically worded. So my question for you is, if you're imagining, aside from going to the street, could you imagine kind of a intergovernmental, non-UN system of representative bodies? I mean, UNPO is a sort of association, but it's not really I'm not quite sure, maybe I'm misrepresenting. But Lobsang, how would you imagine this, outside the UN system?
Even inside the UN system, countries can nominate, as I said, experts, but they will have one-term secret ballot whenever they vote. That kind of agency, whether it could be a human rights forum, right? That could be more, it will be there won't be enforcement mechanism like the International Court or the General Assembly, but it will be an issue where you could, make certain issues more credible and add validity to the issue. That's all I can see, right? So now, bringing civil cases, for defamation or for compensation is good, but it all depends which country can take the pressure of the Chinese government. In the case of Tibet, in the Spanish government, they tried in the Pinochet on the basis of the universal jurisdiction, and we used it in 2005. But then the ruling party amended the provision where they made it impossible to in fact implement the verdict. And then later, National Court decided that whatever the amendment was passed in the parliament is valid, and then the case cannot go further. So maybe US can take, I'm not so sure, even Canada will take that, right? And they're so dependent now, and then China will pressure on Canada, they will amend whatever the civil provisions that they have. Now, I just want to, you also mentioned Arab Spring. So often we mention Arab Spring as a success story. No, it's a failure. Remove dictators, we have not been able to replace them, right? So, Hosni Mubarak is removed by General Sisi, is worse. Ben Ali with Said was worse. Look at Libya, look at Iraq, and look at Tunisia. So that's what, again, establishing government exile, what we are saying is not only we will remove them, but we are ready to replace them. Like you see in the case of Iran and Venezuela, both the governments are at their weakest point from economic, military, political point of view, right? But because there is no alternate government in exile of Iran or Venezuela, no one is taking them seriously and saying, no one is finding a partner that you can work with and nudge or push Iranian government or Venezuelan government. So establishing government exile, I think it's one way. Now, as for UNPO too, there's a lot of members. It's, in a way, it's a politically correct organization. But many of the members also don't have legitimacy because they don't have the mandate of the people. So this is a democratic world. You say, I have the mandate of the people because I got elected through democratic process, and the government back home is not legitimate. That's how you can, challenge. Now, finally, I just want to make this point. We tend to copy, right? Say, China has united front, and we all should unite and also form united front. That's so duplicate, I think we should call ourselves a little original. Solidarity front, to confront China's united front. Otherwise, China's united front is penetrating everywhere, and we should form a united front. People get confused, right? Then say people, what is this two united front? Which side I'm on, Sometimes they might share the Chinese united front, So, I mean, we should be a little bit creative, even in naming ourselves, Call ourselves Solidarity Front, which resonates with many of the European people and many of the protesters, also. So there are things that we can, think and be more creative, yes.
Thank you very much. I'm aware of the organizers. We've gone past our time, but I do wish, if Sir Geoffrey is still with us, to indulge, if the organizers will indulge for another minute or two. Sir Geoffrey, you started us off with some very... Oh, is he gone? Okay, I could not see. Okay, he's gone. We missed him. Well, in that case, I will just finish and we can move along. Please join me in thanking... Okay, Montse has a reaction to clarifying...
I want to just react quickly,
okay.
very quickly, it's all promise. Just a reaction when you ask if we can imagine another system. I think, of course, it's not that only we can, but I think we have. And I think we are all caught in the vacuum of we need to defend a system that is falling apart, but oh my God, because if not, there is nothing else. But I think there is a duty, a moral duty, that we should be prepared to actually start discussing and doing serious discussions on what should become next, building on what the system has been producing well, what we, it's positive of the system, but in where and how it has failed, and how we make it better. I think it's a moral duty that we need to.
Well, I would add to that if you look at the fragility index, which is maintained by, I think, some people in North Carolina or somewhere, something like 70% of states today are either in the failing, fragile, kind of ineffective character. So this Westphalian paradigm that we're relying upon actually is not working for the majority of states. So I do think it's not just a matter of can we, I think it's kind of we must. Thank you very much. Thank you for, and thank you to the panelists.
Hürmetlik hanımlar, efendiler. 3. Nöwetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbiri başlandı.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the 3rd International Uyghur Forum is starting.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mutalip. I'm a Vice Chair of Executive Committee at World Uyghur Congress. It's my pleasure to welcome you to our roundtable today. Our topic is No Safe Haven, Uyghur Refugees and Global Insecurity. So this is a really very important topic as it highlights the ongoing tragedy by Uyghur refugees around the world. We all know one of the concerning example of the Uyghur refugee situation in Thailand. After fleeing the persecution, they were detained more than 10 years and in very difficult conditions. Yet at the end they were returned back to China, and we don't have any information about their situation. Just 2 days ago, we all heard that the Thailand court sentenced to death, right? Two Uyghur men sentenced to death. So today we will discuss the challenges and explore what civil organizations, international organizations can do to do better job to protect Uyghur refugees and uphold international refugee laws. With that, I'm honored Adiljan Abdulkarim is our chair of World Uyghur Congress Refugee Center. Polat Sayem is our vice chair of the Executive Committee at World Uyghur Congress. And we have Nathiri Bergman, human rights lawyer. So we will have questions to our speakers today, and then we can continue with some Q&A at the end. And we also have Ivanka to co-host this session with me. So thank you for joining, and without further ado, I would like to start our discussion with a series of questions, hopefully. I would like to start with Adiljan. My first question, Adiljan, for you is that from your work with the World Uyghur Congress Refugee Center, what are the most urgent challenges facing Uyghur refugees today?
Thank you very much to have me here, and thank you all for coming and participating. I can say the refugee affairs or migration, it means a legal or political term, but for me it's more about safety and the people seeking for a future for their families or family reunification. And I get a lot of calls crying in the middle of the night from different destinations. And actually even for the case Mutalip mentioned, I was in the court in Thailand for 2 times, and then there are solid evidence that one of the men was not even at Thailand when the incident happened. He was arrested in Cambodia, and at the 18th of August he was not even in Thailand, but currently he was sentenced to death penalty. And there are quite a lot of evidence from both of the lawyers there, but still it is not being picked up by the courts, and it's really astonishing. And I assume the the ruling of the court was ordered by the Chinese government, but we did everything we can do, but still it did not work. So the number one challenge is the pressure from the Chinese government, and the second is there is a growing how can I say indifference in international community against the migration, especially in Europe. And we newly have a new case, one of the Uyghurs who crossed the border from Bosnia to from Serbia to Croatia, and then refused to be even he refused to submit the application for the refugee status, and he was sent back to Serbia and facing deportation. And currently we are in coordination with Helsinki committee there to stop the deportation procedure. And in the past, things were much easier, but currently we have very limited resources, and we have very limited people to work together, and there are growing tendency to neglect our voices, and the people are fed up with a lot of similar cases, and they say we just close our doors to immigrants, and regardless of the case. But there are even new Uyghurs coming from the Uyghur homeland, from Central Asia, but I guess we are facing a lot of difficulty to handle the case.
Yeah, definitely the Thailand has become one of the most prominent example of the risks that Uyghur refugees facing today. So my next question is for Nathari Brigman. What lessons should we learn, should the international community learn from this deportation of Uyghurs despite all this pressure from the international community?
Thank you so much. So one thing I have to point out is that we all have received a lot of warning of the imminent deportation, because we have seen the example of 100 in Thailand happen. A lot of international organizations have been called out for a stop, reaching to the Thai government, but the Thai government also deport them at 4 a.m. in the morning in a truck that was taped, put the black tape. Nobody can see them, nobody can talk to them. At that wee hour, we people trying to the deportation happened. At the time, the Prime Minister repeatedly gave an assurance to the public that they are not at risk of being deported, and that is happened anyway. I feel the international community, all of the warning, all of the outreach or outcry is not enough, and especially when if it come after the fact, it's not protecting them. And for because of that example, I also wanna bring back to the most recent 5 person that is still in Thailand. They are okay. Thailand did not ratify the Refugee Convention. We all know that, but Thailand have national mechanism for screening mechanism, but they also are unable to access it. They are also pressing under the national security status, meaning anybody who's going to see to visit them need an approval. Even National Human Rights Commissioner, if they want to go visit them in prison, need an approval before that. Therefore, UNSCR, if want to determine their status, it's not possible now. No access, no picture of them anywhere. In the morning session, when there was one speaker saying that we need to determine them as our people, as the Uyghur people, but how can you determine if no outside world can access them? I feel that if we do not bring any real leverage to the Thai government that deporting the Uyghur back, we all have the consensus. We have all documentation is not enough. It's already enough evidence to show that persecution in China is real, but it's, we need more action and engaging directly with the Thai government or the diplomat community need to bring this, on agenda in every time they have a conversation with the Thai government. That is the lesson we should learn. Just
Thank you for that. Let's continue with the same conversation. So you have been involved the case of Uyghur refugees in Thailand from the beginning. So last year, as we all know, the 40 of them deported and just disappeared. We don't know what happened. I mean, can you tell us what happened? What exactly happened? What was their situation? Do we know any information about them?
Yaxshimisilar? Xo'sh keldinglar. Sorry about my English. It's bad, broken English. When they deported that time, I was in Thailand. Then I spoke with the National Security Department. Few of them very good relationship with me, like very good friends. And then I talked to them, like, are you going to send them back? They say, no, we're not. And then I contact with the inside the Uyghurs. Only one of them have like a cell phone, but they're hiding. They cannot contact with them. They sometimes just quickly send a message to me and then disappear. And then quick send message and disappear. Then last time, just they deported that time is 10:23 p.m. They send me a message. Looks like a very bad situation in here. And then I say, don't put your phone somewhere else, just hide just near you. If something happen, tell me. Okay, okay. And after disappear, I say, you there? No. I was sitting at the front of the immigration detention center all night. And then I saw the trucks coming and then police cars coming out. Okay, and then I tell the another human rights lady and I tell her son, follow them. They followed, but they're going to the freeway. They block the road. No one can follow them. And then we saw on that track airplane, like 4 a.m. in the morning, straight from Bangkok to the Kashgar. And then we know. And then I asked the Thai National Security, then one of the friend, what happened? And then he said, I'm sorry, Palat. He cried on the phone, quickly out from the Thailand. I said, why? Maybe they're going to give you trouble. I said, nah, I'm not. They cannot do me nothing. I'm Australian. Then, but they're searching me, but I'm just everyday change hotel. Like what can I say, like a partisan, just everywhere. And then I heard some embassies tell the citizens don't go to the many places, crowded area, maybe Uyghurs doing bad things. No, I say, nah, we are not that bad. And then the Thai national security officers come to me, talk to me, and then they say, you people not bad people. I say, who say we are the bad people? Don't ask. We hear that. And then few days we get together, like they say, are you Uyghurs very good people? You see. I say, yes, not like everybody's bad people. And then I ask back them, in your country, do you have police? They say, yes. What are you going to do, police? They say, oh, they're protecting the people or safety, whatever things. That means in your country you have some bad people too. That's why you have police. One Uyghur bad doesn't mean all the Uyghurs bad. Then just like that, disappear. And then they send back, they say like, just a few days earlier, inside that detention center, they send a letter to the Thaksin family, and they send a letter to the UNHCR, but no one. Before that, I talked with Her Majesty, not the king, king's sister. They still under the Chinese government's pressure. And then also, when I think 2 years ago, I went to the court, the 2 bomb suspicion, and then one police come to ask me, who are you going to visit? I say, I come to visit the Uyghurs. They say, talk, but he cannot speak English, but translate on the phone. He told me like most of the, I think it's more than 60 or 70% police get money from the Chinese government. Even he say, I am paid for Chinese government. I said, so that's the situation, very hard situations, yeah. For now, thank you.
So how about the current situation? Do we have any information about the current status?
Current situation just before, actually the king's birthday last year, they pardoned of 2 of them in the prison, Klong Prem prison. And then also they just didn't release them, and then just a few, I think it's a few weeks ago, they're going to release, and then they're going to put them in the IDC, or if not third country, they send back to the China. And they were doing, and then day before yesterday I heard they not going to send back to the IDC or China, they back to the prison again. Another 6 months. That's the situation at the moment. Ms. Natalie told just like you cannot visit them. Only lawyer cannot visit.
No, I can visit, but other people who want to visit need a permit. Usually, all the person detainee, they have, they can put 10 names on the visitor list that they can visit, but these 5, they cannot have that visitor list. What you call the member of the parliament trying to visit and put the name on the list, it was never approved. I trying to bring in the translator, that also not approved. And for me, if I give any document for them to sign, even power of attorney, it need to be watched and signed off by the correction department. And the last, we call it royal pardon. For the royal pardon is granted when the king or the queen birthday, all 5 of them are benefited from that royal pardon. But because they are labeled as the red tag, it means they recommitted the crime or the re-offender. They only benefit 1/8 of the sentence cut. Is only 1/8 of what remains sentence that they have. One of them have the sentence reduced from 1 year 6 months, and now 1 year 8 months, and now have down to 1 year 6 months, and then another three, they have like 1 year 9 months, something like this. But it's normal, almost customary that for the all of the king and queen birthday, the royal pardon will be granted. And this is the queen birthday, and next month there will be the king birthday. So it might be another royal pardon. As for they will be bring most of the foreign nationality after they serve their sentence in the prison, they will be then sent for a deportation. And because of the five, they do not have the legal status to be in Thailand. They will be sent back to the IDC, to the immigration center, pending the deportation. And that can happen very quickly depending on what the royal pardon said.
All right, thank you so much for the very important insight, Palat, Natsat Siri. With that, I hand it over to discussion to Evita, our next moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for sharing your experience, Palat. It's very heartbreaking for me to listen to this, and I can say that most of the audience, I think, was also terrified. And the most terrifying is I think that there was still time to do something on it, but international bodies failed. And my question is for you, Natas Siri. How important timing is in such a case? And you said that there is approval needed for international bodies, or for example, for UN to get there. How long does this approval takes, and how important the timing is?
It really depends. There was the member of the parliament trying to visit them last year, until of now it's not approved. So, but one of the guy was sick. He has some health issue, and I asked the National Human Rights Commissioner that please visit, and then they put in the request to visit. It take 1 week because of the health issue. So depending on who you are, it's really not a fix of timeline. And so what was the question again? So because we do not know how long it will take, so to determine and to offer any resettlement, you need to have already at hand. You know, it's ready for the intervention is already before. And all these five, most of the argue that the Thai government said
more than 117. But as long as they been taken to the aircraft, they resisted, and 8 of them was just shot at the airport, at the aircraft, and then we still don't know whereabouts of any of them after being taken back. And also for the 40 people given back on the 17th of February last year, and majority of them has very severe health issues, being detained for more than 1 decade. And then at the end of the year 2017, 21 of them tried to flee to break the prison, and we managed to pick up 11 of them, and lately they were relocated to Turkey, united with their families. At that time, there are still another 60 people, and they were just expecting something positive to happen as a result of our effort within the scope of the human rights framework, but it did not happen. And we did everything within the past decades in terms of we went to different countries, we went to the UN, but at last they were deported last year, and they were so regret they did not break the prison when they can at the end of the year 2017. And of course, many of them were physically not mighty to break the prison. And I'm just speaking about this Thailand case as an example. And this kind of case happens a lot of in other countries as well, especially in Central Asia, for example. Some people that flee in the past to Kyrgyzstan from my region, Aksu, and they were immediately arrested by the Kyrgyz government and given back, because there are a lot of economic and political benefits that promised beforehand when the establishment of the Shanghai Cooperation, what is it, APEC. Yeah, so for example, now even in Serbia, there are Uyghur detainees, and if we and they don't have access to smartphones, and we don't have contact, and every night, every day, I just fear that maybe we are just going to lose contact, and then from after a certain period of time, they are going to just be deported, and a lot of Uyghurs just deported without being known by anyone else.
Thank you. And talking about Thailand failed, can you tell us, Adil, which countries do you see have a greatest protection for Uyghurs, and which countries have a worst protection, and why?
Actually, to assess that, especially the countries within the scope of Chinese reach is the most dangerous one, especially the neighboring countries like Pakistan or Central Asian countries. And then the second one is Middle East. A lot of deportation happens through the Middle Eastern countries like United Arab Emirates or Qatar. Qatar is relatively better now, but there are some deportations happen through that. And also Tajikistan, they have previous examples. And then the countries in without the outside the European Union, let's see, are most dangerous ones. And currently, the situation in European countries are also not very good, because we don't want immigrants anymore. So even if there are quite urgent situation, I went to the Dutch, for example, foreign ministry. They say, these are not your direct relatives, so we cannot help. And Uyghur has to be my direct relatives to get the help of Netherlands government. What a joke, actually. And this is what is happening now in Netherlands even. And they say, no, we cannot help. If it is a direct relatives of any Dutch citizen, okay, we are going to discuss about that. Otherwise, the human rights problem or migrants is not a topic now.
I have no words, sorry. Natasiri, my next question is on you. What obligation do states have under international refugee and human rights law when dealing with Uyghur asylum seekers?
Thank you. International law, like the government repeatedly said we did not sign convention, refugee convention, but that is true. But reformong is customary law, and then Thailand did ratify the convention to protect protection the people from enforced disappearance. And sadly, 8 months after they signed that, they deport these 40 men back. And Thailand also ratified CATS, and Thailand also passed the anti-enforced disappearance in as a local law. But it seemed that they really did not follow through on that obligation, because even uh, with the refugee card or refugee status, through the courtroom, Thailand ignore all the obligation and extradite the refugee back to Vietnam. And there really no real accountable against the country. So I think because there real no punishment as well, not only for the government, and also for anybody complicit into that. And if we wanted the Thailand to have respect this their obligation, we have to find a new leverage and bring that to the table and have that conversation with Thai government. It have to be more than they're losing faith. It have to be a real leverage. If you look at the record of how the refugee in Thailand was not protected, you already can see the future action that could happen. And because of the the documentation not give Thailand the real punishment of being the violator of the right and the obligation. I feel that if if we want to hold the accountable, we have to make from the public to to support them, to talk about it. But even because the human right will have so many problems, and this refugee is not discussed in the public space, when we are trying to ask for the support to stop any of the violation by the government, we did not get the support that we needed. So, but we have to reiterate to the Thai government in all the channel that we can, that this is not the violation of the international obligation. It's the violation of the Thai law, because we have this non-refoulement right in the law very clear in Thailand.
Thank you very much. My next question is to Palat. Can you tell us how do restrictions on passports, family members remaining in China, and digital harassment undermine refugees' ability to rebuild their lives?
Well, at the moment it's like a very restricted get the passport for the Uyghurs, and some of them still can get it. Maybe they listen to the Chinese government very good, but someone get the passport, they want to just get out for tourists, and they run away. Nobody wants that one. For example, 2 years ago, one of the men, just a tourist, come to the Thailand, and then he asked me how he can go out from there. And then I asked them, go to the U.S. Embassy, Canada, or ask them. He asked, and then cannot do it. He cannot wait, and then he just get the visitor visa to the Holland. And then last time was like a 2025, or and then he just came to the Dubai, and then last sent me a message like, I'm in Dubai, and then I'm going to get to Holland. I contact with you. Disappear, gone. Still, I cannot find him there. And another one in Cambodia, and they still same story. That like is like come to the Chinese hands come to tell them like oh, you can get the more earn more money, and then like they're using like internet fraud or scam, and then he know that, and then he just we contacted, and then he was safe that time. After a few months later, and then one journalist tell me he sent back. I shocked. That's very bad. And then another one. He ran away from the inner mainland or whatever. They get the ship and then come to the Hong Kong. He stay over there like more than 2-3 months. He have nothing, no passport, no ID, no money. He sleep in the parks and sometimes library, sometimes shopping malls. And then after he find one Turkish restaurant, and then he contact me like, oh, he want to go somewhere else. He tried to contact with the many embassies. They refuse. No one give, cannot. And then one day he was like after 10 p.m. He was in the Turkish restaurant, and sitting there, and then he want to go to toilet. 3 men come, just arrested him. Lucky he left his phone, everything in the table, and then after the Turkish young boy called me in the midnight in Australian time. Abi, he been caught with the Chinese police. And then after that, he disappeared too. We cannot contact, we cannot find him because we don't have any contact with China. And then last year, one of the young lady, he admitted to, what is that called? Fairleigh Dickinson University. And then she already paid the fees, 75,000 yuan. I think it's more than $10,000. But Chinese government, they didn't give her passport, nothing. That's why, that's many like example like that. She is still waiting for someone help. And then, actually I shouldn't say that. Some embassy tell her, if you can go to the Hong Kong, we help you to get out from there. I say, how? If Hong Kong still belong to the China now, how are they going to help them? That's the very hard things. I think, yeah, that's it for now.
Thank you. I think being Uyghur and living abroad and to listen to all these experiences is extremely terrifying, and also beyond all the surveillance and intimidation. What do you think, Palat? How is fear is being used to silence Uyghur communities abroad?
Well, I think that's. I still think this European country or many countries, sometimes Asia country, they want to help us, but only the things Chinese now getting more strong. They scared of against China. Most of time like that. That's even sorry. Even United States, Canada, England, Germany, many countries, Australia or Japan, or many countries, they want to help, but they just want to do it like under the table. I don't know. I'm saying like a clear. because Chinese, I just say, just the economy is very strong. Many countries, they want more business. That's the problem, yeah.
Thank you very much. Adil, have you observed some changes in the patterns of transnational repression targeting Uyghurs living abroad over the past years?
Yes, actually it's getting worse, I think, because there are quite a lot of new things available. For example, before that, it was only physically detain you, arrest you, or try to get you back to China. But currently, for me, for example, I can just be very specific. In the 4 years before, my car in Netherlands was stopped for 4 times a year, and I had to change 16 tires within 1 year. And I made my report to the police, and okay, they just listen to you very carefully and they give you the document, and then nothing happened. And before that, we constantly get phone calls from the Chinese embassy and the Uyghur activists in Netherlands, and we sued the Chinese embassy collectively. We get positive results, and then the issue was taken up by our king during the meeting with Li Keqiang. Then they just stopped harassing through phone, and then stopped my car, and then it also stopped after 1 year. And then one day my parents told me that the police showed a lot of photos of mine taken from the back, and telling them that they know on which street I'm walking, and let me be quiet, otherwise they are going to just let me be quiet. And this is right, and I have already reported about this to the Dutch government, Dutch police, and they have a designated database for Uyghurs being threatened by the Chinese government. But things did not stop at that. And then we find secret police stations operating in Netherlands, and 2 of them are shut down. But I believe there are more than 2 are still operating, and there are quite a lot of slandering and defamation campaign going on social media about me personally, about my marriage, my kids, or my previous studies. They know a lot of very detailed information about me. And the latest one is because we had a project for the family reunification of the Dutch Uyghurs who has kids or children in Uyghur homeland. We want to take them to Netherlands. And during this process, I get to know about some new Uyghurs. And then lately, they try to thank me through a laptop or through a smartphone. And then these devices were examined by the Dutch government, and then turned out to be spies devices. And they just try to penetrate to all the Uyghur activists, and they're really active, and we really did not see a very effective measures to this to stop it by the Dutch government, or I don't know. I think it is still the same case with other European countries. And regardless of, despite I'm being a Dutch currently, and so actually even if in the European Parliament, European Union, we don't feel safe, and you can imagine the Uyghurs in Central Asia or in Turkey. And I personally always encourage Uyghurs, especially the activists in Turkey, to go from Turkey to other safer places. And they, I think currently it's not even possible, because currently the migration policy of European countries is just turning.
Thank you. Natasiri, my last questions from my side goes to you. And the question is, why do governments sometimes fail to uphold the principle on non-refoulement, even when the risks are well documented?
I think because there really no real accountability behold against anybody who involved in the process of reform anybody back to the country. For example, when the government sent 109 men back to China, nobody be held accountable, no investigation, no discussion. When 40 guys were sent back, there was never anybody investigated. It's so like it's not remotely even close to being questioned of your action. Now, if it's going to be more like you will be put under investigation or you will be effective how do you say any effect direct, maybe they will consider following that non-reform. Now, if the government, the head of the state set the language, set the tone of how they're going to handle this already. If your government show that they do not care to follow this principle, all of the government body or of anybody who's used it going to do it that way. They're going to follow that tone. For my experience in the extradition case, the government is not that we lack of the evidence. We have all the report, the special rapporteur, the amicus. We have everything. It's already presented to the court. But in that case, the judge put everything aside. They did not even consider the evidence that show they believe the diplomatic assurance, because that's how the government set the tone. And so why the government fail? Because the obligation, even though the obligation is real, but when they fail, there's no real punishment. That is basically that. And also, even if you're involved in all this violation, the state when the state is perpetrator of all this, if you want to prosecute anybody involved inside the country, like let's say the police is the one that have to investigate, but the police is the employee of the state, right? Maybe the person who order you to do that is your boss, and maybe they have the power also to promote or demote you, and that is the real risk that going to affect them is very imminent for the person. That's why they choose to follow the tone of the government when not respecting the non-refoulement principle.
Thank you very much.
Just add some information about 2015, that they say like 109 men and women deported back to the China, but not 109, actually 145. They've been killed, 20 of them in the airport, not the Thai police, in the Chinese police. They refused to go back, and then they arguing, and then they been killed. I have list everything in my file, everything there. And then also I heard one of the Uyghur police came too, and then on the airplane, I think it's a few of them have been hit and then die in the airplane too. That's the, and then I ask how happened, do you know? But I cannot get any information of that ones. And then just like that, but that time, 2015, I was in Thailand too. And the next day, we quickly have meeting with the foreign ministers. Even foreign ministers, they don't know about this deportation. This is not the government, directly from the prior military prime minister that time. And this time is same. They're talking like, we're not going to send back, we're not going to send back. And then midnight, they deported. Still come from the, I think like a prime minister. That's the bad, not the, I'm not saying like a government. Government is, even the government, the people, parliament or whatever, they don't know. Thank you.
It's really heartbreaking and concerning to hear about the stories and the situation of the refugees. My next question going to be for all speakers. Are current refugee protection systems, mechanisms, able to protect refugees from the governments like China that targeting them abroad? Maybe we can start with the Nasasiri, as a lawyer. What's your opinion?
I feel that is not enough to protect. It's not only from China. If you follow the case in Thailand, especially in the most recent year, the perpetrator is Cambodian government, the Vietnamese government, and that is happening in Thailand. The protection is not the law. That it's not that we do not have enough law or legal body. I think it said a lot is the mindset of the political willingness of the government. Each of them, I can see that the deteriorating of the human right protection across all subject. It's just very sad and unsettling because refugees, they cannot get protected at home, and now when they're in Thailand they also cannot get protected. They have their status is the more than vulnerable. They already living in fear. They cannot access the basic health care. They cannot access the the the basic what your protection or normal how do you say the normal necessity in life. They constantly living in fear all the time. Not just saying, let's say we are not going to reform them back to their own country, but being in Thailand, they also be prone to all other legal action, illegal action. For example, they cannot get the same, they cannot work, they will not get the same pay. It have to be they have to be afraid of the immigration police when they rent the room. It will be more expensive because of the status on illegal status in the country. We all know that everybody have to treat them the same. We have national mechanism, but as barely ever use accesses. And we have the refugee camp in Thailand, and now they're not processing it. They're not going to the third country. They're living mostly out of the donation. That is most degrading condition of way and to live the life. We need the government to acknowledge that many of the refugees, many of them living in that condition is created mental effect, and they lose their capability. They are very good and smart and capable people that can be value added in our society. We need not look at them as as a burden to the country. So even if Thailand is not the refugee convention, they are human beings. We need to treat them as our human, as the Thai is equal. But they have to acknowledge first they are of the special status. But what we are having right now, not that we do not have enough law, we do not have enough willing.
What do you think, Adil? Do you think the current mechanisms enough to protect refugees?
Not really. So actually I want to give an example of my conversation with an Uyghur currently being detained in Serbia. I told him, don't think you are safe because there is no law and there is no so-called international law to protect you, and also do not trust in World Uyghur Congress too much. We are an organization and we don't have any kind of power to enforce anything. And I just try to persuade him not to use his old smartphone which has WeChat. I said if China detects you are in the reach of their within the scope of their reach, they are going to try to take you back. So try to get a new phone and then let China do not provide the location information about yourself. And also try to find if there, because on the 16th of this month there is going to be a ruling, a verdict from the court about his legal status. If we do not get a positive result, try to look at the facility currently you are being detained, if there is any way to I can say flee or go out, so we can help you. Actually this is not scope of our job, it's about human trafficking or smuggler, but sometimes I also in the worst case you have to go out, try to go out and look for a way yourself. And this means the current legal framework is not working to protect these Uyghurs actually. And even in Turkey, and also a lot of people may think that we are brothers in ethnicity or religion. Oh, all of them are your imagination actually. You have to be strong and take your measures yourself. I always try to persuade the Uyghurs get in touch with me. That is my answer.
Palati, would you like to add something? What do you think? Do we have any mechanisms?
Well, I think we still have hope because we're living in this world. We have to look forward, not backward. Every time should have hope. We're still living. And then I cannot say like I cannot blame nothing. And then most of the Uyghurs coming out from our country, they think World Uyghur Congress can do everything. Just Adnan mentioned it, like we can't do nothing because we're not like a country, we're not like a government. We just, when you just come to us, we just say like, we have to find one country, ask them to help. Then Adnan said like, cannot trust the World Uyghur Congress. We just in the between, maybe give you direction. That's only we can do it. That's all same. Every country is same because they have to look after their own citizenship first. Everybody's same. Every country is same. We not blame nobody. Just you have to be strong. Hoping tomorrow is better than today. That's it.
Thank you very much for all the panelists. I think we have very hard topic. And I would like to leave the floor to you, audience. So now is the space for a Q&A. If anyone wants to ask something or add something. I think it's the first, oh, thank you. I was thinking it's the first time in history of the World Congress conferences no one has a question.
Well, I think we're taken aback by, first of all, the work and the advocacy all of you have done on behalf of Uyghurs who have been oppressed by the Chinese Communist Party under egregious conditions. My question, and this is, they murdered Uyghurs at the airport, is what you're understanding. I just want to know, like, and what was done?
What I heard is they're not murdered, but they don't want to go back. And then they're arguing, maybe pushing, and then they start shooting from the Chinese police. It is murdering, yeah? That's why I said like my English is broken, very bad English. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Nah, no one can speak. That time they buried from the Thailand, the Sheikh al-Islam, that people, the government say, private say, shut up, you cannot talk. That's the very hard. 2015, 15 July. And then also one of the witness of the immigration detention center, the captain, was he was very good man, but back to 5-6 years ago, he gone see the God. That's why I don't have witness now at the moment.
And until the end of the year 2016, I was being able to go back to my hometown using my Turkish passports. And I know personally one of the relatives of these 109 people, and they learn about the deportation of his brother, and he never informed about his arrival at any detention center or meet with them. I said maybe he's sentenced, or he said we were not informed about anything because I know my brother was visiting this group of 109 people because his wife was in Turkey, and then his wife informed the man that his husband is being deported to China, but he did not know any whereabouts of that, his brother. Yeah. A small compliment.
Yeah, this microphone doesn't like me even. Well, thank you very much for all speakers. And my question to the Adiljan and the Pulat, because I know they both visiting Thailand and Malaysia, and you know, 2017, I was elected the president of the World Uyghur Congress. After 4 days later, and 20 Uyghurs escaped from the Thai jail, and immediately I got a lot of pressures at time. Oh, where is the World Uyghur Congress? Where is the World Uyghur Congress? Every Uyghur community were attacked to the World Uyghur Congress that time. So, and we immediately, within 36 hours, we sent 2 people to the Malaysia. One of them is Adiljan. Yeah, we save these people. No communication, no possibility. We don't have much contact with the Malaysia. Who can help us? But however, we're trying. The Adiljan was there, and Kimti Canada'daki, what's his name? Qayyum, yeah. Qayyum, 2 persons arriving to the Malaysia, and with some other local NGO helps them. Each day, they are traveling 500-600 kilometers each day, searching the people, you know, middle night, and no choice. However, and I would like to appreciate your work that time, and they are saved 11 people. Among them, 9 is captured by the Thai police and put to jail again. And 11 was successfully saved 11 people, then rest and settled on the Turkey. So and the Polat and they travel a lot of time to Thailand to humanitarian help to the people in the Uyghur refugees. Provide medical clothes, food every time is not easy. What do you think? Because you meet the people, you know that the people, you help a lot, you did a lot of effort to save this time. Then finally, unfortunately, last year is 40 Uyghur deported to China, and you already phone call or meet them. And what do you feel after that they are deported to China? Of course, because we are all feeling very hard. Because sometimes I talk to them by phone, but you personally doing a lot of effort, it is really hard. And it is bring you some disappointed on this, how it is not less useful in the future, because refugee case is the one of the critical case Uyghur organization, particularly World Uyghur Congress, have faced several years. It's not only Thailand issue, Bulgaria also is also UN member, also captured 5 Uyghur couple of years ago, even and Rahima also visiting there on the interpreter Ghayur, we sent Ghayur. I went to there, and finally, very last minute, we saved 5 people's life. Actually, China sent the people to the Bulgaria, ticket, sent 8 people, ready, last minute, we saved because use the international law, European law. So this is the critical issue so far we have faced, because every day is a new president, is the Turkmenjan also get a lot of call every day. Oh, we are detaining is a Hungary, we detaining in the Serbia, we detaining this place, we will be faced to deported to China. Even today or tomorrow, 5 Uyghur refugees also, asylum seeker, deported to Croatia, I think, because of the Dublin Convention. This Uyghur refugee case we have faced every day. This is one of the important World Uyghur Congress Uyghur organization and the refugees organization, but most of the time or energy to spend to this, because this is a human life. This is my comment and also my question to you. Thank you.
Actually, I really cannot imagine. Recall my memory from now. For example, we were literally in the forest with crocodiles in Thailand, and at that time I'm not a part of World Uyghur Congress. I know Dolkonis and a lot of people, but I was told to go and help. And what can I do? I went there, and then lately found that we just have to go to the border region and go to the forest and pick them up one by one. And we did this, and we managed to pick up 11 of them. And I also went to Thailand and the places surrounding the detention centers. And it was a very dangerous thing. But you have to do that, and then because they don't have any hope other than you. And also, before the deportation of the 40 people last year, before I go to bed, I told my wife, we are going to just read the news about the deportation tomorrow. And I was hoping some miracles to happen, but it did not happen. And what we feel is we just feel helpless. And because I personally know many of them have family members in Turkey, and their kids and their wives are becoming just separated forever. But we just have to witness this and without being able to do anything. And for the 2 the Uyghurs currently in Thailand, sentenced to lifetime prison, one of them were not even in Thailand when the bombing happened, and there are evidence that one of them are in Cambodia, but still the court did not pick up the evidence, and they were sentenced to death. And that man was born in prison in East Turkestan, open prison, let's say, and he was just searching for freedom, and stepped into a closed prison in Thailand and stayed there for more than 10 years, and currently being facing to be shot. And the whole life of that man was just spent in prison. And there are some Uyghur kids born in the prison in Thailand and deported back. And and if you speak with them, and their notion of the whole world is just about detention and prison, and they don't even know how it is to be to live a life with freedom. Actually, it's a tragedy. And I talked with one of the people of the 11 prisoners. I told, because they've spent a 1 month very difficult time just fleeing in the forests, and when I picked them up, they're here and they're smelly, and they've been not been able to eat or drink within the past 1 month. And I said, do you regret to flee from the detention center? Because the other people refused to flee. They were hoping something to happen and they can be relocated to some other countries, but it did not happen and they were deported. I think at that moment they were so regret that they did not break the prison together. And we managed to pick up 11 of them, and 10 of them, and one of them, Shakir, I still remember very clearly. He was just about to escape, but he was hurt and then get infected, and he was having fever. And if he stayed in the forest, he would be rescued by us together. But he was just having fever, and he tried to find to rest in the what is it? It is in the field, and he would better take a rest there. And then the farmers came and then reported to the border police and then arrested. And he had 3 kids, and his wife and his father-in-law was in Turkey, and they were we was communicating on the phone, and they were really eager to get together in Turkey, but it just did not happen. I tried to bribe the police in the detention centers to get him out, and I tried everything, but it did not happen. And currently he's in I hope he's still alive. And you feel helpless, and you cannot find too much people to help you, and many times we need to hire a lawyer, but we don't have that resource to pay for the lawyer, and you have to look out online for pro bono lawyers. For example, for the case in Serbia, my wife used to have a classmate from Serbia, and we turned to help, and she find a pro bono lawyer for us, and then get us connected with Helsinki committee. And that man in Helsinki committee went to visit him in the detention center, and then finally he was taken out and currently in another detention center now in Serbia. And but this does not happen to vast majority of the Uyghurs who asking help from us. I just tell them be clever, and then we just have to stop at words at many times, because I cannot go to every country for helping them. And also many times I make phone calls to Dutch Foreign Ministry, or sometimes the External Action Service in European Union, but we don't have too much effective alternatives other than that. It makes me feel very sad and very helpless, actually.
First time I heard like 1009 people deported to China. That time was like my first time in English say. Then like I'm very disappointed. I disappoint from the wall, and then after just to come down, I cannot blame. And the second time was 40 people, and then I still like, and then I hit the wall. Why happening like this? Before that, and then every time I visit, few times I go to the border when they cross the river from the Myanmar to the Thailand. I think everybody here like a Golden Triangle. They're a very dangerous place. I visited there. How they can go? Just I cross the river. Just doesn't take 1 minute from the on the boat, and they go and come back. And then Laos and Thailand border. Everywhere I visit, I want to see how they can come. Just like that, because many things are just like a duck. I cannot see. I want to see everything. And then I talk to them every day, like sometimes few days, one time, sometimes 1 day, 2, 3 times in the detention center. Before 2019, that's easy to go visit them. Just like give them their ID number, and then we can visit. After 2019, no. Even you cannot visit them. You cannot. Last time I gave them food was like a 2021, I think. I send them, they take it, just to give them. And in 2022, when I just get the food, just bring them in, they don't want it. I'm sorry to say that Thai police, I gave them 1,500 baht, and then one police just behind the door, just bring in. And then sometimes they get the food and then bring inside, they not give to the Uyghurs, they sell to the other people. Happening like that, many. And disappointed, and then like, what's going on? This is maybe happening all around the world. That's it.
I just want to make some comments as well. Thank you for heartbreaking, I would say a bit like a confession, isn't it? Because we've been on this together. I was also involved in many cases. But I disagree to say to people, do not trust World Uyghur Congress. I think maybe that is a language, the translation. Basically, I would say don't keep up all your hope, because, you know, we have limited resources, and, you know, we do our best, more than our best, but sometimes we cannot succeed. And that's what happened, because although I no longer work for World Uyghur Congress, but I know how, you know, everyone, especially Uyghurs who work for the World Uyghur Congress, there's no day or night when something like this happens. It is extreme situation, and then afterwards, when you win, you don't get any credit. When you lose, you get attacked, and that's what has been happening. But obviously, this conference, we said it's what is next, right? We have had so many lessons, and all these lessons actually very similar. So how we can find a way forward to prevent this? I mean, you cannot prevent 100%, because when 40 people were deported, I went to see the China desk, FCDO, Foreign Office China desk. The person who told me they're doing their best, he said, we are quite optimistic. But I said, where are your optimism? I believed in you, and I believed that there are so many different governments. I said I couldn't sleep. And they said, even we are in shock, because no one knows until they're already gone. So I think people need to understand, you know, this complexity of the situation, and sometimes seems like even governments cannot help us. So what is next? I quite liked what Lobsang said. If possible, I don't know, it may not happen immediately. Is there any way we also can have this kind of Uyghur passport that the governments can, no, not passport, but at least, because even in UK, they are examining whether the person who arrived in the UK is Uyghur or not, because they believe they may not be Uyghur, they are just pretending to be Uyghur, try to claim asylum. So I think maybe there are many different kind of strategies, and is there any kind of mechanism that we haven't really explore yet? Whether we can bring lawyers and experts specifically on this topic to see whether there can be a committee, not just all this burden is on Uyghur people, because this burden should be shared, and I'm sure there are more experts will be willing to do it, and I think the only organization can do this is World Uyghur Congress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahima, for your comment. And thank you very much for all the panelists for your brave experience and also for your knowledge. I would like to finish this panel that it's called very poetic No Safe Heaven with very important idea that is we all can help. The important is the willing to help and the political mindset. So we all have to keep this in mind. Thank you very much.
Hürmetlik hanımlar, efendiler, 3. Nöwetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbiri başlandı.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the Third International
Hürmetlik hanımlar, efendiler, 3. Nöwetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbiri başlandı.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the Third International Uyghur Forum is starting.
I'm Afzal Khan, Member of Parliament for Manchester, Resham. I'm Afzal Khan, Member of Parliament for Manchester, Resham, and I want to share my support to the International Uyghur Forum. I wish I could have been there this year, as I have in years past. This year's theme of moving from recognition to accountability is a vital next step for the cause. My journey with the Uyghurs cause goes back to my time in the European Parliament, and I find it heartbreaking that we are currently witnessing genocide on such a grand scale. Now, I have and will continue to raise the ongoing genocide against the Uyghur Muslims in China through my work in the UK Parliament, and will continue to fight for the human rights of Uyghurs. In 2021, the House of Commons declared for the first time that genocide is taking place against the Uyghurs in China. This was an important step in the right direction, but actions must now follow words. Thank you for your work in this important cause.
Okay, Zubrate was going to introduce Gabriel Salvia, but he's my friend, and I want to introduce him. And I'm very proud to say that, in my view, and I've known Gabriel for a long time, I think he's the most consistent advocate for global human rights and
the opening and development of Latin America. My dear friends, Dolkun and Sunretai know I have not a good English, but I will try to do the best. If not, I can speak in Spanish. In Kadar's analysis, we have concluded that the Belt and Road Initiative is part of a strategy of asymmetric domination, lack of transparency, and institutional erosion that harms Latin American democracies. The economic relationship between China and Latin America does not seek the development of our region, but rather to guarantee the security of raw material supplies for the ASEAN manufacturing sector. The agreement focuses almost exclusively on transport infrastructure to lower the cost of exporting resources and on mining, energy, or oil projects. This dynamic creates a relationship of primary subordination and weakens local bargaining power vis-a-vis massive state actors that is neither publicly traded nor transparently accountable. Research published by Kadar reveals that the modus operandi of Chinese state-owned enterprise in Latin America constitutes an explosive cocktail. Belt and Road projects are carried out in remote areas, disproportionately affecting vulnerable populations and giving rise to persistent socio-environmental conflicts. There is widespread disregard for the host country's environmental regulation, human rights, and labor laws operating under a veil of opacity and institutional corruption. Latin American governments fail to enforce their and regulation regarding corporation from Beijing, prioritizing the quick influx of Chinese capital for immediate electoral gain while sacrificing sovereignty and environmental sustainability and long-term democratic strength. In this context, China employs a sharp power characterized by infiltrating, constraining, and neutralizing public debate in recipient countries. This includes buying influence and securing support by funding all expensive paid political indoctrination trips for journalists, academics, politicians, and former Latin American presidents. The beneficiaries return parroting the propaganda of Chinese Communist Party and critically phrasing the economic miracle while glossing over the regime's authoritarian nature. The economic dependence will show the BRI is rapidly transforming into political leverage. This implies pressure on states to vote in favor of China in forums such as the UN, neutralizing international criticism regarding the human rights situation in East Turkestan, Tibet, and Hong Kong, rewriting human rights, promoting the idea that individual economic development takes precedence over traditional civil and political rights. At CADAL, we maintain that development cannot be dissociated from human rights. The Global South needs infrastructure, but not at the expense of its democratic quality and sovereignty. It is imperative to demand maximum transparency, open tenders, and strict adherence to international labor and sustainability standards in every agreement with the People's Republic of China. This conference addresses the importance of countering China's narrative. In this regard, CADAL maintains that democracy is a universal human right, and I would like to share with you the contribution of a Latin American. Hernán Santa Cruz was Chile's first representative to the United Nations and one of the 9 original authors of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Santa Cruz produced a report of more than 100 pages interpreting Article 21 of the Declaration, titled Discrimination in the Matter of Political Rights. The task was eventually assigned to him by the UN. The report took 3 years to complete, was published on 15 September 1962, and was soon archived. Discussing this study, available on the UN website in Spanish, Santa Cruz noted that it fully reflected his political thinking. The words on racial discrimination, on apartheid, and on discrimination in the matter of political rights reflect my profound and personal conviction of subjects of lasting and universal value. The exercise of political rights, says Santa Cruz, is one of the most effective ways to protect economic, social, and cultural rights. Conversely, the full recognition and enjoyment of these rights is one of the best means of safeguarding political freedoms. The exercise of political rights is essential for gradually creating the conditions that allow people to enjoy economic, social, and cultural rights in full. These later rights are dynamic, constantly evolving in scope and meaning, and can only flourish in an atmosphere of political freedom, like Taiwan. Without political rights, there is no guarantee that people can live in conditions of freedom, legality, and justice that make it possible to enjoy economic, social, and cultural rights, yet political rights themselves lose meaning if those other rights are not respected. The two sets of rights are so closely linked that the absence of one makes the other incomplete, if not impossible. I want to finish by saying, not only for China, that human rights remain the beacon for a democratic, peaceful world with well-being for all the people. All my solidarity with Uyghur people, especially with the political prisoners. Muchas gracias.
move the chairs. Okay, thank you. So Adam will be at the end. We're set? Okay, great. Our session today, first of all, let me just say that I think this has been a terrific conference. I really do. And I just want to congratulate really done with insight and, commitment and everything. And I just want to congratulate the organizers of this conference because I think you guys did a great job. And now, our session here is China's Belt and Road Policy, and called the TRAP. And the panel is going to examine the political, economic, and strategic implications of the Belt and Road Initiative of China. And the TRAP involves a severe risk of debt dependency. There are opaque lending practices, very high interest rates, stringent collateral requirements, and financial entanglements that cause the Global South governments that are participating in this, like Sri Lanka and others, to divert critical national resources to debt servicing at the expense of domestic public services. I think that sort of summarizes what the problem is. And we're going to assess these dimensions of the trap, what it means. And I also want to just raise the question for our participants as to whether or not this BRI has failed. I mean, has it already failed, or is it, does it still have possibilities, given the harm that it's caused so many governments? Does it still have a possibility to go forward? So we're going to start with Adam King, who is the regional director at the International Republican Institute, which is part of the National Endowment for Democracy that I used to run. And they do very, very good work on East Turkestan and Uyghurs, and very, very proud of what they're doing. So Adam, why don't you kick it off and tell us what you think about this?
Thank you, Carl. This is countering malign actors, governments around the world, and as we all know here, the most malign actor is China. And so we work around the world to try to push back on China. And one of the things we do push back on is the BRI investments. Now, you can't just go to countries and tell them, don't work with China, China's bad. We know that's true, but that's not an argument that's going to gain purchase around the world. You have to explain to them how to interact with China, because they will interact with China, so help them do it better. Help them do it with eyes wide open. And so what I wanted to do is kind of walk you through how we do that. And one of the ways we do that is by comparing it to, well, the aid that the United States typically gave with the aid from the BRI. Right now, first thing to mention, a couple caveats. US aid is not perfect. Aid from the United States is far from perfect. The United States is also far from the only organization or country that gives aid. Australia, Japan, Korea, European, there's a lot of other places, but for simplicity, I'm going to focus on the aid the United States used to give, because we also know that United States aid is now kind of having a revamp, let us say. So taking all those caveats into consideration, there are really large differences, as we know, between how the United States and China gives aid, if you even want to call what China does aid. And those differences really, to me, explain both the goals of what China's trying to do and what the United States is trying to do. And when we explain this to participants, at our conferences in Ecuador and Kenya and in other countries, that starts to help them understand how to push back against the PRC. So I want to go through quickly just a few things that kind of we explain to participants on how things work. And the first thing to understand, as Carl mentioned, is the opaqueness of the aid that China gives, right? When you have US foreign assistance, if you want to find how much the United States is giving to your country, what the programs are, it's all there for you to find. From China, it often is not. You don't know what the deal is for, how much it's for, who signed the deal. This is all extremely opaque. So to give you an example, Aid Data, who's an excellent organization that does all this research, they, in 2021, estimated there were $385 billion of Chinese overseas lending that was hidden, that no one knows what these deals are, anything like that. So with this lack of transparency is the first large problem. The second large problem is the grants versus loans. So the United States before would be coming in and they were giving aid. These are grants. These countries are not required to repay this. It is simply money that is given to these countries. China will often make it seem, they will claim these large numbers of money, but it's often loans, right? They're not transparent loans and they're loans. This must be paid back. So it's not actually aid, it is a business transaction is what it is. And that business transaction then, with my next point, comes with strings attached. And so the CCP loves to come in and say, oh, the United States has all these strings attached, they require you to do a lot of different things. We don't do that. We have no requirements on the aid that we give. But we know that that's simply not the case. Now, it is true there's often strings attached to the United States. So one of our largest aid donors is called the Millennium Challenge Corporation. And the Millennium Challenge Corporation is great, but it does take time because it requires governments to meet certain benchmarks in governance, in other types of things, and that can often, it delays the program, it takes longer. But the United States does this because we believe that having these benchmarks is an incentive to improve governance and things like this. China obviously never has those type of strings, but we know the type of strings that they attach are China has its core issues and you must agree with the PRC on all of these core issues, some of them being Tibet, East Turkestan, Hong Kong, the South China Sea, Taiwan, all of these things. So you must sign up to these core issues and be on side. The other big difference, from my point of view, is the flashy nature of PRC giving. And so the example I'll give you is, I was in the Solomon Islands, and if you take, there's only one road from the airport, which is a nice road for a while, but there's a massive hospital with a giant Chinese, PRC emblem on it, massive, beautiful soccer stadium, huge PRC emblem on it. Meanwhile, Australia is doing water programs. Which of these things do you actually think the people of Solomon Islands need more? I would argue the water program, but it's really hard to put an emblem on that water program. And so the PRC will often opt for these very flashy, very big programs that everyone can see, which the country doesn't really actually need so much. So when you actually come down to it, these differences are very emblematic of the way that the goals that the PRC has, right? I would argue that the United States and its allies, their aims are to support the people of a country, yeah? The PRC's aims are to support the elites of that country and to help the elites show the people, oh, look what we've managed to get for you. And that, to me, is the ultimate difference when it comes down to how foreign aid from the United States and its allies acts and how foreign aid from the PRC is. And I think this just really matters. And so when we are having our events around the world, we're actually going to be in Taipei in about a month, bringing people from all across to Asia Pacific to talk about these issues. That is the main points that we are trying to help journalists, civil society understand is the goals and the methods that the PRC uses so that they are then able to push back on their own governments to work on more equal footing with the PRC when they come with these loans. And then I'll give it back to you.
Do governments, I mean, they're still making these deals with China, even though we know now that the nature of it, the way you've described, and countries like Sri Lanka have gotten into so much trouble?
The answer is more countries are doing better, I would argue. Countries that, a good example is Mongolia. Mongolia is right there. They are completely dependent on China for so many things, but they are very hesitant to take loans from China because they are so close They are so well aware the leverage that the PRC already has, and they don't want more leverage. They don't want to give them even more leverage. But I think the other issue you have is if you're dealing with a country that its leadership is corrupt, elite capture in a lot of these countries is a real issue. And if there's elite capture, then no, the leadership doesn't really care if these deals are opaque, if they are not good deals. And a place to actually watch very closely now is the Solomon Islands. So the Solomon Islands, I would argue their previous leadership was captured. We know that they switched their allegiance or their diplomatic recognition from the from Taiwan to the PRC. But I'd say, as importantly, they signed a security deal. So Solomon Islands, PRC security deal, opaque. No one knows what's in it. But they just had a change in leadership. Their prime minister was overthrown. They have a new prime minister who stated he's going to look at this security deal. It will be very interesting to see if now that you have a more democratic type leader, less of a pro-PRC leader, what changes the Solomons will make, if any.
So the program is still viable as far as you're concerned, the Belt and Road. It's a viable program, and governments are prepared still to make these deals with China.
I mean, I think China's here to stay. I don't think it's ever going to disappear. They might rename it at some point. But I don't think it's met all of their requirements. But I think it is a country-by-country thing. I think you go to some countries and it's been wildly successful. I think there are other countries where they've recognized this was a mistake, the way that we are dealing with the PRC. And so it's a case-by-case, I would say. Sometimes wildly successful, sometimes less successful.
Okay. Our second speaker is going to be Harour Kurban, who is the Berlin director of the World Uyghur Congress. And he's got a lot of experience in Europe, and he wants to talk about the Belt and Road Initiative in Europe. He's a last-minute substitute for another participant who couldn't get here for visa reasons. And we're looking forward to what you have to say about its impact here in Europe.
Thank you, Carl. This is a tremendous opportunity to being and at the same panel with you. I'm very feel honorable for this, and also thank you very much for encouraging praise that which keeps us doing this kind of work also in the future. And I also use the opportunity to acknowledge the distinguished colleague Abdurrashid Amin Haji, who is supposed to be here, but due to logistical issues, he couldn't be with us. Obviously, he's a much capable person and distinguished expert on this issue, but as being someone who has been leading the public and the political advocacy of the World Congress in Germany and German-speaking countries, I have some impressions and also some experience that I would like to share with the other one. Europe has obviously let me say European countries. European countries has welcomed Chinese investments in the framework of road and Belt and Road Initiative, and in the railways and many other sorts of infrastructure projects. However, the issue here in Europe is not the investment itself, rather who controls it. And this is especially true as the Chinese government has using these projects for their leveraging political and economic and the strategic influences at the European level. And you may all know that in 2017, the Greek strategic port of Greece, the Piraeus port, has caused a lot of controversies in Europe, as Chinese state-owned company COSCO has controlled more than 60% of the ownership of this very strategic port, because it is one of the first stations where all these goods transferred from other continents to Europe. And the Chinese control of this port has obviously created a controversy, because this has also caused Greece to more and more and very obviously following the Chinese narrative in money issues, and also caused the divergence and disparity of the European Union. And that trap has already been mentioned by Adam, and also in Europe, it is still in a very small scale, but the Montenegro highway is also a perfect example for that, that the 1 billion Chinese loans has been transferred in order to making these infrastructure projects ever possible. And with that, those loans are something that Montenegro can never afford. And we also observe a same pattern of debt traps at the European continent. And the second issue I would like to highlight is that China often negotiate with individual European Union states, and so bypass Brussels. And this creates a situation where countries receiving investment from China has often support Chinese narratives. We observe that Greece has rejected European Union statements condemning the human rights abuses of the Uyghur people at the European level. And this is an obvious signs that Chinese strategic investments at the European level is not only by making money, but also creating a divergence, creating a disparity, creating a dividend divide between a European country. But this is also reflected in other EU member countries who may prioritize security concerns. For example, in terms of Huawei and 5G networks. And this is obviously a proven security threat that which increasingly divide European Union's common and coordinated efforts to address these security concerns. While countries like Germany prioritize in their industrial policy collaboration with China, countries like Hungary also expand its wide-scale bilateral relationship with China, and also countries like Greece also prioritize countries like Greece reflecting Chinese narratives in many European issues. But these all an obvious signs that China's engagement in the framework of the Belt and Road Initiative at the European level, and creating further divide between European countries. And we not forget about the Chinese government's dialogue format with the European Union, the so-called 17 plus dialogue format, which also creates, which also another attempt the Chinese government to create disparities between divergence between European countries. And I also would like to mention one specific issue relating the debt trap issue. As Adam said, is we have witnessed it in many other places like Sri Lanka, like African countries, that China using the loans as gaining a political control in these countries. However, in Europe, the debt trap is less effective, because European countries are usually, or in comparison to those places of the world, regarded being much wealthier. So regardless, with the exception of a few countries who fell in this debt trap, majority of the China's engagement with European countries are not in this, not largely affected by the debt policies. But the bigger issue is China's Europe's increasing dependencies in finance, independence in technology and supply chain. And these are a more obvious issue concerning the sovereignty and security of the European countries.
You mentioned Hungary. You mentioned Hungary, which under Viktor Orban was had a close relationship with China, and he who used to be a dissident and an anti-communist, he became Putin's best ally in Russia, and he became an apologist for China as well. But he lost the election. Do you know if have you followed it? Do you know if Hungary is still open to this type of a relationship with China?
Well, the new Hungarian president and it is current attempts to reverse some of the strategic decisions which Mr. Orban has made is still going on. So it is quite early to make a rational prediction. However, we have to say that Hungary is another parade example of Chinese influences in the Europe. So with the China's government and Chinese companies has pouring large investments from manufacturing batteries to other specific products in Hungary, has already seen a very close relationship of these, very close bilateral relationship of these countries. Hungary is one of the rare countries where the Chinese police stations are active, we should not forget, and the Chinese police is active on the European soil in Hungary, and this also shows how significant the bilateral relationship has already developed. But we've seen that there are a big political shift has been or is being taken place under the new Hungarian leadership, and we are believing that this new leadership will certainly understand the flaws of the previous government's position to China, and we will keeping a watching eye on these developments.
Okay, maybe Dolkan will tell us, or someone will tell us whether the World Uyghur Congress is having contacts with the new Hungarian government, because I think that would be very important. This is a very promising development, and arguably the most promising political development internationally has taken place, certainly this year, in my view. Okay, we're going to move on to Professor Isik Kusku Bonifant, and she has done some interesting research on the impact of the Uyghur diaspora, its activities globally. And first of all, I wonder if the Uyghur diaspora has been able to have a voice on this issue of BRI, and what you think its accomplishments have been so far.
Yeah, I guess they do. The reason I wrote an article, Stateless Diaspora and China's 21st Century Crisis. And in that article, the editors kept asking me, so what are the achievements? What are the achievements of Uyghur diaspora? And I was like, isn't it obvious? Because I've been in the field since 2012. I conducted my first interview with Mr. Dolkanisa, and he was so kind, super nice, and I interviewed with him. Okay. I guess the whole room knows about it. My husband passed away last year. It's the commemoration, and the Uyghurs were with me on June 10th last year too. And there was a sudden death, and okay. So I'm going to talk about my book. That's upcoming book, but he always supported me, and the book will be dedicated to Thomas. So, the thing is, I've been with Uyghurs, and they were very supportive of my research. They're super nice people. I conducted a global Uyghur survey, which was with the British Academy Newton Fellowship, and which was basically surveyed the Uyghurs in Istanbul, Ankara, Kayseri, and globally, those who are here also involved in this diaspora survey. I use Qualtrics, a quantitative method, but you know, I have all the data. Hopefully, if I get back to Turkey in one piece, I'll be able to finish writing the findings. It's very interesting. Since 2014, there are a lot of changes within the generations of Uyghur diaspora in Turkey. And people say they're like becoming really conservative, and they are, the newcomers are more conservative. But I've been in Istanbul 2 months ago doing my last field work. Again, they were super helpful. Uyghur cab driver took me to places that I wouldn't be, you know, going alone in Fatih, Karagümrük, and all these places. And he didn't get any money. The survey conducting people told me, like, we interviewed, this was a company with Syrians everywhere else, but we have seen the Uyghurs were most helpful. They were scared, but they could do to help whatever they could. The survey was conducted in 2022 when the thing was, or 23, when the things were at height. But I'm kind of looking at in my book too, which is Advocacy Abroad, Uyghur Diaspora Movement in Action, Voice of the Stateless Diaspora. And then I'm discussing forging Uyghur national identity, ethnogenesis, resistance, and politics of recognition, which I benefit a lot from Brian Toms, Andre Clemens, and Benedict Rogers' work. Uyghurs had a rich, and has a rich history of 1,000 years. I mean, I guess they just cannot put it under repression. But then I have a chapter on China's treatment of Uyghurs, minoritization and marginalization, where I discuss, you know, since CCP, what they've been going through. When I cried like that, every time people think that I'm also, my family is Uyghur. I mean, I guess I look like it. I look like them. I'm one of them. Because, like, every time Roshan Abbas was talking about the sister. And then every time I cry for Thomas, I'm thinking about, like, look, these people are like losing their loved ones every day, and their loved ones are in prison, and they don't know much about them. So I'm kind of like, you know, you have to be resilient, and we have to be united. I guess that's like the reaction. And my thing about, like, my experience about, I guess we discussed the reintegration or non-refoulement policy in Europe. I was also in touch because I was one of the first ones who work on the diaspora, Uyghur diaspora, I guess, in the world. So I was contacted by the Dutch and Belgian state. And they were like really asking me questions like, oh, do you think like Turkey is like this, that? And I was really kind of angry. And I said, you know, there are only few Uyghurs that you're gonna accept. I mean, I understand, like, you don't wanna have Syrians, Turkey is like a dumping ground, I mean, you know, the whole process. But you know, Uyghurs are really reintegrated really well and very adaptive, really well educated, and I see that diaspora is, and especially I'm very fond of the female women's in action, like such as Roshan Abbas and now Zumratai Arkin. I guess these are like, and all the young Uyghur diaspora up and coming, and they're doing a great job. So, yeah.
You wanted to talk about the accomplishments.
Yeah, the accomplishment is, okay, accomplishments are that in different various UN forums, and I guess we discussed in the morning too, what kind of achievements, what kind of legal, we had different legal advices, which are all, and I guess I'm more prone to the classic realist approach that it may be hard, you know, but at the same time, I guess all these actions are bearing fruit because, you know, okay, there's not much media right now here because unfortunately there's all these crazy crises going all around the world, in the Middle East particularly. But I think we are being in social media, I mean, wherever I go. In Turkey, I'm able to now say in TRT Avaz, not that a lot of people are watching it, but still, it's a TV channel, Doğu Türkistan. And they didn't like ban it, which is East Turkestan in Turkish. I was very hesitant. Can I use Doğu Türkistan? And say, yes, hocam, like, go ahead. And I'm also like recently involved, and I'm talking about myself, but you know, this is what I see as a reflection of the Uyghurs helping me collect all this data, and I'm trying to distribute and create an awareness in Turkey, because Turkey definitely, as a country, in the borrow a lot from China. And but I think instead of Belt and Road, now we're talking about the middle corridor, and you know how to. It's just the achievements of Uyghur diaspora at UNPO, UNHCR, and UNHCR. Did I say UN Human Rights Commission? And I think these are all achievements, and yeah, I have many examples, but I can't remember right now. But
okay. We'll move on to Mutlib Kurban, who Mutlib, you were brought up in Kashgar, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct, yes.
And you came to the U.S. in 2011?
Yes.
Okay, so you've been in the U.S. about 15 years.
Right.
And, you know, what do you think, I mean, are you able to assess what you think the Uyghur perspective is on something like the Belt and Road Initiative, and what are China's authoritarian influence beyond its own borders? And are there any lessons that the Uyghur genocide offers to the world about the, you know, the global expansion of China?
Yep. Thank you, Carol. So yes, I would like to start with reflecting what we said earlier, that I believe, I think we all believe that BRI, Belt and Road Initiative, is not a genuine development project, right? It is a strategic vehicle for China to expand this authoritarian influence around the world globally, and using economic development as disguise. And China presenting all this economic trade and as Gabriel mentioned, it's kind of debt trap, way to control leaders and officials, creating the economic power. And now this power gives China opportunity to control international rules, right? Change the rules and creating the public discourse, and this allowing China to deflect the criticism of its actions in East Turkestan, right? And repackaging Uyghur genocide as a story of development, security, and stability. So for your question, in Uyghur perspective, the BRI is the mechanism to help China normalize the genocide, right? Hide the harsh policy reality in East Turkestan and minimize the international attention and silence the criticism so that they can continue the genocide. So, so this is, but I think they've been very successful in Uyghur perspective, because we have watched Global South, democratic societies fall in this trap, and governments, universities, media outlets oftentimes try to soften their messages and try not to, or not to like addressing this Uyghur genocide. Skip this because of the economic retaliation or investments and trade deals. And this is not the theory, this is the reality, right? We facing, as a Uyghur activists, we face this daily facing this challenges, and while we also dealing with intimidation and repression.
About the Uyghur genocide is somehow related to BRI?
Exactly, I think that's one of the main reason, the silence, because of the BRI. They were able to successfully, using all this BRI tricks, control their leaders, the officials, so that they continue. Actually, all the officials on the same page with China, supporting and praising what they're doing in East Turkestan.
And what are the lessons?
So lessons, I think, will be what China did in East Turkestan. The Uyghur genocide is not only the human rights tragedy, it's a warning sign for the Global South about how an authoritarian government can hide its genocidal intention using development, using the language of development, and expand its influence, right? So what China developed in East Turkestan is not staying in this region, such as mass surveillance technology. Now they're exporting everywhere around the countries using the BRI as a tool, and also teaching other authoritarian government the ways to control information, right? And how to silence criticism and opposition. And in other words, China is not only exporting the infrastructure and the roads, but also exporting the way that the authoritarian model of control. I think that's dangerous. So I think bigger issue, the problem for us in the Global South and the democratic society, we have to think about how to deal with this issue while we focusing on the development needs, legitimate development needs, right? And how can we avoid to become part of this authoritarian strategy? So we have to, I think we have to prioritize the human rights, sovereignty, and transparency. And we want to make sure that the Uyghurs always paid a lot of unbearable price. We want to make sure that the Uyghur genocide, lessons from Uyghur genocide, help us recognize this pattern, recognize this risk, and avoid the same mistake. I think this is the lesson.
All right, well, we have to think through how to fight back against this, and also how to end the silence in the Muslim world. Let me open it up to see if anybody wants to raise a question. Yes, go ahead. Please. Yeah, you need a mic?
Hi, my name is Bernardo. I'm the EU officer for the World Uyghur Congress. I fully share with the criticisms shown today on the Road and Belt Initiative. There is a question, however, I would like to pose. Our colleague Gabriel Salvia, he comes from Latin America. He made he works in Latin America, and in Latin America, where I am also from, there is, I think, a fair level of skepticism related to aid and participation in cooperation, for example, with the United States, based on our history and based on the fact that in our past history, the intervention of the United States has been, even through its aid, quite negative. I think that same could be said from countries such as Pakistan, for example, that are quite close to China today. So in these countries today, you go to talk to people, a lot of people, including in the progressive side of the politics, see China as a benefactor, or at the very least as the lesser of two evils. So how do countries like the US and the EU, with its historic of colonialism in Africa and Asia, restore this, let's say, these potential trust on how its aid works and how its supports for democracy works and how support for human rights works?
Where are you from in Latin America?
I'm from Brazil.
Brazil, okay. Adam, you want to say anything on that?
I can start if you want to say something as well. I mean, so I was a little bit of what I was talking about earlier was kind of laying out how we try to do that, right? But perfect. Like that is not true. That's never true of anything, right? But that's where we have to kind of show the differences. Imperfect as we may be, I will argue forever that our system is still far superior to the to the communist system. Yeah, and so that's an easy argument to make, I think. I know that there are places where it's a difficult argument, but once you bring enough of the evidence behind you, which I don't all have it here with me, but there's so much that ultimately anyone who's paying attention will just, they're convinced, right? And it's funny because when you talk about what's happening in East Turkestan, it's the same thing. Once people actually learn, there's no argument left that anyone can say. And it is the same here. But again, you have to be humble. You can't come in as an American saying, look at how perfect we are, look at how great we are. No, that's not how you do it. You've got to be humble and honest. Because we also know the CCP is not humble and honest. So just by doing that, you're kind of a little bit ahead.
I totally agree with Adam, and also would like to add a few comments from my own personal experience. Obviously, I was not. I haven't visited those places of the world yet, so I cannot reasonably assess the situation. But from the global South countries, especially in Africa, where I have recently visited, I made another observations. For example, in Gambia, for example, in Senegal, and during the African Union's meeting, we had the opportunity to meet with a lot of civil society actors, very vibrant civil society actors in Africa. And yes, they also reflect one point, vital roads, they help them to build electricity lines so that they have convenience in their daily life. However, the perception has been slowly changing, obviously. Why? Because those big infrastructure projects has often designed and implemented by the Chinese local workers. China is not only bringing not only bringing promises, but also bringing their own workers. They're also bringing their machines. They're also bringing their bolts, so that everything has been made by China for China, and the locals are slowly but certainly realize that, oh, these are not creating jobs as they have promised it. Oh, those tolls has been received from that nice highway is not going to the pocket of my government, rather the pockets of China. And we should not forget that my colleague Mutalib has raised a very vital point with the Belt and Road Initiative, China is also exporting its authoritarian regime and model, including censorship. And this is a very big issue now in Africa. The Chinese made security and surveillance technologies which has been researched, tested, and made on the sufferings of the Uyghur people with their biomedical data, with their with all the technical advantages that the European and the other Western companies do not have due to very high strict level of human rights and also data protection regulations. So those companies is now exporting those companies exporting very very strong. I didn't find the proper English word to describing what I would like to describe, but this is very effective surveillance technologies, which is also under the arms control regulations. So those technologies has been exported to countries like Congo, countries like Kenya, and those countries, especially in Congo, they using the Chinese surveillance and censorship software to control the freedom of speech. So on those countries, the cases has been increasing ever. So if you post something wrong in your Twitter account, in your Instagram and so on, the government is able to quickly locate you and then bring you, put you into persecution. And this is actually, there's also things that they also affecting the people, also affecting the democracy and the freedom of speech in these countries. And this led the people to rethink about whether this Chinese investment is really benefiting them. Thank you.
Do you see any potential for a backlash?
Well, I am pretty optimistic because during our visit to Africa, we see that the civil society is very vibrant, well organized, quite active. This is a huge surprise for me. Huge surprise for me. So I see that the civil societies are active. At the same time, they perceiving the threat very obviously, so that they come to the point that we must act, without which our countries, our democracies, or whatever left there can be much worsened. So this is also a wake-up call for African countries, which we see a positive trend that Chinese so-called engagements there are actually creating opposite for the benefit and the welfare of the people on the ground.
Okay, well, we're sort of reaching the end. Do you think, Mutalip, you want to make a comment on this?
Okay. Is this open? Okay. I'm also, reading the Central Asian media, including the nationalist ones. There has been criticism against China's involvement, since the early 90s. That's a fact, yet at the same time, let's accept it. It's Central Asia is still far away from Europeans, from Europe, from the US, and only when they have, it's criticism when they have certain interests, they would be involved in the region, like the great power politics of the past. So what happens is today is again, it's like the re-game, it's like more started again. But I think, at least I follow also the Turkish nationalist papers as well. There is a great, involvement warning against China's threat, and they say like, if the Turks weren't, a threat, they wouldn't build against the Chinese. They wouldn't build the great Chinese wall. So there's this historical thing too. But I definitely understand, I agree how the colonial past, like the boarding school of the Canadians or Americans, but at least they are doing movies and shows about, like there's a criticism. I guess that's how humans evolve. We need to make lessons. But at the same time, I can imagine CCP having any kind of self-criticism in that regard. And this has been ongoing. China's like thing against or trying to influence the Muslims is a policy since 60s. They used actually Uyghurs and Huis, like Chinese Han Muslims, in order to influence the Muslim countries, and I guess also the Middle Eastern countries' interest as well in that direction. So they were happy to cooperate. But today we're really living in a different world. As we speak, there are all these like crises in the Middle East too. And in that regard, I guess this is really an opportunistic time for Uyghurs to make their voices heard more.
I think that's very important. Mutlib, you want to say something before we have to conclude?
Sure. I think we can at least remind them that the importance of the not to trade our values for quick economic gain, right? Importance of the human rights, importance of sovereignty, human dignity. That will be important aspect.
Well, look, I think one of the things we have to think hard about is the narrative. We have to be much more, I think, on the offensive in the narrative battle in the world. I mean, the messages that are coming out of this conference, at least to all of us here, is that some great evil is being committed by the Chinese government, in addition to all the forms of exploitation that it engages in. And I think the challenge ahead for all of us is how to put this into a form of narrative that can reach popular culture, and really, not only in Europe, but also I think especially in the Muslim world, and how to reach the people in these countries. And I think we have to think hard about how to develop strategies for doing that. And I want to thank you all for your comments and analysis. Thank you. We'll stay here for the panel.
It's not over yet. So we're going to continue with the next session, which is a book fair and a Q&A. So I would now urge the next session's moderator to come on stage and introduce the authors. So Dean Baxendale, please come on stage. We also have another parallel session in the Yusuf Haj room. So if you're interested in the other session, you can also attend that one. Thank you. Thank you, Carl. Bu da əmdi biz kitab görgəzmesi bilen sual soraş
given that the testimony is being given in the accounts in the next room. But we have some dedicated book lovers here in the room, and we are going to talk about publishing and why the voice of all those that are going to be speaking today matter, both from the Uyghurs' perspective. Ethan, who's done some phenomenal work on forest organ harvesting over the years, that has been his life in many respects. I'm going to talk about each one of the authors as we go through in the next couple of minutes. But right now, I'm going to ask our video people to show an important video. And this is what books can do. And this is from this week, this Thursday, at the Senate in Canada. Senator Leo Hasakis advocating on behalf of the release of Gulshan Abbas, the mission that my lovely author and dear friend has been on, along with advocating for everybody's human rights and freeing the Uyghur peoples. So if we could play that video, we can see why books matter.
Senator Hasakis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honourable colleagues, this motion that is about a single woman, but it's also about the integrity and moral courage. Honourable colleagues, this motion that is about a single woman, but it's also about the integrity and moral courage of this chamber. Tomorrow, June 12th, a retired medical doctor named Dr. Gulshan Abbas will mark her 64th birthday. But there will be no celebration. There will be no family gathering, no phone calls from her children, no warm wishes from her sister. Instead, tomorrow, Dr. Abbas will spend her birthday exactly as she has spent every single day for nearly the last 8 years, locked away in a dark, secret prison cell, cut off from the world, stripped of her dignity, and denied her basic humanity by the regime in Beijing. The question is, why? What was her crime? Her crime was not anything she did. Her crime was who her sister is. Recently, I had the profound honor of attending a book launch for a powerful new memoir entitled Unbroken. It was there that I met Gulshan's sister, Rushan Abbas. Meeting Rushan, hearing her speak, and looking into her eyes, you are immediately struck by her incredible resilience, but you also see the heavy, painful burden she carries every single day. In September 2018, Rushan stood up in Washington, D.C., and did what we too often take for granted in this country. She spoke out. She spoke her truth. She publicly criticized the dictatorship, the Chinese Communist Party's horrific atrocities and systemic repression against the Uyghur people in Xinjiang. Just 6 days later, back in China, her sister Gulshan disappeared. Gulshan was then subjected to a sham, closed-door trial, a kangaroo court. She was sentenced to 20 years in prison on absurd, political, motivated charges of terrorism and illegal assembly. She has been cut off from the world ever since. 8 years, colleagues. For nearly 8 years, her family has been left completely in the dark. No access, no communication, no legal representation. They have been denied any knowledge of her exact whereabouts. They have never seen the manufactured evidence used to convict her. And most alarmingly, they have no idea what her current health condition is. Colleagues, by now, we know enough about the Chinese regime to know that this is a textbook case of ruthless campaign of transnational repression. We know about the Uyghur genocide. We know about the mass arbitrary detentions, the family separations, the forced labor, the coercive birth prevention, the high-tech surveillance, and the systemic erasure of Uyghur culture and religious expression. We know the facts. The world knows the facts. And so we must be honest with ourselves in this chamber. In 2021, when the House of Commons voted to recognize the Uyghur genocide, this Senate stood out as an outlier among Western democracies. We voted down a motion to recognize that genocide. We chose silence over moral clarity. We chose to play nice with a regime that doesn't know the meaning of the word. It pains me to say that that vote remains a stain on the record of this chamber and something, honorable colleagues, I've referenced many times because I will never be able to get my head around that. But history gives us moments of redemption, and I believe this motion presents this chamber with a critical opportunity to right the wrong. This motion does not ask us to change the past, but it demands that we face the present. It calls on the Government of Canada to do three simple and necessary things. One, demand the immediate and unconditional release of Dr. Gulshan Abbas. Two, insist on verifiable information regarding her current health and legal status. And three, coordinate with our international partners to confront the systemic repression and mass arbitrary detention of Uyghurs and other Turkic Muslims in Xinjiang. Colleagues, this motion is entirely consistent with the actions of our closest global allies and with our own parliamentary precedents right here at home and who we are as Canadians. In October 2024, the European Parliament adopted a powerful resolution calling for Gulshan's immediate and unconditional release. And just last month, in May 2026, the United States Congress unanimously passed bipartisan resolutions in both the Senate and the House of Representatives, explicitly naming and demanding freedom for Dr. Gulshan Abbas. But beyond matching the courage of our allies abroad, this motion is consistent with who we are as Canadians and a continuation of Canada's broader commitment to human rights. We have done this before. In 2023, this Parliament voted unanimously to demand the release of pro-democracy advocate Jimmy Lai. Unfortunately, if we're dealing with a regime that isn't as much affected by these motions as they are in this place, because these motions define who we are. But unfortunately, we've seen through the history of mankind, these authoritarian dictators have no heart, have no moral values, and no principles. This country, our country, has a long, storied tradition of defending prisoners of conscience and opposing arbitrary state detention. Dr. Gulshan Abbas deserves that exact same defense. Tomorrow, Gulshan Abbas will look at the calendar and know her sister is turning 64 in a prison cell. We assume in a prison cell. She will know that Gulshan has already lost 8 years of her life. 8 years is already 8 years too many. Not one more day. Let us send a clear, unified message to Beijing that Canada's Senate will no longer be an outlier and tolerant of their misbehavior. Let us stand firmly, shoulder to shoulder with Gulshan and the Uyghur community. Let us choose courage over convenience and justice over silence. Honourable colleagues, I know where all of you stand on principle and moral values. And there will be some colleagues who will be apologists for this brutal Beijing regime. They'll stand in the few months in this very chamber and try to make justifications for the unjustifiable. But we know what this is. We know what we should call it, and we know the action that our government should take to stay consistent with other Western democracies around the world that always will stand for human rights. So, honourable colleagues, I urge you all to support this motion and join me in demanding that they release Dr. Gulshan Abbas. It's the right thing to do. It's the Canadian thing to do. Thank you, colleagues.
Hello, hello, hello. Doesn't matter. Random order. I'll be calling for you basically in the order that we have in the program to make life easy. So, once again, it's an honor to be here today with these distinguished authors, academics, freedom fighters, human rights advocates. I've gotten to know 4 of the 5 authors here on stage, over Ethan a little more recently, and of course the 3 here, Dolken, Kalbanur, and Rushan over the last few years. And together I've been part of the journey with them in advocating and bringing their books forward, making sure that those voices are heard. And that's what we're talking about today, publishing, why it matters, and I think you're going to hear from their personal stories, their personal accounts, why they did this in the end, and the importance of getting the stories out. We know human rights is a tough thing to sell. But where it's important is it's getting into the hands of legislators, getting into the hands of people that matter and can make a difference. If we can get it into those people's hands, get the stories out, get some media, we start to elevate the conversation. So without further ado, let me just start by introducing the first. We're going to start off with Ethan. Are you ready, Ethan, to go first? Last week, and he did a launch of his book with the victims of communism, and it was a great talk. And as everyone knows, Ethan is a writer, researcher, and award-winning China analyst, a human rights investigator. He's a senior research fellow in China Studies for the Victims of Communism Memorial Foundation, and a co-founder of the International Coalition to End Transplant Abuse in China. He's testified in front of Congress numerous times, and he's here to tell us a little bit about his new book. So thank you, Ethan.
Thank you. Can I explain something about this cover, please?
You can.
It's kind of interesting because, you know, like a lot of things in this book, it really wasn't produced for the Uyghur population. Actually, it was produced for the foreign population, okay? The people outside of the Uyghurs. And one of the things is I've seen a lot of Uyghurs respond to this book by kind of looking at it and saying, oh, well, you know, Chinese flag, right? But you see, from the Western perspective, when you turn a star upside down, it becomes a satanic witchcraft symbol. Okay, so I just wanted to tell you, I'm not actually saying that. I'm not saying that the Chinese Communist Party is satanic or anything like that. But I suppose that's why the star is upside down. This is, I wanted to congratulate the guy who came up with this idea, who's from Finland, Ali Torma, and is about to revolutionize the AI world of book translation. He literally, there's a German edition being planned, just started yesterday, and he had the translation this morning. Okay. And
World of AI.
One of the points of this book, actually, one of the reasons I guess I didn't think about it when I was doing it, but was, you know, all these writers were all going to be replaced by AI. Everybody's staring at their screens. It's like that screen is just taking you and taking your job along with it and everything you stood for. Now, except for one thing that the machine can't do. It cannot interview witnesses. It cannot go to Kazakhstan by car and get into the country and then go interview witnesses who are hiding away inside that country. It can't go to Tajikistan. It can't go to the Koma Pass. It cannot, you know, there are so many things that it will never be able to do. And this is, I would just say, I don't expect to live that long in this lifetime, you know, that much longer. According to AI, I'm going to be gone in 10 years. That's what the life insurance websites tell me. But I can tell you this, nobody can replicate this. Nobody can replicate this kind of research. And that's what I was doing today, was trying to train some reporters in that. All right. I have, I'm going to talk just very briefly about a few results that you need to know, very briefly. And then I'm going to move on to some thanks, which I don't normally do as the main talk, but in this case, this is the audience I really want to, some of the people here are the audience I want to thank, because they really put themselves on the line for this book. Okay. The result that you need to know as Uyghurs is that 25,000 to 50,000 Uyghurs and Kazakhs every year are being harvested for their organs. 25 to 50,000. So the number is probably about 35,000, something like that. Now I stand by this number. There's nobody, I am the only person who went out and did the only way that I could figure out to come up with this number, which was to go out and interview people from the camps. But as you know, China learns from experience. And they have learned from previous books and previous research, and this has been a huge concerted effort on forced organ harvesting for some years to come up with facts and numbers and so forth. And we will never get a central database. We will never get a magic document, but the one thing we have, again, is witnesses, people who are inside the camps. Now, I don't expect them to give you the numbers either, but they can give you the numbers inside their own cell block, okay? That they're sure about. A woman can give you the number, maybe just the name of the person who they used to spoon with to keep warm in the winter in their cell, and the reason why they know that woman went missing in the middle of the night was because the bed went cold, all right? These are the people, okay, who can tell us about what's happening in those camps. And organ harvesting is a reality. There are 20 interviews. They're all from different camps. They've got strikingly close numbers. This is very systematic. Now, if you consider the camps from 2017 to now, we are now looking at 250,000 to 500,000 dead. I'm not saying it's the only issue. Personally, I have a nice chapter on forced labor, okay, in there. I have another chapter on the Tajik situation, where the Uyghurs have been constantly moved out of the bazaars and back into Xinjiang. Okay, we have a lot of things. There's a lot of things in this book. And I don't neglect women's, the abuse of women. It's how I kick off the book. But I just want to say those are the facts. I think we really need to focus on them. And in fact, I can announce that 2 days ago, I learned that the organ harvesting act has moved into markup for the Senate. It just happened. And the same day, the Uyghur bill, the main one, which includes your sister, has moved into for markup. This is imminent. This is going to pass. This is a huge breakthrough. We've waited for this for years. Okay, so having said that, I'm just going to make a few thanks. And the first person I need to thank, and really she's representative of so much courage out there from witnesses who were willing to come and risk themselves, risk their families in some cases. I tried very hard to make sure that they could be anonymous when they had to be, but there's also people who went on the record. And the first one I need to thank is Rakia Parhat.
If you have not read the book, and I'm assuming most people have not read the book, I read the first chapter. It was I just don't know how people could do what they did. And I feel so sorry for what you had to go through. But putting it into the interview and into this book is incredibly powerful. So you can't help but be touched by all this. So sorry, but for me, this is very difficult as well as a publisher, because I read all of these accounts and I see it for what it is. And anyway, my apologies. But it's because of the testimony that took place in Congress with the Congressional Executive Committee on China, and we had Kolbinar testify as well. We had Dr. Sam Brownback, and we also had Jan Yakliak give powerful testimony. So all four authors were on a Congressional Executive Committee, and these are the things that are making a difference in the world. So thank you for your bravery on that front. Next up, my dear friend and author, Roshan Abbas. I don't think she needs any introduction in this room, so I will let her just speak to her book.
Thank you, Dean, for your true dedication to the Uyghurs and the Uyghur cause. Ethan, thank you so much for your book, and rahmat Ruqiyya, sizdagi jasorat, sizdagi irodaga. In 2016-2017, with the mass detention, ever since the occupation of our homeland in 1949, the CCP has been using different labels and persecuting the Uyghurs. During the 50s, it was under the label of nationalists. 60s, during the Cultural Revolution, it was under the label of counter-revolutionists. And then we had about 10 years when Dolkun and I and the many other our age group people went to university. We had a little bit of freedom to learn our history and lead some of the movements and be able to organize 2 major protests. And Dolkun was courageous enough to stand up and organize the young students, and they established the first Uyghur organization. And then after fast forward to 1977, 78 to 1989, the Tiananmen Square massacre, we had a little bit of freedom. But then I left the United States. Dolkun was punished for his activism and get kicked out of the university. Then he left, went to Turkey and Germany. So it comes a long way. And when I decided to write this book, I wanted to give the Uyghurs account of what happened during the Cultural Revolution, because there were not much written in English about the Uyghurs, what happened to the Uyghur people during the Cultural Revolution. So I have 2 chapters from my father's memoir, who was subject to persecution because of his dedication to Uyghur people. He was a prominent scientist. And then what happened since the last 10 years, and my sister's disappearance. So I wrote this book with basically broken heart and the sadness of a broken family. So my sister is missing from our lives. Her granddaughters are grown up without seeing or able to speak to their grandma. Her daughters are grown up without being able to communicate with their mother, but with unbroken will and the spirit and the resilience that we all need to fight. Fight for our loved ones, and the most of all, fight for the future of this free world that we all cherish, and it's so important to defend the freedom and democracy. When I left my homeland in 1989, came to the United States without speaking much English, without knowing almost no one, completely different culture, different world. And I left my parents, my friends, my family, my home, because I was looking for something, the respect for human dignity, the freedom, and the democracy that every human being deserves to live within. And I found that in the United States. But today, the very the valuable part of the humans are being at stake because of Chinese government. Our celebrities are being silenced, Hollywood superstars, NBA athletes, journalists, leaders, Muslim majority world, they're all staying silent when we are facing the atrocity of the century. It's because of Chinese government's money. All these people who are so active and so vocal against any kind of social injustice. Rightfully, they should. But if they don't speak out against the mass detention, forced labor, Uyghur children being taken from their families, Uyghur women's bodies being the battleground of this genocide with forced sterilization, forced abortions, forced marriages, and like what Ethan said, forced organ harvesting. It doesn't give any legitimacy for whatever they say about anything else in the world if they choose which cause they want to advocate and where they stay silent, because there's consequences when we advocate for our rights as Uyghurs. So that's why I decided to write this book. And also there's a chapter from my life when I was translating for the Guantanamo Uyghurs. And the Chinese government tried to rewrite my life and rewrite the history. I helped those 22 Uyghurs in Guantanamo. I translated for them. I translated for the US government. Then I translated for their attorneys. And I advocated for their release to third countries, resettled to the third countries. I spent 11 months at the base. I lived there. And then I also continuously advocating for them for 11 more years. I'm altogether from 2022 till 2013, December 31, the last 3 Uyghurs left from Guantanamo. Just because of that, I couldn't go back to China. Starting from 2005, my last trip to China was last trip to my homeland, East Turkestan, was 2005. Because when US released first 5 Uyghurs to Albania, the Chinese government immediately labeled them terrorists. Then I have been told by my government in the US that I shouldn't be traveling anymore because everything I have done to help the Uyghurs or translating for them could be used against me as providing materialistic support for terrorists. The very reason why I couldn't go back to China while my father was alive, 5 years of his late years, I couldn't see him. I couldn't go to his funeral when he passed away. Today, the Chinese government is using for character assassination or trying to dilute my words or discredit my work, saying that I have been torturing the Muslims in Guantanamo. I tortured the Uyghur Muslims in Guantanamo. So I wanted to let the world know what I did in Guantanamo. And so many other things like that, you know, who the Uyghurs are, and the Chinese government claims that it's about China's national security issue, what they are doing with holding all these people in the camps, and all these strike hard policies. And I tried to tell the Uyghur side of the story, the truth, which the Chinese government is most afraid of. Since I published this book, the book was published in Amazon in early June last year. By end of June, I got first fake copy of the book. Then by mid-July, second copy showed up in Amazon. So if somebody goes to Amazon and says Rushan Abbas, they were getting 3 different books. 2 of them were published not by AI, because I have those books on my hands. If it's published by AI, then English grammar should be perfect, but it's not. It's like translated, or somebody wrote, and somebody wrote who doesn't have a perfect English. And then at the end of the book, there's a disclaimer saying, made in the USA. It's like, oh no, we didn't do this from Beijing. Unfortunately, it took us, Dean and myself, 5 months to get rid of those books from Amazon. And a couple of the lawmakers from both Republican Party and Democratic Party got involved. They constantly called the Amazon, and then by first week of December, those books were taken down. So that's how far this government go to cover up the truth.
Again, thank you, Rushan. Thank you for doing this book. I know it's been a great calling card for you around the world, and that's what books do. They elevate the conversation and get discussion started and debate. So now we're going to move over to Aziz Isa Elkum. He's a Uyghur author, poet, writer, and academic who serves as president of the Uyghur Pen Center. He was born in East Turkestan and grew up in Shahar County and studied Russian and Chinese languages at Xinjiang University. And I thought this, to break it up in the middle, we'd have a little bit of poetry and a little bit of art to break up some of the more interesting accounts that we're hearing today. So thank you.
Thank you for the generous introduction. Good afternoon, friends, colleagues. And I myself, as a poet, from my high school years, and since then I was working on Uyghur classic music, Uyghur Maqam. I've been working for many years translating the ghazals, classic Uyghur poetry. So yes, this genocide taking us very, very high price, and it's not physical destruction for the Uyghur people, but also for Uyghurs' every existence, Uyghurs' literary heritage, and now we know any Uyghur children who was born since year 2000, they cannot read and understand Uyghur classical literature probably. It's very obvious. So in 2019, there's very prestigious publisher based in the UK, which is also associated with Royal Writers Association, which is founded 1910. Called Every Man's Library. So they asked me, am I able to work on this anthology? I accepted. I've been working as a poet and translator. I accepted, and I worked for 3 years. And finally this book was published, more than 3 years, yeah, in December 2003 with imprint by Penguin Random House, mostly English-speaking, distributed on the English-speaking countries, mostly in the USA, Canada, Australia, and UK. And this is when you look, quite small book, very classic. This is because this publisher's name's Every Man's Pocket Poetry. In the old time, they can put in their pocket and held and read. You don't have smartphone that time, right? So that kept in the England kept this tradition, and the cover with color of East Turkestan flag. It's very symbolic. And what I want to say about this, they only produce in the world only 11 series, and not a single from the representative for the Turkic world. So this is the first time I represent for the Turkic world, the Uyghur poetry. And this is, very briefly, this is covers 2 million, the poetic history of the Uyghurs. Started from Oğuzname or Alıp Ertuğ'a, epic tale, until 2019, ending with the genocide period, which we can also call new genre called genocide literature. So it covers, represent every 100 years, one poem, shamanism, Buddhism, pre-Islam, Islam, Sufism, Jadism, modern, contemporary, and many, many different sections. And each poem represent a very historical events affecting to the Uyghurs. For example, Uyghur state period, Buddhism period, and the Nawai's poems, even 1933, 1944, established the East Turkestan Republic period. So reflect this not only about poetry, also about the footnote, the explanation, why these poems are very important. So this is kind of one first time the complete anthology of someone interested to understand, and this first time published the aiming the English-speaking world. And after I completed this book, I couldn't stop myself. Myself, I'm a poet. I also suffered, as Gülşen said, many of us here. My father passed away in 2017. I couldn't get to his funeral, not possible. 3 years later, I discovered my father's tomb was destroyed, discovered from Google Map. And then I came to the media, and so lots of campaign by the Chinese propaganda, and until now, the family separation, which I've been suffering like many other Uyghurs. And not about the family, Uyghur intellectuals, Uyghur poets. Before 2015, I have very close connection with the Uyghur poets at home. And I realized this volume I included 8 imprisoned Uyghur poets, and then I couldn't stop myself. There's furthermore, and I just came to my idea I should work solely on that imprisoned Uyghur poets who's currently in Chinese prison, and many of them are sentenced up to 17 years imprisonment. So this book included the work of 25 Uyghur poets, and among them 4 of them female poets, and their photo, full autobiography, and their work. And now this book also now being almost completed the translation in to German in Austria, going to be published by this year, August or September. And so altogether, we have to document this atrocity, this genocide. Uyghurs are people who contributed to human civilization. We have very rich cultural heritage, literary heritage, and China tried to destroy it. This is not only belongs to Uyghurs, it belongs to the world, to the humanity. We have to preserve it, let the outside world know the scale of this atrocity, the crime against humanity. So this is all aim is about documenting this. Now the 25 poets now they are in prison, but the world know they are in Chinese prison, and their crime is writing a poem. And I'm going to end one very briefly. One of I should read the poem. Gülsaymin Gülhan, one of the female poets from Khotan. She said very clearly in her poem what she demanded from us. Tense night, the sunless sky. The woman's prison smiles from under the snow. The woman's prison emerges running at daybreak, dirty, cracked, and bleeding hands. Marked on the surface of white snow, a map of women's prison. They don't want to shed their tears. They just want to lift their heads. They just want to gaze at the sunless sky. Their nightmares and sleepless nights. They want to talk about it with someone outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And it speaks to the power of collaboration and having so many different poets, in this case, contribute. So next up, my dear friend, Dolkanisa, who needs no introduction, once again, I don't believe. So Dalton, let's talk a little about your book, and it was being published in a number of countries now. So over to you.
Thank you, Din. Yes, so actually my book is testimony, my personal testimony on international system, particularly Interpol and transnational repression. Well, this term, transnational repression, is more popular recently, yes, but I have been a victim of the transnational repression more than 30 years. This year, my 32 years, I went to forcefully to exile. I left my country in 1994. I came to Germany in 1996. 30 years of my living in Germany. 2 years I was living in Turkey. Since 32 years, I never visited my family. I have never seen my parents, friends, nothing. Yeah. So since rule of law, free countries, but whole of my life, the 30 years, I can say I can feel I'm living in prison. Not single days I'm feeling I was feeling for free, because I was detained so many country border. You know? So why this book is China Freedom Traps? It is people asking why freedom trap, because my experience, my detention was not happening in the authoritarian countries. Not in some Central Asia or some African countries. It is all which I had been faced was happening in the free country, democratic country. I was detained in my own country, Germany, 1999. I was detained in the United States. I was detained in the Canada, or not even Canada, also a couple of hours, and Italy, Switzerland, capital of the human rights. So it is mean I would like to write this book to want to explain how China long arm. Of course, we know China used economic power, diplomatic power, and in the interface to some Central Asia countries, some authoritarian countries, some African global South country. Not only this, even in the democratic countries as well, because China blame me at the beginning is murder, you know, killer. In the whole my lifetime, I never killed the chicken, but China called me the murder at the beginning. Then 2003, because China is puts my name, 1997 to the Interpol. Interpol, yeah. And the 2003, Chinese government issues declared 11 individual in the exile, and the 4 Uyghur organization as a terrorist, officially. My name is the number 3 of the list. So I really pay a lot of price, a lot of consequences, bitter consequences for this, because of this, as I say, I detain. Some country is couple of days, some country couple of hours. Even in 2009 is the horrible memory I had. I write on this in South Korea. Not North Korea, South Korea. It's a democratic country. I was invited to one of the international conference. I was detained there is 4 days. Nearly I had faced to deported to China. 4 Chinese policemen from Beijing already arrived at Seoul airport. Want to pick me up because government also agree to hand over to China. But however, I'm the German citizen. And the German Foreign Ministry and the US State Department and my friends Russia and some other and inform the State Department and US Congress really intervened, and the European Union this very last minute I was deported from Korea to Germany. Yeah, this example. 2006 before that, I was detained in the international Dallas airport. No? 23 hours, and finally, I was deported from Washington to Germany with T-shirt. Yeah, this is the terrible story all. So that's why, and because of this, that's why I'm saying this is the why China freedom trap. So this is the clear example. China's transnational repression starting is long years ago, for the Uyghur activists and recently more actively. But when I was being the announced terrorist, already I was shocked, my family shocked, not only pay the price for this, also my family, my children, you know. No, is today is my children proud of me. But 10 years ago, 20 years ago, my children is 7 years, 8 years old, went to the primary school and high school, very isolated. You know, classmate, even teacher, because look at Isa, Dilfira Isa, Dolkun Isa, oh, he's your father? Yes, your father is terrorist? They are very small age, couldn't explain, you know. They are crying, even she couldn't explain me. She don't have friends, you know, and at the school, yeah. And Germany is the really, sometimes some people, even some teacher is very narcissist, you know, very, discriminate to the foreigner. So my family, my children also pays a lot of price. Of course, as hometown is another issue. My mother died concentration camp 2008. My younger brother sentenced to life, and my older brother is sentenced 20 years. So why I'm writing this is just want to show the world how, in fact, Chinese transnational repression and it is how dangerous of Chinese government, CCP, Chinese Communist Party, how dangerous international order. Manipulate United Nations, we have Human Rights Council, manipulate interfaces, Interpol. When I was 2018, my Interpol red notes was cancelled. But after 21 years, I was successfully cancelled the Interpol red notes. Yeah. When my red notes were cancelled, China and the Interpol president is Chinese minister. Meng Hongwei is the president of the Interpol. Can you imagine? But I'm happy today. I'm free. I can speak here. But he is in jail now in China. This is success. Thank you.
You know, and you know, it's really done a lot for my reputation to hang out with terrorists, murderers, etc. I just don't get it. Thank you for doing the book, and I think that it's made inroads in a lot of different places and telling the story. And again, what's really important is that it's put in writing, it's documented, and it's there as an historical account. So our last author, and I think we're just going to do this in Uyghur, and we have translation? Okay, we can do it. Okay, and we're going to go into it's a coffee break, but we're going to go over time here. We're going to have Kalbanar, Heart Full of Light, which is a new book. This is the pre-launch. This is not the final book. We will launch the book later on this year, October, here in Europe. But all three of these wonderful authors, actually maybe all five, should come and give testimony in the Canadian Parliament and let Senator Yuan Pao Wu and our dear friend, formerly Han Dong, and then Mr. Ma, understand exactly what genocide is and what forced labor is, because unless you've seen it, it cannot be happening. This is a little joke with Yves-Francois and I. So, Heart Full of Light.
Thank you, Dan. Assalamu alaikum, hörmətli qarindaşlar. Aldı bilan Dünya Qurultayımızın İçki İşlar Komitetining müdiri Ekber kitapның başdan axırı tərcümalığını öz qıldı. Ən axırdakı nüsxalarga bizning Abdul Muqtadir inimiz köp yordam qıldı. Muş münasibət bilan hammalarga rahmat aytaman.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Here I would like to express my gratefulness to Mr. Dean for completing this book, and also to take his time to bring his book on this rush time, on this urgent time. And also I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Ekber, the director of World Uyghur Congress Internal Affairs Committee, and also Abdul Muqaddir from Canada, the Uyghur guy, for their contribution to translate this book on time. Thank you very much.
Bu kitap 2021 yılı Naq muş iyun vaqtida Gollandiyada 3 yerlik inilerimiz aş Gollandiya merkez ma'arif merkezidan izlab meni tepibdi. Sen to'g'riliq bir ish qilib bersak bo'pti-ku, sen to'g'risi bir kitob yozgan bo'lsak dedi. Ha deb qo'shildim. Shuningdan keyin bu kitob yozishga boshladi, ammo pek uzun vaqt ketdi, buning pek uzun jarayon ketdi.
And a few years ago, 3 guys, the volunteers, and who knew the situation of the Uyghurs via social media or the media, and he came to the local organization in the Netherlands, and they asked me that, okay, we know your situation, your life story, so what about writing a book about your life in a prison, in a concentration camp? So they started to write this book, and it took many years and many efforts to complete this book today.
Bu yerda alayda eskartib qo'ydig'im, bu kitobning yozishiga ash bolalarning meni izlab kelishiga eng muhim sabab bo'lgani, yana shu Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultayimizning bizning sobiq raisimiz Dolqun Aysa apandimningki tashkillashi iltimoslari bilan Londonda ochilgan sotning ta'siridan ashlar ashi o'tirib ko'rib, kep yig'lab ketgandi. Biz London sotida Uyg'ur sot deb ochildi ekan deb pek hayron qolgandik. Sening guvohligingni ko'rib, boshdan oxir sendan bekrak yig'lab o'tirib ko'rdik. Shuning uchun to'xtabdi. Biz bir Uyg'ur uchun bir ish qilib beraylik. Oldinlamish qamdursizlikqa bir xizmatimiz bo'lsa, shunga yordam qilaylik deb meni izlab kelib, mush kitobni mushnaq ro'yobga chiqishga yordam qildi. Ammo bu kitob yozish jarayonida keyin ma'lum sabablar bilan Angliyadagi Nadam Davud bu qernishimizga o'tdi bu kitob. Shuning bilan yozilib mishaga chiqardi.
And as you know, a few years ago, the former president of the World Congress, Mr. Dolqun Isa, has organized the Uyghur tribunal in London. And in the tribunal, I delivered my first testimony as a victim of camp survivor. And it was broadcasting. And at the time, the guys who wants to write my book, they have been seeing my testimony live, and they were very touched by my story, and they said we were crying while we were watching your testimony. It was very strong testimony. It was very important. So we are determined to write your book. We have to accomplish this important mission. So this is how I got in touch with those guys to start my book, my project. And in the meantime, there's another guy from London named Nadine, who came into in the middle of the project and to take over the writing of this book. And then finally we get in touch with Mr. Dean to complete this book.
Bu kitap fakat bir mening qisqacha tarixim bo'lib qolmasdan, balki shu lagerlarda turayotgan dahshatlik zulmlar, qirg'inchilik va fojialar yozilgan, anaqdagi meningdagi ziddiyat to'qinishlar, kurashlar, eng oxirida umidga to'lgan bir qalbim orqali buni yengishdan iborat shunday fojia yozilgan kitob. Shuning uchun kitobning ismimi umidga to'lgan qalb.
And this is not about my private life story. It's also the terrible experience, the tragedy happening inside the concentration camps under the Chinese regime, and also my strength to fight against this pain, fight against this terrible tragedy suffered that Uyghurs are suffering today by the Chinese government. So I came to the power and gathered my concentration to finish this book, and then on this way also I am feeling very hopeful that my book can contribute to the cause of the Uyghur diaspora.
Onun üstüge bu kitap naitimi bir ciddi yaxşı vaqtida nashrdan chiqdi. Tekrar denependim köp rahmat. Çünkü hazır hemimizin haberi bo'lgandek, xalqaro vaziyat kundan kuniga o'zgaryapti. Bizning Uyg'ur masalasi irqiy qirg'inchilikmi kun tartibdan chiqib qolay degan shunday bir vaqtida bu kitap qaytadan nashrga chiqib, hech bo'lmaganda mushuni unutilib qolayotgan qarindoshlarimizning qaytadan buni eslashiga, eng muhimi Ben 6 yıldan yağı, Dünya Uyghur Kurultayımızdaki Amerika Uyghur Hareketi teşkilatlarındaki yetekçiligide nurgun devletlerge badım, guvallıklarını verdim öz ağzım bilen, özüm bilen. Ama bu kitap güçlük boğan kalbim arkalık bütün dünya xalqaradaki şu insanların kalbigi tekse bulup mu kiyinki yaş evlatlarımızga muşu yetişken bolsa degan muşlar bir çoğun ümitde hem bu kitapның dal vaqtda chiqqanligidan to'liq xursandman. Hammaga rahmat.
And also, every day we got different kinds of information. Our time is very squeezed, we have a shortage of time. But in this time, that the Uyghur lives, the Uyghur matters are going down from the agenda of the world or international community. So my book is written on time to bring the attention of the Uyghur people to the highest point of the agenda, and also in the company of Mr. Dolkun Isa from World Uyghur Congress and Mr. Rushan Abbas from the Campaign for Uyghur, I visited different kinds of country to introduce my book, to introduce my testimony, and also my book now can inform people about what is going on inside China's concentration camp, and also inform the unaware people that who are the Uyghurs. Thank you.
Thank you. And Kalbanar, thank you as well. I just have a couple housekeeping items I just want to mention. One, the authors will be back at the back of the room and can sign books very quickly. Number two, and very important, anybody who buys the book and wants to provide a quote for the book, this is, again, the preliminary version of the book. The final book comes out in October. There'll be some other testimony added in here. We put the testimony in from the Congressional Executive Committee on China, and it was translated by Alim, and he did a great job and did a little introduction. One thing, I guess, in closing, this is about hope. This is about individuals. This is therapeutic for the authors as well. But most importantly, bringing it and bringing their voices forward to tell the story, to document it, but for people to take action. And people are taking action because of the books, all of these books that are published here. So this is what's really important. And so one last word, and it was from Palit Sayim in today's thing: hope tomorrow is a better day, and it will be. Thank you.
Hürmetlik hanımlar, efendiler, 3. növetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbiri başlandı.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the 3rd International Uyghur Forum is starting.
Hürmetlik hanımlar, efendiler, 3. növetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbiri başlandı.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the 3rd International Uyghur Forum is starting.
Hürmetlik hanımlar, efendiler, 3. növetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbiri başlandı.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session at the 3rd International Uyghur Forum is starting.
Distinguished guests, dear friends, I am very honored to participate to the 3rd International Uyghur Forum in Berlin. I'm very sorry to do not be able to be with you during these few days, but we are preparing the next World Congress Against Death Penalty, who will take place in Paris on the 30th of June and 2nd of July. It will be a great occasion to raise the situation of the Uyghur community in China. Indeed, China is the first country who uses the death penalty regularly, and it's important to remind that the death penalty is always used as a political tool. Death penalty is to threaten population and is used against minorities, ethnic minorities, social minorities, racial minorities. The situation in China is the same than everywhere else. The use of death penalty is not acceptable, and we can see how much it is used against minority groups. I ask to the international community to be strong against the Chinese authorities on the use of death penalty, and I'm very in solidarity of the Uyghur community, and I can assure you that I will always be with you on the fight against death penalty and the rights of Uyghur community in China. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final panel of this truly incredible conference. My name is Dina Shane Leader, and I am the Assistant Director of the Jacob Black. And we work to advance universal human rights through engagement with the United Nations, governments, civil society, and human rights defenders around the world. We work on issues related to freedom of religion or belief, genocide prevention, the protection of vulnerable communities, and other central issues in the field of human rights. Over the past several years, JBI has worked closely with the Uyghur advocates, survivors, and international experts to raise awareness of the human rights crisis facing the Uyghurs. Through this work, we have seen that violations of freedom of religion or belief rarely occur in isolation. In the Uyghur context, restrictions on religious practice have been accompanied by broader efforts to control, transform, and fully erase cultural and communal identity. The experience of the Uyghurs provides one of the clearest contemporary examples of how violations of freedom of religion or belief intersect with a broader range of human rights abuses. These abuses are integral to China's systematic effort to destroy Uyghur religious identity, and as many have stated, amount to crimes against humanity and genocide. The experience of the Uyghurs also raises an important question about how the international community responds when religious identity itself becomes a target of state repression. While independent human rights experts, civil society organizations, and a number of governments have worked tirelessly to document these abuses and raise the alarm, the international response has too often fallen short of the urgency demanded by a crisis of this scale. The inability of the United Nations leadership to respond commensurately to the gravity of the allegations has profound implications not only for the Uyghur people, but for global community, and it is shocking and unacceptable. These challenges underscore the importance of continued documentation, advocacy, and public engagement. They also highlight the need for sustained conversations about how government, international institutions, civil society organizations, and faith communities can respond more effectively when fundamental rights are under attack. We are incredibly lucky today. Our panel brings together experts from advocacy, research, faith-based engagement, and documentation efforts to examine how surveillance, forced assimilation, and the suppression of independent religious practice have become central features of the campaign targeting Uyghurs, and to consider what more governments, international institutions, civil society, and faith communities can do in response. I would like to welcome our panel, whose work approaches these issues from different but very complementary perspectives. Adiljan Abdurrahim is the coordinator and data technician at the Uyghur Transitional Justice Database, who will shortly be publishing a report on some of the freedom of religion or belief issues, and he can talk more about that soon. Abdul Hakim Idris is the executive director of the Center for Uyghur Studies, and Mia Hassanson Gross is the executive director of Renee Kazan. Adiljan, if I can start with you, so that we can all better understand the landscape of what is currently happening and just the sheer amount of destruction that has occurred. The Uyghur Transitional Justice Database has undertaken incredibly innovative work that you spoke about yesterday, reconstructing demolished mosques, shrines, and other religious sites in 3D. Can you tell us a little bit more about why documenting these destroyed sites are so important? What is
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important discussion. I would like to draw attention, as you said, like how we can use the technology in our research. And the report that shortly will be published, actually examining the transformation of the historic Keria Itka Mosque. Many Uyghurs know, and it has a long history, about 800 years. Unfortunately, not only Itkak Mosque, but many mosques in East Turkestan are used for the tight surveillance and monitoring and documenting all the entries, worships happening in East Turkestan. Importantly, what this report is that it's built up on the already done researches. We have seen individuals, human rights organizations, other researchers who has done a lot of the work in terms of the finding the demolishment and the expanded way of the demolishing the religious sites and mosque in East Turkestan. So what we have done is a little bit different, is that we have, alongside satellite imagery, historical records and available reports to see how the people have seen the differences. Especially we have been able to interview the people who has visited East Turkestan recently in 2024 and 25, providing the rare synchronous insights into conditions on the ground. And I think it's very essential to understand what was happening in the past and what is happening at the moment. We have seen that their accounts describe heavily monitored religious sites, passport checks, restriction on access and worship, and conversion of the mosques into controlled tourist attractions. These testimonies help us better understand not only what happened in the past, as I said, but what's the policies continue to affect religious life today. At the same time, we're exploring innovative ways to reconstruct the mosque. And one of the memories of me, and maybe some people who lived in Ürümçi, they know that Nogai Mechet in Ürümçi, it was actually built up a brand new, but previously it was a very beautiful historical place. And even when I came outside East Turkestan, I got information that actually the Tatar delegation went to East Turkestan in order to stop this rebuildment to the new building. And at the moment, I have very vivid memory how it looked like. I knew that there was a tree and was very beautiful, the entrance, but not more than that. And at the moment, our children who is growing up in abroad, they don't understand and they can't comprehend or represent it in the image. We can tell them many stories, but they can't imagine it. And that's why we said that preserving and reconstruction of the 3D modeling is something that will be useful to reconstruct, rebuild the East Turkestan when it's free, and to give the opportunity for our younger generation to see what we have seen.
I think that's such an incredible point. I feel like a lot of times documentation focuses on accountability, as it should, but the idea of rebuilding is really so central and important, and it keeps hope alive, and it's a really amazing project to take on and kind of center, and I think that's really wonderful. Abdul Hakim, turning to you. We've heard, we just heard about the destruction, about the beautiful mosques that have been destroyed, and sort of with all that destruction and erasure happening, how has daily life for Uyghurs changed over the past 10 years? What is the situation like on the ground right now? And how are international actors, the diaspora community, Western governments, Muslim and Turkic countries, how are they all responding to the crisis that we're seeing, and what would you like to see them do?
For organizer, President Turgunjan, Dolkun Isa, and Zumrat, and all the people they working behind the scene. Almost we coming to end of this forum, and we had the chance to hear all Chinese policies, the brutalities. I don't want to repeat every policies, but impact. We can see today in East Turkestan, fear is still there. We had chance to interview the people. They went to our country recently, 3 months ago. We have one guy who is, very religious person in the United States. He visited Ürümçi. He got the visa. He went to grave his father. He was not able to make a pray, Islamic pray. He has to stood like a Chinese guy and they give his respect. And we spoke other one who visited again our country. During his visit, his sister was called by the police and they went to concentration camps. And other one who recently visited southern part of East Turkestan, Hoten, where I am from. But his relative didn't want meet with them.
They were so afraid, they said, we don't know them. And this is the situation. More than 1 million Uyghur children today went to the boarding school. They ate pork as a Muslim. They didn't have any chance to learn religion or Uyghur culture or any story from the Uyghur heritage or history. They grew up without love their family from their parents, separated. After they graduated from the middle school or high school, they were forced to go to Chinese military. The China CCP want to make sure they are 100% assimilated. This is the young people. For the girls, I still, miss my sisters. One of my sister was born after I left my country. I left my country in 1986. I never saw her. She went to Chinese school. She learned Mandarin. She became nurse, but she is missing. She is in concentration camps. And one of my brother, Abdurrahim Idris, was sentenced 2017 for 20 years. And we didn't know about their children. This is the life. And Uyghurs are losing their wealth. As reported last year, 60% of Uyghurs' farmland, most of Uyghurs are farmer, right? Confiscated. Under the, like a big farm corporations. So you have to give them. And they were forced to work on own land as a slave. As Dr. Adrian Zenz reported last year, 3.3 million Uyghurs were transferred for workforce, for slavery. This is the data. And the Uyghurs are not able to communicate with each other in Uyghur language because this new Chinese unity law, and since 2017, Uyghurs are forced to speak with each other in Chinese language. And may you know one thing, we cannot explain this. I was around the world in the Muslim majority country, but I couldn't explain that. 1.3 million Chinese Han cadres were deployed in Uyghur home, Uyghur family. Uyghur family home become like a last place, you can rest. You can teach your children manner, morality, give them love, listen to them, share their pains. But they have to live with these people. This has never happened, and I think in the main country history. We cannot explain this situation. I don't want to, explain how the China CCP as a state burned the Qur'ans, destroyed the mosque, as I said. There is no imam, no community leaders from artist to soccer player to comedian to even some communist member. Imagine the former governor of so-called Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region, Nur Bekri, is still in the jail today. So this is the situation in our country. And recently we get to know the Ethan Gutmann's book about organ harvesting in our country. What he said, this is there, you can ask him. More than 100,000, right? Organs were transplanted. And surveillance, data, gain analysis, all taken from the Uyghurs. So I used to live in Germany. I went to school here. I visited Dachau concentration camps. First time I didn't understand, I say to you, like become me like a museum, right? When this genocide happened, we visited with Russia and with others, we imagine that. This is happening in our country still. It's almost 10 years, still happening today. I want to make a little bit short, our neighboring countries. When something's bad happened to you, as a neighbor, you have the right to flee. As East Turkestan, we accepted many Tatars, Kazakhs, Uzbeks, Tajiks from Central Asia when the Tsar Russian occupied them. Later, the Stalin deported them, right? But when this genocide happened, no bird could fly to Kazakhstan or Kyrgyzstan or Tajikistan, not even to Afghanistan, Pakistan, and our big neighbor, even India. We have 3 people in India, almost 10 years. We don't know about their face. This is a situation our neighboring country. And of course, we are neighbors with Russia too. And Russia has very bad history with the Uyghurs. They sold the Jongaria empires, right? The first genocide happened that time, and then Ili Sultanate, and then 1940s. Today, we cannot go to Russia too, as a refugee. This is the situation in our neighboring countries. And Uyghurs are Turkic and the Muslims. I already talked about the Central Asian country situation, but one thing I want to tell you, last year and 2024, we were able to visit some of the Central Asian countries. We had a discussion with the Uyghur leaders, with the Meshra people. I was surprised, they were crying. You know why they crying? Not what happened because the Uyghurs on the border, no. They were crying, maybe this concentration camps come to us. This happened to us. They were crying. This is the situation in our neighboring countries. Muslim majority countries, as you know, Organization of Islamic Cooperation supporting China's war against Islam, against the faith. There is a documented, I don't want to waste the time talking about them. And Muslim governments are aligned with China to support them. And many institutions, independent NGOs, they are choosing China, even scholars. Some of the Muslims are helping us. We are not denying that. But most of them are with the China. I personally was active in we are active with our organization on the Muslim majority countries. I will tell you, we have huge potential in Muslim majority countries. If the people know that, the rulers are not democratic rulers, but they have to listen their people. So they are avoiding or blocking the news about the Uyghurs in their media outlets. Myself went to Malaysia several times. I had the chance to meet with the current Prime Minister Anwar Ibrahim. I know 100% he knows what happened to Uyghurs. He spent his time in jail. I get to know the people who delivered books and the foods to jail for him. Even we met with his staffs. They know what happened to Uyghurs. But as you discussed before, the Belt Road initiatives, that policies, and China's influence, and if you want to know more about that, you can read my book, Menace, China's Colonization of Islamic World on Uyghur Genocide. We 2020 already explained what will happen to the Muslim majority countries. And it's happening today to Malaysia. Malaysia is, in the Muslim country, has very good reputation normally, They are supporting all causes. But this time, they were pressured by the China, and then detained me and denied me to entry. This is the situations. And we can talk about the global South country. We were in Latin America, Africa, all these countries. Most of them are subject to Chinese debt trap policies, and China providing them almost for free iCloud system, ZTE, Huawei systems, all even the telecommunications data. In those countries, if you speak, your data will be saved in Chinese iCloud in China. What means that? That means they know about your country's secret, everything, and they can use each other and they control this. We can see it in the CPEC, China and the Pakistan Economic Corridor, and they don't need, to occupy Pakistan. Pakistani army protecting the Chinese infrastructure there, and they are become like a province for China. So this is the situation. And for the democratic countries, I know my time is up. I know in democratic countries, today we live, uncertain time. We have to say this, Every country is working for survival. In the West, in the East, there are few places there are still human rights value exist. In the most countries, they're looking by interest. Right? There's national security interest, their interest. So, in these circumstances, as a Uyghurs, I will go to the solution. Uyghurs, we have to chance to align our cause with the free world interest, with the Make America Great Again interest, mega interest, European Union's interest. When I came to Germany in 1991, Germany was export Weltmeister, right? The export master, they're doing exporting. Today, they become importer. Volkswagen closing fabrics. Why? Because they already transferred their technology to China. So we can make our cause aligned with the interest. Somebody worked in Berlin. His interest is aligned with our interest. So to do this, we almost spent 30 years, 40 years on human rights activities. We speak like a human rights activist, walk like a human rights activist, talk like a human rights activist, right? But we need new people. For example, folks specialists on the AI technology, iCloud. What's mean the surveillance for the world? The medicine technology, right? And financial sectors. Many Western pensions are invested in China's PLA industries. We have to explain this. And we have to have in our with us some folks who understand from economy. We can reach out to unions here in Germany. We can talk to them. You are losing your job because of China. Because China is using Uyghur people as a slavery. Your company not can compete with a company or supported by the government, subsidized by the government, and use free labors. You cannot compete it. So this is the chance for us. And as a Uyghurs, we already began with the initiative our former President Dolkun Issa. We had this year two strategic meetings. One in Washington with think tanks, with the government officials, with media, and second is in Cyprus with the Uyghur leaders. We already began to adopt reform in our structure and organizations. How could we coordinate the Uyghur organization with each other? How could we build a huge and good organization and movement and representing the all Uyghur people? We are on this way thinking, but it's not done yet, but we will do it. So this is my take, and from the 2 days, and we'll talk later. Give you some space to speak.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that is a really poignant example of what we've kind of all been talking about, how these violations are not just one-offs. They don't just appear in isolations, that they're all interconnected and they're all part of China's policy to erase the Uyghur people. So it's not just restrictions on movement, on freedom of religion or belief, on the right to be free from torture. It's that they're all coalescing together to ensure China's policy of erasing Uyghur culture. And I appreciate you sharing your story and the story of your sister. Thank you so much for that. Turning to you, Mia, a lot of the discussion that we've been having has focused on detention camps, surveillance, and restrictions on religious practice, as it should be. But we've also seen reports of policies that disproportionately impact Uyghur women and families. How do you see gender and religious persecution intersecting in the Uyghur context, and why is it so important for advocates to understand that connection?
Thank you. And thank you for inviting me. It's always a privilege more than a pleasure, as much as it is a pleasure. I'll just start with probably a general comment that for most of us in the room, I'm guessing, our faith is quite central to our identity. It determines what we eat. It determines how many times we come together with our family and celebrate festivals. It determines how we raise our children and the narratives. And in the case of Zhang, and I just want to acknowledge the very powerful testimony we heard from him, it seemed like that was his lifesaver. He found a new way to, redeem the 9 years of experience through faith, and the new faith he found. I also want to acknowledge the fact that I'm not an academic, and I'm not a legal expert, so I'm not going to speak here with that basis of knowledge of expertise on women's rights or freedom of religion and belief. But as you can see, I am a woman, and I am a woman that belongs to a faith. We all know that women's rights have progressed massively, certainly in this century. But we also know that too many women still experience layered forms of harm because of their belief and or because of their gender. And that's specifically the experience of women from marginalized or minority groups. And I think many in this room would acknowledge that separating religious persecution from gendered harm doesn't really apply to all of you Uyghur women here in the room and Uyghur women more widely. Because these are not parallel dynamics, they're part of the same strategy. As we know, religion repression is not gender neutral. The restrictions on prayer, on modest dress, informal religious teaching, they've all been criminalized for men and women, but women have often been at the center of that scrutiny. And it's not because of what women do individually, but it's like we heard yesterday, because of the role that women have in the community as transmitters of culture, of language, of folklore, of food. I don't remember who it was that mentioned yesterday, the role of Uyghur language, not least to be able to communicate between generations in the family, parents with their children, grandchildren with their grandparents. Women often play a key role in that. And at the same time, we see how this intersects with policies directed at women's bodies and family life. The forced sterilization, the forced coupling, coercive birth control, and the separation of children from their families and their parents have been widely documented. And taken together, both the restriction on religious behavior or practice and the experience and the harm that's done to women based on their gender, these reflect a logic that views Uyghur women not only through the lens of religion, religious identity, but central to the continuation of the Uyghur people. The Uyghur Tribunal concluded without reasonable doubt, based on the article that refers specifically to the prevention of future births, Article 2.4 in the Genocide Convention. That was conclusive. So this broader understanding is not new. When Raphael Lemkin, and I know many of you have heard me reference Raphael Lemkin in the past, when he coined the term genocide, he included not only the physical destruction, but destruction of a people's cultural and spiritual existence, something that I feel is particularly relevant in this context. What is striking, and what Uyghur women and advocates have been articulating for some time, is that these procedures are a very particular form of harm, because it's not simply an accumulation of violations, but it's something structural. There is intent. There is careful intent of a multi-layered approach on a way to hurt a people through its women, through its religious belief and its existence. And that's why the language of weaponization, and I think that's why Dina asked me this question. We hosted at Renekasan a session on weaponization of faith against Uyghur women. And I stand by that, because I think it is a form that is quite relevant, because faith is not only being restricted, it's being reframed as threat and projected onto women in ways that combine both Islamophobia but also violence against women and misogyny. What does it mean for us as advocates? It means that the challenge is not just recognizing this intersection, but it also means ensuring that we fully reflect that in international mechanisms and in the advocacy work that we do. Because this intersection, like I said, matters on multiple levels and reveals how violations operate as a system. And that's one of the key elements that we know stands behind the CCP and its policy on the Uyghurs. And perhaps more importantly, and I'll conclude with this, it reflects what you, Uyghur women, have been telling us. Your experiences cannot be separated into categories, and neither should our advocacy on your behalf. Thank you.
I couldn't have said it better myself as a woman of faith as well, so thank you so much for that. Adil Jan, if I could turn back to you. You've discussed the importance, the why in documenting these destroyed religious sites, remembrance, accountability, the rebuilding in the future. Can you tell us a little bit about whether or not the reconstruction work has had an impact on how people understand the scale or significance of the destruction? And on a personal level, how do you think the reconstructions have influenced the broader conversation about the grave human rights abuses occurring?
I think it will be a little bit difficult for me to answer that question, because the report will be published soon, so it's due to publish it. But what we can go is that we can go to the process of how we try to document and try to reconstruct all the processes behind. So just to give like the already done work by SPI and Sintash, who had done a great job on the satellite imagery of the demolishment of the religious sites, mosques, or partial or fully. So East Turkestan had about 24,000 up to 25,000 mosques existed. By 2020, around 15,000 mosques with rollers 7,500 partially damaged. So it's just like more than half of the mosques has been demolished. This is an aspect of like seeing the broad and picture. And based on the RFA findings, indicates that the mosque rectification program that the Chinese regime called may have led the destruction up to 5,000 mosques in just 3 months. Imagine, in just 3 months. According to our own analysis of UTJD, only in Üchinchi, we have analyzed 288 mosques, 34 mosques completely demolished since 2014, 49 mosques partially destroyed since 2018, and 199 mosques still operating, but under heavy surveillance and restrictions. The report also documented broader destruction around Keria mosque, and that's why we tried to particularly focus on one mosque to show what actually is happening. And as I mentioned, if you see individually the data, maybe it's not quite like significant, but when we collect different things and surroundings, then we find out more shocking stories. And it's not only about the mosques. About 1,372 houses has been demolished around that Idgah mosque. 5 historic cemeteries has been destroyed. And this is all the historical and religious sites that we want to preserve, but unfortunately the Chinese regime is not allowing. And finally, I just want to sum up everything, and I would emphasize important point is that protecting freedom of the religion or belief requires more than just condemning violence. It requires confronting the quieter systems of control, like surveillance, administrative restrictions, cultural erasure, and the criminalization of ordinary religious life, because we're talking about the religious freedom. The Keria Idgah Mosque survived for 8 centuries because it was sustained by a community, by us Uyghurs, living it daily basis. When that community is displaced, monitored, and denied the ability to worship freely, the damage is not just architectural, it is civilizational, sorry. Documentation, solidarity, and accountability are therefore not symbolic acts. They are essential tools for preserving both human dignity and historical memory. And I do hope I answered your questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up. You mentioned the report. Do you know when that's coming out, or can we go to your website and sign up for something so that we can make sure that we don't miss it?
It will come around the autumn time, so we do our best. We will try to let know, and of course World Uyghur Congress campaign for Uyghurs, they always have been very supportive in terms of using our reports and trying to be a voice. So hopefully they will do their job there.
We'll make sure to look out for it. Mia, a quick question for you. You work with a lot of faith-based communities and organizations, and they've often played an incredibly important role in defending religious freedom around the world. What responsibility do religious leaders and faith-based organizations, especially ones outside of the Uyghur religion and community, have when confronting the persecution of Uyghurs, and where have you seen effective examples of solidarity?
Thank you. The wealth of my experience and examples obviously lay more within the Jewish community globally, so my examples will be there. But just in terms of also a bit of historical context, as a faith-based organization, so our mission is grounded on the fact that our history, but our faith-based values determine our work and are the motivation for our work. And we draw our inspiration from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. And that was drafted after the Holocaust. And it was drafted by Jewish individuals and organizations that didn't argue for the protection only of Jews. It was a bit too late by then because the Holocaust had happened. But it helped build a universal framework for religious freedoms for all other people. And I think that's quite important to remember. When Raphael Lemkin, I'll mention him again, coined the phrase genocide, it wasn't to benefit or prevent the Holocaust, but it was because of the Holocaust and that experience that he understood the importance of preserving the religious identity and the existence of other groups. Rabbi Abraham Herschel from the US, who walked along Martin Luther King during the Civil Rights Movement, took a stand as a Jewish leader. And we know that both in terms of the moral support, but also in terms of the political message that it gave. So we know that faith communities grounded on their history and their values and their beliefs, it lends them both the moral authority, but then also the responsibility. So I'll go into the examples that are true, some to the UK Jewish community, but also internationally. I think it was right after I was introduced to Rahima and the Uyghur issue that the first thing that we did, for example, was organize a meeting of the UK chief rabbi, who leads 70% of the Jewish community in the UK, with World Uyghur Congress leadership. Because we knew that once the chief rabbi, as the spiritual leader, knew about what was happening to the Uyghur, the Jewish community would follow. And we were right. I mean, that's exactly what happened. The Elie Wiesel Foundation in 2025 hosted a conference. So Elie Wiesel was a Holocaust survivor who took it upon his life mission to advocate for the promotion of tolerance and go against hate experienced by any group based on his history as a Holocaust survivor. His foundation hosted a conference. I suspect many here in the room, I know the World Uyghur Congress were partners of that. But again, it was about leveraging the role of a faith-based and historical-based organization to campaign on the Uyghur issue. There's a LA-based organization called Jewish World Watch. And a couple of years ago, they set up a directory with thousands of companies complicit with Uyghur forced labor in their supply chain. And that's the sole purpose of this directory. The European Union of Jewish Students, that brings together EU-based unions of Jewish student unions from different EU organizations, for years had campaigned on the Uyghur issue, leveraging their role both in terms of lobbying local governments and their local university authorities, but often and crucially also standing alongside Uyghur students and Uyghur youth in their campuses. The Jewish community has informal educational conferences. There's an international one in the UK, but then you have regional ones. I have spoken in the Finnish Limud Festival, in the Swedish Limud Festival, in the German Limud Festival, in the Polish Limud Festival. And guess what my subject matter or topic of presentation has always been? It has always been the Uyghur issue. Because I think that's exactly, it's about informal education and it's about mobilizing. And I think that's the unique role that we as faith-based organizations, but certainly our faith leaders have. Just this Sunday, I spoke at a synagogue. It's not even a synagogue, the venue was a synagogue, but the setting is the Jewish Ethics Project set up by the more orthodox arm of the UK Jewish community. And guess what they invited me to speak about? It was about the Uyghur work that we have been working on for 8 years, because it's still recognized, certainly within faith-based settings in the Jewish community and our community leaders, if it's our rabbis or those who are in charge of education and ethical leadership, as the topic that we as a community have a role in playing. So yeah, I hope that answers your question.
And as we come towards the end of the panel, I want to ask each of our panelists if they could give some closing remarks, or if they would like to answer that given the reality on the ground and in the world, how many governments have been pretty reluctant to confront China due to geopolitical or economic considerations. Given that, how can advocates, NGOs, faith communities, and concerned individuals really most effectively engage governments and build support for stronger action? So if we want to just go down, or whoever wants to start.
I'll be just short. What we have to understand, according to what we have seen from the interviews, who has been recently to East Turkestan and observed the situation of the mosques, is that the surveillance changes a mosque from sanctuary into a checkpoint. And I think it will conclude my...
Again, based on our experience, or my experience as leading an advocacy organization, there are 3 tips that worked for us, certainly in terms of coming into a space where often governments are unwilling or unable to act. The first one is faith communities, whether it's the spiritual leaders or a faith-based campaigning organization. We can come with a very distinct moral argument that's based on faith, and all faith share the same fundamental values. They cut across, I mean, I've got here Muslim experts, but I did a bit of research. Same values of respect and equality and fairness and justice and love underpin all faiths. They also underpin the principle of human rights. But it's all in the messaging. And if faith leaders can frame it using the faith-based language, often governments, and we see it in our campaigning, either can't or are shamed into not ignoring those messages. I call it, in our case, the Jewish guilting, but it's true, I think, across faith. The second point is mobilizing our communities and as active allies. Now, we're a very small community, but with useful campaigning tools, we are able to galvanize a community, and whether it's a community of 300,000 or a community of 500,000, faith communities often have unique community mobilizing structures. So being able to leverage that, so that when we draft a letter to an MP asking for a genocide amendment to a UK trade bill, we're able to mobilize quite a few within the community to send this specific letter that has the book ending, the intro and the ending that draws from our faith values and faith experience. And I think the third point is using the access that we have. The chief rabbi in the UK has an open door to many governmental offices and individuals. So do many in our communal leadership. So it's about informing them and letting them be, keeping them up to date, and then identifying the points of leverage. And doing that, it's just not the usual suspect. We're not an influential, what's it called in the US, where you've got we're not lobby groups. We're not the typical lobby group, but we do have the access and the leverage. So those would be my 3, I think, tips in terms of just being another access point, coming with a different narrative, different techniques, and a different group of people behind you to work with government, shame government, challenge government, or all of the above?
After 10 years of CCP's active genocide on Uyghurs, as Uyghurs, we are on turning point, very critical point. Recently, CCP intensified their propaganda. As you know, China spent billions of dollars to spread the lies and hide the Uyghur genocide and what they are doing to Tibetan, Mongolian, Hong Konger, and even threatening the Taiwanese to put in concentration camps. They are inviting visitors from Muslim majority countries. I'm very upset for those visitors. I think they are drinking the blood of the Uyghur Muslims. You know, and sleeping in the fancy hotels. And dancing with the CCP against their own Muslims. How could they claim they are Muslims, you know? If they die, may God, you know, ask them what they did there. I'm very upset for these visitors. And China is, again, using its technology, AI system, and social influence, funding them. From, you know, Urdu to Swahili to Arabic to Farsi to Turkish, from Central Asian, they're going to our country talking beautiful Xinjiang, something like that, you know. They are spreading the lies. And then China is intensifying its transnational repressions. Last week I learned one which I know him, I don't want to give his name, is in first one was a businessman from Khotan, he was in concentration camps. Recently, China get his money from Turkey, 12 million US dollar. They are not letting anything, you know, like outside. So this is very crucial point for turning point for the Uyghurs. And I will call my countrymen, my people, we made for this time. We made for this time. We cannot, you know, give our opinion, what did our parents and the people, you know. If we fail to bring to China in the world attentions, China is portraying itself, you know, friend of the Muslim, right? Peaceful country. And from Washington, from Moscow, from Brussels, from Berlin, from Canada, everybody visiting the Xi Jinping, you know, Beijing become like a Mecca, right? Even in Canada, we had like a law to accept 10,000 Uyghur refugees. It's not reaching to 400 people right now. This is the situation. So it's very important. And it's very important for the world community, interfaith community, for Christian, for Jewish, for Muslim, for the non-believer, human rights activists to support the Uyghurs. If you don't do this, you know, how could you explain or for yourself, you know, what will happen to you next? This is the situation, and I think we should begin from us as the Uyghurs, intensify our works, and now our only enemy is CCP. We can show our solidarity with Tibetan, Mongolian, Chinese Christian, Hong Kong, Taiwanese, all the people. We have to expose real face of China, and they will lose their face. They have only hidden face. If the world know the real face of China, they will take action. Thank you so much.
I just want to thank all of our panelists. And in closing, I just want to share a quick personal moment that I had here in Berlin. It's my first time here, and I decided to go to the Jewish Museum. And I came across the story of Rabbi Georg Wild, who was sent to Buchenwald on Kristallnacht. He was sent with 30,000 other men. He was able to escape and survived, and he made his way to the United Kingdom, where he wrote what happened to him. And one of the quotes really resonates with me, and I think it'll really resonate with all of you. But he said, I understood the purpose of all that, to shatter our nerves, to break our will and our pride. An SS officer shouted, none of you will get out of the camp alive. And I told myself, they shall never break my will, nor my pride, whatever I have to see or whatever I have to endure. I think this really resonates with what we've explored here today and the message of so much of this conference, the message of resilience, of the unwavering commitment to human rights, and that together we amplify the voices of those who, despite all odds, refuse to be broken, of the Uyghur people. Thank you.
I will ask everyone to, maybe you can take photos with the panelists. I will ask everyone to so much to all our panelists and our moderators. This officially concludes our two-day International Uyghur Forum, the third edition in Berlin. I want to now take this opportunity to invite a dear colleague of mine, Bernardo, on stage so that he can read the IOF Berlin Declaration to all of you, and then we're going to adopt the declaration, then we will proceed with the closing ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you. From June 11 to 13, 2026, the International Uyghur Forum, jointly organized by the World Uyghur Congress and the Uyghur Center for Democracy and Human Rights, was successfully held in Berlin, Germany under the theme 10 years since the camps, from recognition to accountability, what's next? We thank the 80 distinguished speakers, more than 20 lawmakers, and the over 200 participants from 25 countries who contributed to the forum, and we welcome the productive discussions on strategies, legal avenues, and accountability measures to address the ongoing Uyghur genocide. Here are some key issues highlighted by the forum. With new conflicts emerging around the world, the situation in East Turkestan has increasingly fallen out of the international spotlight. Yet nearly a decade after the onset of what many governments, legal experts, and independent bodies have recognized as genocide, Chinese policies in the region have not fundamentally changed, despite sustained advocacy by civil society, policymakers, and international stakeholders. Contrary to the Chinese government's claims that the mass internment system has been dismantled, evidence indicates that repression remains widespread. Millions of Uyghurs and other Turkic people continue to face arbitrary detention, lengthy prison sentences, forced labor, intrusive surveillance, and severe restrictions on their fundamental rights. numerous multinational companies remain implicated in supply chains linked to Uyghur forced labor, despite growing international scrutiny and regulatory efforts. At the same time, forced assimilation has intensified. New legislation promoting ethnic unity has further restricted the use of the Uyghur language and undermined Uyghur cultural identity, while the destruction and appropriation of cultural heritage continues. Uyghurs living abroad are increasingly subjected to transnational repression, including intimidation, surveillance, and threats directed at both themselves and their family members in East Turkestan. China's growing development and export of advanced surveillance and artificial intelligence technologies also raise broader concerns for civil liberties and human rights worldwide. These challenges are compounded by wider geopolitical dynamics. China's expanding economic influence, including through debt-dependent relationships with partner countries, and its efforts to reshape elements of the international rules-based order have made coordinated international action on the Uyghur genocide increasingly difficult. Here are some of our recommendations. On solidarity building, communities and nations under the rule and threat of the People's Republic of China, including Uyghurs, Tibetans, Southern Mongolians, and the peoples of Taiwan and Hong Kong, should cooperate with one another and strengthen their relations. Participants express solidarity with all who seek common ground and face these shared challenges. The struggle of the Uyghur, Tibetan, Southern Mongolian, Hong Kong, and Taiwanese people, and of other dissident Chinese communities, are intrinsically linked to one another and to the broader global struggle for democracy and human rights. Participants recognize that the pursuit of democracy and human rights worldwide depends in part on securing the rights of minorities in China. On transnational repression, it is not enough to define transnational repression. Governments must implement accountability measures that identify individual perpetrators and protect victims under clear legal frameworks, both national and international. Governments need to put in place protective measures to shield their citizens from China's transnational repression, which violates state sovereignty and targets universities and democratic institutions. States should provide safe havens for human rights defenders and diaspora communities facing serious threats, and should facilitate family reunification for individuals at significant risk of transnational repression. On Uyghur state-imposed forced labor, non-binding corporate social responsibility principles alone are insufficient. There must be genuine accountability for companies that engage in Uyghur forced labor in their supply chains. Existing and forthcoming forced labor legislation must be diligently enforced and must explicitly recognize the distinct risks posed by state-imposed forced labor. Legislation should sanction investment in institutions and companies that use or encourage the use of Uyghur forced labor, following a, quote, follow the money principle in pursuing accountability. Countries need to diversify their supply chains, particularly in industries implicated in Uyghur forced labor. On multilateral cooperation, democracy should form a united front to counter the threat posed by the CCP and to advance Uyghur rights. The issue of Uyghur rights must not fade from public consciousness. We must continue advocating and engaging with existing multilateral institutions and explore new accountability mechanisms and avenues beyond the UN. International development budgets should be increased as a way of drawing developing countries towards more democracy-oriented models of development. Taiwan's democracy plus development model should serve an example that development does not require authoritarianism. On supporting Uyghurs, the stories of individual victims and survivors must be highlighted, particularly those of Uyghur intellectuals who have disappeared. Parliaments that have recognized the Uyghur genocide should adopt resolutions marking its 10th anniversary. Within the European Union, member states should adopt a more united approach to the EU-China high-level dialogue on human rights. The international community must call for the release of the millions of Uyghurs and other Turkic people held in the camps. Chinese government officials, particularly those in the central government, must be sanctioned for their involvement in the Uyghur genocide and held accountable. Further research is needed on how Chinese disinformation is deliberately spread to undermine recognition of the Uyghur genocide and to influence key domestic policy decisions. Women are often amongst the first targets in line in times of conflict and genocide. Government should use all available tools to protect women's rights and to investigate violence against Uyghur and Turkic women. Democratic states should make mental health resources available to Uyghurs in the diaspora and build coalition with women's rights organizations and groups working on gender-based and sexual violence, particularly ahead of submissions to the United Nations. Democratic states should oppose China's new ethnic unity law, and the threat it poses to minorities in China, and should sanction those responsible for drafting it should the Chinese government proceed with its implementation. Democratic countries should protect Uyghur refugees and asylum seekers by granting them refuge and by calling for their non-refoulement in third countries. The international community should provide better support for cultural preservation works, including on linguistics and historical initiatives. Thank you. This is our International Uyghur Forum Declaration. It will be uploaded online and shared online as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernardo. I want to use again this opportunity to thank each one of you who have contributed in various ways, whether you were a speaker, a moderator, background technician, and all the staff as well. And I want to really thank you for the time that you made to come here and spend 3 days with us, with the Uyghur community. It means the world to us to see so many allies and friends among us, and we are hopeful that with you together we can reach our mission, which is freedom. So I want to close our International Uyghur Forum, I want to invite our president, Mr. Turgunjan Alauddin, on stage to offer his final remarks.
Hürmetli mehmanlar, hanımlar, efendiler, bugün biz 3. növetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbirini g'albilik ahırlaştırdık. Ötken 3 gün jarayonida biz tariximizga vicdanlar uchrashgan, haqiqat so'zlangan, o'rtaq mas'uliyatimiz qayta ta'kidlangan qimmatli bir sahifa yozdırdık.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we have successfully concluded the 3rd International Uyghur Forum. Over the past 3 days, we have written a valuable chapter in our history where consciences have met, truths have been spoken, and our common responsibilities have been reaffirmed.
Oldi bilan men dunyoning har qaysi joylaridan kelib, bu munbarga qatnashgan barliq parlament a'zolariga, ommaviy tashkilot rahbarlariga, tadqiqotchilarga va butun do'stlarimizga Dunyo Uyg'ur qurultiyi nomidan chin ko'nglimdan rahmat aytaman.
First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of the World Uyghur Congress to all the parliamentarians, lawmakers, civil society leaders, researchers, and all our friends who came from long distances to participate in this forum.
Bu 3 günlük müzakirələr bizə Uyghur davasının faqat bir milletningla davası emas, insaniyyətin qadr-qimmat, erkinlik, haq, hüquq və ortaq qimmat qarashlarını qoğdaş davası ekanligini isbotladı.
These 3 days of discussions have proven to us that the Uyghur cause is not just a cause of one nation, but a cause for the protection of human dignity, freedom, rights, and common values.
Zulüm aldıda sükut qılmaslıqni tanlagan her bir vicdan egisi bu davanın təbii həmrahidir.
Every person of conscience who chooses not to remain silent in the face of oppression is a natural companion to this cause.
Əfsuski, biz bu munbərini açıvatqan günlərdə Şərqi Türkistan'daki milyonlagan Uyghur lagerlarda, türmelerde ağır besim ve zulüm astıda yaşamakta.
Unfortunately, as we open this forum, millions of Uyghurs are living under severe pressure and oppression in camps and prisons in East Turkestan. The genocide continues to this day.
Ama tarih bizge şunu ispatladı ki, zulüm her kança ağır bolsumu, zulümge karşı küreş kıldıganlar boladiken, zulüm ahir bir gün tügeydi.
But history has shown us that no matter how severe the oppression is, if we fight against it, it will eventually end.
Bu munber jarayonida o'ttirg'a qo'yilgan fikrlarning, elib berilgan muzokaralarning va mustahkamlangan do'stlik, hamkorliklarning oldimizda qiladigan xizmatlarimiz uchun muhim asos bo'lganligiga ishonaman.
I believe that the ideas expressed, the discussions held, and the friendships and partnerships forged during this forum will be an important foundation for the work ahead.
Biz Berlin'den fakat güzel hatırlar bilenle emas, belki teximiz zor mesuliyet duygusu bilen ayrılışımız gerek. Çünkü Uyghur halkının avazını dünya cemaatçiliğine yetkizüş, hakikatini sözleş ve adalet için küreş kılış hemmimizin ortak vazifemizdir.
We should leave Berlin not only with the beautiful memories, but also with a greater sense of responsibility and urgency, because it is our common duty to raise the voice of the Uyghur people to the world community, to speak the truth and to fight for justice.
Aziz dostlar, biz ümidini hiç kaçan yokatmagan bir milletinin perzentlerimiz. Əsrlər boyu öz kimlikini, tilini, dinini ve medeniyetini saklap kelgen bir xalqning vakillerimiz. Qiyinchiliklar qanchalik og'ir bo'lishidan qat'iy nazar, birligimizni saqlab qolalisak, kelgusiga bo'lgan ishonchimizni yo'qotmasak, har qanday kuch bizni yo'qotolmaydi.
We are the children of a nation that has never lost hope. We are representatives of a people that has preserved its identity, language, religion, and culture for centuries. No matter how difficult the difficulties, if we can maintain our unity and do not lose faith in the future, no force can destroy us.
Bu münasebet bilen vatanimizning mustaqilligi, milletimizning erkinligi uchun can bergen şehitlerimizni, ömrünü bu yolga pida qilgan g'azilarimizni cho'nqur hurmat bilan eslayman.
On this occasion, I would like to remember with deep respect our martyrs who gave their lives for the independence of our homeland and the freedom of our nation, and our veterans who sacrificed their lives for this cause.
Türmelerde ve lagerlarda azap çekivatkan qarindoshlarimizni hergiz unutup kalmaydiganligimizni yana bir qatim ta'kidlayman. Erkinligidan mahrum qilingan barliq qarindoshlarimizning bir kuni erkinlikka erishadiganligiga ishonaman.
I would like to emphasize once again that we will never forget our brothers and sisters who are suffering in prisons and camps. I believe that all our brothers and sisters who have been deprived of their freedom will one day be free.
Sözümni ulug' Uyghur mutafakkiri Yusuf Xas Hacibning ruhiga loyiq bo'lgan bir tilak bilan oxirlashtirmoqchiman. Milletini ve insani qimmatni qo'g'diganlar zamonlardan oshirgan meros qoldirdi.
I would like to end my speech with a wish worthy of the spirit of a great Uyghur thinker, Yusuf Xas Hajib. Those who protect their nation and human values leave a legacy that will last for generations.
Allah birlikimizni mustahkam qilsin, mazlumlarga yordamchi bo'lsin va o'z taqdirini o'zi belgilash, mustaqil yashashdan iborat haqliq davomizning oxirida g'alabaga erishishini nasib qilsin.
May God strengthen our unity, be a supporter of the oppressed, and grant us victory in our righteous struggle for self-determination and independence.
Üçüncü Nöwetlik Xelqara Uyghur Munbiriga qatnaşqan siz aziz mehmonlarimizga tayyorlik xizmatlarini ustiga olib, g'albilik echilishiga va natijalik oxirlashishiga tuhfa qo'shgan sobiq raisimiz ve hozirgi Uyghur Kishilik huquq va demokratiya markazining raisi Dolqun Aysa başliq xizmatdoshlarimizga,
to our distinguished guests who attended the 3rd International Uyghur Forum, and to our former president and president of the Uyghur Center for Democracy and Human Rights, Mr. Dolqun Isa, who took on the preparatory work and contributed to its successful ongoing opening and successful conclusion.
Xabarlarni canlı halda takip edip, xalqimizni ve bütün dünyadaki dostlarimizni uçur bilen tembelligen Uçur Axbarat Merkezi Müdürü İftihar Abdurashid başliq media mesullarga,
to the media committee, to the information committee under Iftihar Abdurashid's leadership, who actively disseminated the news and provided information to our people and friends around the world.
Lojistik hizmetlerini üstüge elip bizni lezzetlik Uygur taamları bilen huzurlandırgan Uygur meşribinin kazisi Abdülhamid Tursun başlık dostlarımızga.
To our friends who took care of the food for the last few days, the leader of our Uyghur Meshrab, Abdülhamid Tursun.
Bizni mehmanxanası da rahat yataklar ve kengri yığın zalları bilen teminligen otel igisi Ertaç Bey başlık bağırlık otel hizmetçilerine.
To the hotel owner Ertaç Bey, who provided us this venue, this space.
Hemmanlarga alahide rahmet eğitimen ve her birinlarga salametlik, muvaffakiyet ve aman esenlik dileymen. Rahmet sizlerge. Allah'a emanet bulunun.
To all of you, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your hard work, and for your efforts.
Rahmet.
Thank you. I would like to now invite the president of the Uyghur Center for Democracy and Human Rights and our former president, Mr. Dolkun Isa, on stage for his closing remarks. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, aziz mehmallah, dostlar, yurttaşlar. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Amazing, emotional closing remarks. Yes, nothing for me to saying, and I would like to say only thanks for everyone. Reisimiz naiti ayajallık, güzel bir gepiriş, nutuk sözüldü, rahmet. Mening deydigan sözüm yok bir yerde. Last 2.5 days, we highlighted, discussed a lot of important topic. We discussed not only Uyghur genocide here. We discussed China-EU relation, global issue, Tibet, East Turkestan, Taiwan, Hong Kong issue, geographical in the global issue, forced labor, UN system, legal international law, cultural issue, China ethnic law, and the responsibility internationally, national, even local, and the cities, local councils level, how can respond to this genocide? Yeah, we discussed a lot of topic. İki yarım günlük jarayonda biz nurgulluğan temalar üstüde kıymetlik müzakirelerini yaptık. Bu temaların içinde yalnız Uygur erkek kırgınçılık meselesi emas, Tibet meselesi, Hong Kong meselesi, Tayvan meselesi, Xelqara geografilik meseleler, Xelqara kanun, Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı, Avrupa İttifakı okşaydıgan ve medeniyet, dini, kimlik meselelerimiz okşaydıgan, yani okşama, hatta Xelqara Uygur kırgınçılığı boğan mesuliyetleri, devletlerinin mesuliyetleri, hatta şehirlerinin mesuliyetleri, şehir başlıkları geldi bir yere. Okşaydıgan, okşamagan temalar hakkında nait etraflık müzakereler yaptık. So I really would like to thank all participants and particularly speaker and the moderators. You are coming from long way attending here. This is your attitude, your contribution give us big hope. Dünyanın hem yerden nurgulagan kıymetlik mihmallarımız, liksiye belgüçüler ve moderatörler, mütehassisler gelip bir yerde uzun yollardan geldi. Amerika'dan geldi, Kanada'dan geldi, dünyanın cık yerlerinden, Avrupa'dan geldi. Orta Asya'dan gelen kıymetlik mihmallarımız var bir yerde. Türkiye'den gelenler var. Muşlarının hemisi bilen biz naiti muvaffakiyetlik iki yarım günlük faaliyetlerimizi ahırlaştıran bulduk. Already on the Berlin Declaration, Bernardo already mentioned there is more than 200 participants attending this 2.5 days forum from 24 countries. 24 countries, and 80 plus speakers and the moderators, including senator, parliament member, expert, politician, and Uyghurs activists, yes. And 6 panels, 8 panels, 6 roundtable, and 4 parallel event. Total 18 event successfully finished. Bu iki yarım günün içinde biz 6 müzakereciğini, 8 müzakereciğini, 6 yumulak üstel yığını, 4 yan yığın bulup toplam 18 faaliyetini muvaffakiyetlik tamamlayan bulduk. So I would like to say thanks again, but all this work behind and a lot of my colleague, friends, team working since February, more than 4.5 months, and working day and night, not sleeping. Yes. And bu işlerin akısı da ötken 4 aydın vakt, 2. aydın başında 4 ayga yakın vaktin içinde keç gündüz hizmet kılgan bir gruppa. I would like to invite all staff, all the Congress staff and the preparation staff, the preparation committee coming to the stage. Ben bütün şu 4 ayının yakı ve şu forumda üçün keç gündüz hizmet kılgan bütün hizmetçilerini sahne çağırma. Merhamet. Please come on. Gelin. Yeah. And also invite our technician team, please. And all coming. And the translation team, Mutallib, please you bring your all team. And already, and the president mentioned, and also our logistic team, on the Meshrep team also. Bizden bir yerde yalnız hizmetçilerimiz, kurultayının günlük faaliyetçileri emez. Bunun muvaffakiyet buluş için bizim reisimiz hep ötkendikidek bizim Meşrep'nin Kasi ve yigit başları mubiyede Abdülmet. Abdülitip, kelinla. Cellacım kesle. Mütellip kelinla, Gayur kelinla. Osmancan kel, Münevver. Ebibullah kelinla. Yeah, they all some, and during the forum, 2.5 days forum, or before the preparation, this team working and nearly very intensively working for the preparation. Mana muşu grup, muşu dostlarımız ötken 4 aydan bu yan keç gündüz demey bu hizmetlerini naiti muvaffakiyetlik. Yes, you are I'm not forget. Ben hiç kimden isimlerini birden atamadım. Yes. Yeah. Gelin. Tahir gelin. Rinat. This all team voluntarily helping, you know, technician team, translators. At the beginning, this all amateur team, but now being professional, you know. Yes, we are training ourselves. Biz bunu hiç kaysi tekniklerde, kesitlerde okumagan. Özlük ama muşunun tayarlık kılış jarayanda yüz terbiyelep profesyonel bir alet geldi. Bu çok bir kalbe. Alkış emelenge. Yes, thank you. Adılcan kilin. Yeah. Hepullah kilin. Adılcan kilin. Yes. Sizin kilinler. Yes. Erkin kas sizin tercümanlık kıldınız kilin. Sizin tercümanlık kıldınız. Reis silimi kesle. Yes. Yes. It is not easy work because, you know, we are very limited budget, very limited budget. We are trying to hold this conference international level. Yes, so something that like we want to sit flying with business class, but no money. But we did. So that's why thank you all. Muhtadar, kelinler. Kene, Abdü Muhtadar kene? Kelinler. Tercümanlar diyenlikten ben kelinler. So some staff in the head office, some staff and the colleague in the Germany, some is from even from Canada, United States, and Belgium, and the rest of some world. So that's why, and thanks you all guys, and because of your work, very, very successfully concluded 2.5 days international forum. Sizlerge köp rahmet. Sizlerning keç gündüz hep bağan halisane hizmetleriniz bilen muvaffakiyetlik bunu tamamladık. Az pulumuz bilen, yok pulumuz bilen xalqaro seviyede bu yığını ötüştürüştük. Ben biraz İngilizce misal öttüm. Business class'ta aeroplanda oturuşunu halayımız ama pulumuz yok. Ama biz pulumuz yoktur, şunu da oturalıydık dep oylayman. Şunun için bu şu sizlerning hizmetlerinizler bilen, xalisan hizmetlerinizler bilen boldu. Hemmeňize köp rahmet. Thank you everyone.
And wait, resim çuvalımız. And I want to also use this opportunity to thank the chair of the preparation committee, Dolkun İsa, for pushing us all the way through. Otherwise, we would not be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, his form is officially closed. Thank you. Have a dinner.
People will go if you want.